that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good morning and welcome to what should be an incredible day for our democracy. Election results in 4 states, a semi-final to the massive general election next year. Rishika and I have been working for the last several hours. No, not really. No, just maybe an hour or so before we came over here.
Several hours. I've had no sleep, Vishnu. I don't know about you.
No, it is pretty tense. That's because no one really knows what's going to happen frankly, in any state, but certainly Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, likely to be very close. Now, results to 4 states, you did hear me correctly. That's because the results of Mizoram will not be announced today. They'll be announced tomorrow. But today, the fate of MP, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Rajasthan.
Well, absolutely. And if you've been watching the exit polls and studying them as closely as we've been, it is, like Vishnu said, all over the place. It's predicted to be 2 and 2. So 2 states going to the BJP as far as the exit polls are concerned, but only barely, and 2 states where it is likely to be the Congress, which is Telangana and Chhattisgarh. As far as the big states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan are concerned, if the exit polls are to be believed, and those come with lots of health warnings, as you know, it is likely to be a BJP government. So it's going to be an extremely interesting day ahead. And about an hour from now, the official counting of votes will begin, and we'll be joined by our team of reporters who fanned out across these election states to bring us the very latest. This morning we'll have Vedant and Manish with us from Jaipur and Raipur. But before we get you all the very latest from Ground Zero, let's get you a quick check on the headlines. Well, it is results of the 4 state polls today. Election 2023, remember, is touted as the big semi-final before 2024. Who will win? The battle for the big states is our top focus.
It is a huge test for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh. Can the BJP beat anti-incumbency and the huge Congress challenge?
Well, it's a close combat in the Rajasthan Assembly polls. Can Ashok Gehlot beat the state's 3-decade-old voting pattern is the big question.
In Chhattisgarh, will a welfare pitch work for the Congress? They've really pitched that hard. Can Chief Minister Baghel lead the Congress to a victory?
Well, the big battle for Telangana. Can the Congress dent Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's bastion? It'll be a big win for the Congress in another southern state if the polls are true.
Well, what we can tell you right up off the top is that the exit polls that we saw on Friday were in a sense all over the place. In Rajasthan, 7 of 10 agencies predicted a BJP win. In MP, it was 5 each. In Chhattisgarh, there mostly appears to be a consensus on a Congress win. In Telangana, unanimity among 7 agencies that there could be a big upset of the BRS in the offing if the Congress does really well. But that's all in the past. Today is all that matters. We'll have an NDTV team today. Through the day, we'll bring you the latest, the quickest, and the most credible election results. It's starting now. It will not end in terms of our analysis till late at night.
Well, absolutely. And it's going to be really interesting, Vishnu, a battle for survival in a certain sense as far as the Congress in Madhya Pradesh is concerned. But Rajasthan is going to be key because, you know, there's parampara politics here, as we've been telling you. It's a 3-decade-old pattern of a revolving door. So can Ashok Gehlot really change that? I want to first bring in Vedant Agarwal joining us from Jaipur this morning. Vedant, you've been in Rajasthan. You've traveled through this election in the state. What's the sense that you have? What's going to happen today is the big question, but what's the sense that you have?
Well, Rishika, I come to you from outside a rather quiet Congress office this morning, and I'd like to show you something. All these banners that are put up here, one thing that is sort of very prominent here is this motto that the Congress has had through this election, and that is Congress Fir Se. So that is what Ashok Gehlot's ambitious pitch has been, to buck the revolving door of politics, beat anti-incumbency and return to power as a chief minister for the 4th time. Now, let me tell you first very quickly what's happening on the ground right now. So first of all, the Congress has appointed its central observer, including Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Mukul Vasnik. So they are likely to come to Jaipur perhaps later in the day. That is what we're hearing from sources. And what's also very interesting, Rishika, is that both the Congress and the BJP have already started reaching out to independents and rebels. Now remember, as far as both Congress and the BJP are concerned, 40 rebels, there are close to 40 rebels from both the parties who were denied tickets, and they went on to contest elections independently. So both the Congress and the BJP have started reaching out to them. In fact, yesterday, the Congress had a strategy meeting. So did the BJP. In fact, we had the top leaders of the BJP, including Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, here in Jaipur, holding that key strategy meeting. So they've started reaching out to rebels. So rebels are going to play an important part in this particular election, because remember, if the exit polls are to be believed, as you said, it's going to be a cliffhanger. And then rebels will play a crucial role. As far as the Congress is concerned, well, all top leaders have arrived in Jaipur. Ashok Gehlot, who was in his constituency, Sardarpura, earlier yesterday, and now he's back to Jaipur. He is at his residence. And also, as far as the BJP is concerned, what we are hearing is that 2 senior leaders of the BJP will arrive in Jaipur later in the day. Right. Because remember, it's going to be, as I said, if it's a cliffhanger, then rebels and independents are going to play a crucial role. Now, as far as the CM choice is concerned, that is perhaps a later question. But for the Congress, the last minute pitch by Gehlot also, we remember he put out that tweet with Sachin Pilot, trying to project a united face. As far as the BJP is concerned, it's not projected a CM face. Diya Kumari, Balak Nath, Vasundhara Raje are all front runners as far as that is concerned.
All right, Vedant, hang on a second. Let's quickly keep let's keep the strike rotating. Let's go quickly across to Manish Kumar, who also joins us. Manish is in Raipur right now. Is there I think, Manish, and you'll agree that we know who's going to be winning these elections on the basis of the number of laddus which have been ordered. So let's forget the exit polls. Let's do the laddu count among the Congress and the BJP. Who's ordered more laddus?
Obviously, based on the exit polls, it is the Congress and Congress candidates which has ordered the maximum number of laddus and other sweets also. But Vishnu, as far as exit poll is concerned, based on that, the Congress leadership is also not very, satisfied. They are also keeping their fingers crossed. And one of the main reason is that in the final vote share, unlike past, like in 2018, there was a vote share difference of 10%. But in most of the exit polls, somewhere BJP has narrowed that gap, even though the exit polls are showing a comfortable majority for Congress. Of course, Congress is nowhere in the position to repeat the 2018 seat performance. But this time the Congress party leaders are hopeful that they will be able to cross at least 55, which is a kind of psychological very comfortable number for them. But obviously somewhere the BJP leaders are also hopeful that based on the campaigning by all their top leaders, especially the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they were able to change the momentum. Especially they made some promises like 12,000 for women. This is called Mahatari Yojana, which was topped up by the Congress in the middle of the campaign by offer of 15,000. Of course, Congress also made once again repeated the promise of loan waiver for all the farmers, which is they are saying that it was a game changer for them in the middle of the campaigning, because somewhere the campaigning was not gaining momentum here because the polling was also in two phases. But obviously I will ask my camera person Habib to show you some hoardings inside this Congress party headquarters in Raipur. That most of these hoardings are, Vishnu, about the work which was done by the Congress regime in the last 5 years, and based on that they are saying that the Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel popularity as well as somewhere anti-incumbency popularity was also high, and also the anti-incumbency, unlike past, was quite manageable for them. Vishnu.
Right. Well, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in Chhattisgarh, because here's where there appears to be some unanimity as far as the polls are concerned, right, of a clear Congress win retaining the state. Anurag Dwari is also joining us from Madhya Pradesh, and we have Uma Sudhir joining us from Telangana. These are our experts who've been tracking the election on the ground. But we also have Sandeep Shastri and Manisha Priyam with us in our Delhi studios. Both need no introduction whatsoever. They're the experts as far as the elections are concerned. Thank you very much for joining us. But very quickly, Anurag, if I can come to you, my home state of Madhya Pradesh, so I'm particularly excited to see what happens this time around. What's been interesting, and we've been talking about it in the studio as well, is that Madhya Pradesh is a very hard state to predict, primarily because of the wafer-thin majorities that we saw in the last election. Wafer-thin victories for the Congress party the last time around. We all know what happened after. But what's it looking like this time around? The BJP particularly has gone all guns blazing, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was just listening to Vishnu and Manish ji, and I wish I was there in, Gwalior to have Bahadura ke laddu, and but in Bhopal, there was one joke doing the rounds on WhatsApp saying कि सारे हलवाइयों को order मिले हैं पर order किसने दिए पता ही नहीं है. So we don't know, as all the exit polls, though maximum of the exit polls predicted a re-return of the BJP here in Madhya Pradesh, but few of them, Mr. Kamal Nath is also equally emphatic and said that the Congress will form the government with a huge majority. So it's just a matter of your hours now, but as you have rightly pointed out, Rishika, this election was all about women empowerment and Ladli Behna. So BJP is also banking on this Ladli Behna scheme because, if you remember, Congress started the Nari Samman, but after that, BJP's, the whole campaigning got momentum after this Ladli Behna scheme was announced, and from 1,000 to 1,250, and now the BJP has promised that if they will form the government, they will increase this amount to 3,000 rupees, and we have seen, how women voters voted in few of the seats, like in Sihawal, where Kamleshwar Patel, he's a member of the CWC, around 85% women have voted in comparison to, male voters. They were only 65%. So it will be very interesting to see how the women voters have voted here in Madhya Pradesh after all this Ladli Behna and Nari Samman Yojana.
Uma, there's a huge assumption on the basis of the exit polls and what they say that there's going to be a huge upset in Telangana. But even if the Congress does eventually win, and that's a big if, some would suggest even now, and the reason I say so is because the margins in rural, urban, even in mixed seats, which were in favor of the BRS last time around, were huge. For the Congress to actually, overcome what a 20% gap by and large, would be A, an incredible achievement, and B, very difficult to achieve.
A very good morning to all. You are very right. This is going to be very exciting because even yesterday in the evening, the Chief Minister's office, the Chief Minister and his ministers, his son, everyone seemed to be still very, very confident that they are making it and they are making it with comfortable numbers. And he said that even if I were to consider that I have not done as well as is expected for a win, I am not likely to lose so many seats. So he is totally dismissive of the exit polls. You were asking yesterday, just a short while ago about the laddus. I think everyone here is going to be prepared. The Congress certainly moving ahead, presuming that they are going to have the win. But as you mentioned, Congress leaders themselves say that if they do not cross 65 or 70, they are not going to be able to say that we are safe to be able to form a government. And we have already seen Mr. D.K. Shivkumar has come in yesterday and he has already alleged that KCR is in touch with some of my MLAs. I spoke to the BRS camp and they said that we are also in touch with some of those people from the Congress camp. Yes, we are, but so are they. I mean, so both sides are going to be alleging that the other is trying to get in touch with their MLAs because everyone knows that this can be a touch and go for any of them. So even though the exit polls are pointing to us in one direction, what it appears here is that their own perception is that they are not losing this election, at least as far as the BRS goes.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see, how that works out. And it's also very interesting, Vishnu, in a certain sense for the Congress party, because after winning Karnataka, if indeed they can make the kind of headway that the polls predict they're going to be making in Telangana, then going forward, in 2024 to be able to have control over like Hyderabad and Bangalore in the south is going to be significant. Before I bring in the experts, I want to very quickly just, go back to our reporters for comments once again. Anurag still with us. Anurag, we of course asked you about who's ordered the maximum laddus, but this time around, if you look at the way the exit polls have panned out, there are some polls that have suggested a sweep, a wave in favor of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Many reporters, including Team NDTV that's been at ground zero, has not really felt a very definitive wave. Now, a wave of that magnitude is hard to miss, isn't it? Do you agree with the way the exit polls, have panned out? Do you agree with those sweeping numbers that some of the polls have predicted, or do you think it's going to be too close to call?
See, Rishika, in my opinion, because earlier also few of the experts, when the two lists came out from the BJP, they said that this time Shivraj Singh Chauhan might not get the ticket also, but he was there, he campaigned extensively, 165 rallies, on an average 12 to 13 rallies, road show per day. And if you see the list after the second list, I mean, you will clearly see a stamp of approval from Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And after that also, when I visited all the parts and corners of the state, I always felt that the BJP has an edge. And if you compare, I mean, you just have to watch out the space for the BSP and Gondwana Ganatantra Party combined. They are going to dent maximum the Congress as well as the Samajwadi Party, because though during the last election they had only 1.6% of vote shares, the Samajwadi Party, but still they have candidates in at least 70 constituencies. So that is going to dent maximum to the Congress, and that will be very interesting to see in a close battle like this, that whether as few of the exit polls have predicted a majority for the BJP, and that too between 140 to 160, though as you have rightly pointed out that we never felt that anyone will get those number of seats, and we haven't seen any wave in favor of the two parties, be it the Congress or the BJP. But still, because of the maths, there can be some possibility about the BJP going toward what the other exit poll agencies have predicted.
All right, we'll come back to you in a moment. Let's just go quickly across to Harsha Kumari Singh. Harsha, veteran of Rajasthan politics and the residents of Rajavardhan Singh Rathore, who will be joining us in some time. Harsha, our colleague Vedant began the proceedings this morning with some rather ominous words for Rajasthan. He said, and I quote, "Rebels being approached by both sides." It is believed to be fairly close what's going to come up in the next couple of hours. But is that what you're hearing as well?
Well, yes, Vishnu, definitely it's clear that they will approach the rebels. That's part of the party's strategy. And in fact, we were at the BJP office late last evening where Gajinder Singh Shekhawat and CP Joshi were there. You remember now they've been the backroom boys in this election, not fighting this election themselves, but actually kind of managing and controlling and, being in regular touch with what's happening. While Vasundhara Raje, of course, has been doing a maximum number of rallies from the local BJP, apart from, of course, the Prime Minister and Amit Shah and JP Nadda. So, definitely everybody is in touch with the rebels. Now, remember, there are at least about 18 from the Congress and about 30 from the BJP who could create trouble. So, Bardmer or Jalore, for example, Yunus Khan in Nagaur. Now, these people are, rebels who could create trouble. But just to give you a little sense of the anticipation, let me just show you here at Rajavardhan's house, a big screen is already on. There's already showing what's going to be coming up. They're going to keep changing channels. I'm going to get them to put NDTV on very soon. TV crews have already lined up bright and early here, and of course some early morning supporters also here. Now remember, Rajavardhan goes out early. I mean, he's an Olympic medalist and an athlete, so he does go out early, and so we have all these young men here who आप वैसे भी चुनाव में उनके साथ जल्दी निकलते थे?
Yes मैम, हम काफी टाइम से उनके साथ ही हैं और सुबह
आप सुबह वॉक पे जाते थे उनके साथ? He used to go to the parks.
Yes ma'am, we had go to the walk in the parks for walkings and all our
motorcycle also.
Yes with motorcycle, bullet.
So why have you all come so early? आज इतने सुबह क्यों आए हैं?
Because हम सब में उत्साह है जीत का, और हम जानते हैं कि राजवर्धन जी जीत रहे हैं, इसके साथ पूरी बीजेपी जीत रही है और हम काफी अच्छे मार्जिन से जीत रहे हैं.
This is one seat, interestingly, where there were two BJP rebels actually. Surpur, who now finally stood as an independent, and Rajpal Singh Shekhawat, big challenge to Rajavardhan Rathore. But the BJP actually did manage to get Rajpal, former minister, to settle down and sit down. So, so where they've managed the rebels, they're going to be comfortable. But yes, I think reaching out to rebels is definitely a part of the BJP and the Congress's strategy in Rajasthan.
All right, Harshad, thanks very much for being with us. We'll keep coming back to you later on. Manisha, let me come across to you first. I think for people who are just tuning in early in the morning, the first question in their minds would be, when are the election results going to come out? The last several elections in India have been a revolution because of electronic voting machines. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about that, and tell us a little bit about postal votes, because they don't really, they reveal a lot, but not everything. So we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, so I think those who tune in early, I think the best visuals have already been on NDTV when we took them to the field and we heard the field voices. But let me also give the statutory warning that the postal ballots are not the moment when you talk about the trend for the elections. They reveal something about who voted what, but they do not reveal a trend at all. So I would assume that if the electronic voting machines are doing very well, and if the elections are one directional, I would say by 10 o'clock we would have some direction in some states, especially the smaller states. But as we hear the words "Kaante ki takkar," let's hold our breath. And I think those elections that go to the wire, those seats that go to the wire, these are state elections, remember. Yep. The give and take can be very, very small, especially in two large states. If that is the situation, then we are here for lunch, most certainly. Whether we are having an early tea, I don't know. So this election, more than any others, would tell us whether the electronic voting machine is able to trump the small sweepstakes that are there for the grabs in two very large states of India, notably Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Yes. I also wanted to say a few things on the visuals. The first ones that came from the Rajasthan Congress headquarters had many cutouts, but they had tall trees of the Ashok, the green trees, significant in many ways, a tall political leader. Whether it's another innings for him in terms of Raj, or whether the Rivaz takes over and the tall tree has to remain within the confines of the Congress office, or he's able to rule the state of Rajasthan, I think that's the big question. Also at stake are the exit polls with their views that differ so strikingly from each other. So many reputations at stake today, but we are here in the studios to analyze the results and not the polls, so to say.
Okay. I also want to bring in both of you, and Sandeep Shastri, if I can bring you in here, on how you're looking at the voter percentage. Because if you look at Madhya Pradesh, it's been a 77% voter turnout, quite significant. Many would believe indicative of change. Rajasthan has been, I think, a percentage more than the last time. It's been around 75%. I think it was close to 74% in the last election. Both parties, interestingly, the BJP and the Congress, has claimed that this is, a percentage that's going in their favor. How do you look at these two particular states and the voter turnout, given the fact that these are the states perhaps that are going to be too close to call?
There is no empirical evidence to show that higher voter turnout or lower voter turnout supports the incumbent or the challenger.
Right.
In the case of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, for me, the fact of a higher voter turnout is very much an indicator of the closeness of the contest, which means there is much more excitement, there is a much higher desire among the voters to assert their preference, and therefore the voter turnout in that sense implies the closeness of the fight that you have in both the states. With your permission, just two more quick points. This has been a long winter of political anticipation. For many, it will be a cold winter of political discontent as the day ends. Going back to the question that you asked Manisha ji, I think we will have a clear picture on Chhattisgarh and Telangana by lunch. I'm not too sure about Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. It may require us to sit a little late into the afternoon and maybe the evening also. And finally, I've been saying this on the earlier programs also, I would not call today a semi-final because national elections have their own... And I think cricket has shown us that no semi-final predicts a final. So, in a sense, this is one big state-level contest in 2023. Next year will be a totally different ball.
And cricket also shows us that we shouldn't predict the final. But Manisha, let me come to you. Is it your sense that irrespective of who wins, this is getting the pulse of the Hindi heartland, whether it's Chhattisgarh or Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan ahead of the elections, and that doesn't necessarily translate into Lok Sabha results, but what people are thinking, the sense, the mood, if the beginnings of a wave can be picked up, would the results today establish that?
So I somehow do feel there are discontinuities between the game of cricket and what we have in elections. And I also feel that no two political moments are the same. Maybe in 2019, the state elections in 2018 did not predict what would happen in 2019. But I do believe very much that in these state elections, we have very important lessons for what's about to come out in 2024. Maybe the political contour and mapping will be very different because of Narendra Modi becoming such an important factor in the national elections. But I do think that the very important lessons, first of all, come from the high voter turnout. Now, high voter turnout, people ask us the question, oh, is it going to be changed? I think the important lessons are that both political parties, now these are in states where you've had the Congress and the BJP in front of each other. Now, I heard in both states, oh, this one has a very strong organizational machinery and that political party doesn't have a strong organizational machinery. Now, on the day of the elections, when I started seeing the increasing voter turnout and when I was on phone calls in Bastis where, I've had research posts, I found clear trends amongst the underprivileged saying, we are going to vote in large numbers, and that tells us that there is a deepening of Indian democracy. Now, women voters who are known as the silent voters, they have been known as the Chuppa voters in Bihar. You've had NTR banking on women voters big time. In Tamil Nadu, you've seen women voters being an important part in their model of, freebie or welfare politics. So, from women voters, we did not hear, but we saw the numbers. Now, there were certain constituencies where, when I started tracking this, I was told on booths where we believe that the Jats, for example, predominated, there was as high as 90% voting. So I think each political group now believes that if they've got to leave their imprint on Indian politics, they need to come out and vote in large numbers. So there will be many lessons, but I think women voters, dominant caste voting, youth voters,
and
the
tribal
underprivileged
voters in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
And the underprivileged, where I would have included both. I think I'm going to watch out of the nature of assertions at the ground.
Yes.
Ultimately, elections are about the people of India, remember. We are only here to tell their tale as deeply as possible and as accurately as possible.
I think it's interesting that you say this isn't a semi-final, because in a certain sense, you know, Vishnu, it is, because the narrative has been set. I mean, as far as the focus on the women vote is concerned, I think the narrative for that has been set in these state elections. One can only expect this to be furthered, you know, in the Lok Sabha elections. And women have outnumbered men, actually, as far as voter turnout percentage is concerned in several constituencies across states. Very quickly, let's go across to Pratibha. She is where the action really is, contrary to what we'd like to believe. It's not here. It's at the counting center. Pratibha, where are you and what's happening?
And when does it start? When do they start counting? 8 a.m., right?
Well, they have already started the counting. I'm here at one of the counting centers at Masab Tank, where a lot of arrangements have already been made, and heavy security arrangements too that are in place at this point in time. What we are told is that they would be starting with the counting of EVMs, and then they would be getting into the counting of the postal ballots, and all eyes are on the three-way contest that is taking place in Telangana, that is between BRS, Congress as well as BJP. Of course, it is a heavy fight between BRS and Congress, technically speaking, because BRS is looking at making it a hat-trick this time, and the Congress is looking at you know, having a comeback of its party in, or its power in
you expect,
Telangana.
coming in by 8
we are
a.m. or
also
so?
told that
8 a.m. or so, the initial lead.
that's right. The first trend, yes, we are expecting at around 8:30 a.m. is what Telangana expects at this point in time. Yes, it is going to be a heavy fight between the two parties that I mentioned already. And we are also told that several of the senior leaders from Karnataka are already here stationed in Telangana, trying to see if they can protect their candidates, whether it will be a sweeping majority or whether it will be numbers that will sway between the candidates of the two parties, BRS and Congress, getting into poaching as well as horse trading. These are some of the things that we are picking up at this point in time.
Well, dare I ask if resorts have already, you know, started
Been booked out
or started getting phone calls? That's the
perhaps in Rajasthan. I mean, we were told that rebel leaders are being approached by both the Congress and the BJP.
Well, Pratibha, are you going to have a very long day or what? I think that's the question. But on that note, we're going to slip into...
Absolutely, yeah. It's just not going to stop in Telangana.
Yes. Right.
Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage. Rishika and I will be back and just about half an hour to go before the first leads start going in the fast and furious space of elections conducted through electronic voting machines. By 12 o'clock, there'll be a lot to discuss. Perhaps a lot of question marks being thrown up at that stage. Rajasthan and MP, too close to call at this stage at least. Is that going to be what it's going to be all about? By about 12 noon, we'll have to wait and see.
Co-powered by बनाऊंगा मैं बनेगा भारत.
बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत. बादलों पे चल के हवाओं से मिलके मैं बनाऊंगा. उम्मीदों के पंख कंधों पे लगा के मैं बनाऊंगा. बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत. बनाऊंगी मैं तो बनेगा.
स्किल, स्टील और दिल से बन रहा है भारत. AMNS India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
What you're missing on the inside is waiting for you out there. Write the missing part of your story. The new Safari. Reclaim your life.
Van Heusen Weddings.
The construction of Ram Temple and a rapid development of the holy city is paving the way for a new Ayodhya called Navya Ayodhya. The good part is that all the revamping is being done keeping the essence of Ayodhya Dham intact. The new township, spread across 1,500 acres, is being developed as a Vastu-friendly Vedic city and is intended to have guest houses for about 24 states and 5 countries, everything establishing a connection with Sri Ram.
अयोध्या एक नए युग की ओर जा रही है। पूरी दुनिया आज अयोध्या की तरफ आकर्षित हो रही है।
The UP government also plans to develop a solar park along the banks of the Saryu River. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the resolute CM Yogi Adityanath have envisioned Ayodhya as a smart and developed city with its deep-rooted cultural values reflecting everywhere.
Experience a new Verilux progressive lens designed with artificial intelligence so it can predict your natural eye movement. Verilux XR series for instantly sharp vision in motion and seamless transitions from near to far. Verilux by Essilor.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage. Counting well is supposed to begin, Vishnu, in about half an hour from now.
Counting has started. Leads by 8.
Leads by 8 o'clock. Okay, so in about half an hour from now, we'll have leads, at least postal ballots. But let's quickly go across to Harsha Kumari Singh, joining us live from Jaipur, and she has Rajavardhan Singh Rathore with her. Let's listen in to what he has to say ahead of those first leads coming in.
So it's a bright and early morning, and Rajavardhan ji is stepping out. I think you're going to Commerce College. So Rajavardhan ji, this election, of course, otherwise I've seen you go out very early for walks and things like that. But I think this time you haven't, today at least you haven't gone for your early morning walk, though all your early morning walkers are here with you.
Yes, today is an exciting day. Of course, culmination of years and years of effort, a massive difference between the way Prime Minister Modi's governance and compared to the total misgovernance in Rajasthan for the last 5 years. And you have various notorious examples of that in Rajasthan, unfortunately. But yes, so people are going to vote in favor of the confidence that they have in Prime Minister Modi and his method of governance. And we are very confident that Bharatiya Janata Party will form the government with a vast number of seats.
Rajavardhan ji, also a lot of elections are about, of course, popular faces are there, but it's also about management. Now we are seeing yesterday I was at the BJP office, they are reaching out to rebels and other people who have, from the party also. There was a, Chunav Prabandhan election meeting was happening. Now in your constituency, I think the party managed to handle the rebels. I mean, Rajpal ji sat down, so I think in that sense, you seem quite set for a smooth sail.
We are very confident and see, anybody who keeps the nation first will always fight united as a party. I am of the firm opinion of that. And people who wanted to jump into the bandwagon of BJP and take advantage of the party, they are the ones who stepped aside or who were never part of the party. And since they did not get what they were personally looking for, they fought elections individually. We'll see what the results are. But majority of the places, the BJP workers all fought unitedly. But certainly that's not the case in Congress, where there's a lot of infighting, and the results will show that. But yes, in terms of reaching out to independents, it's the work of my senior leaders, and they would probably be doing that.
Okay. In fact, in your constituency, you have almost 18 people. So you have a number of it. It's a big constituency, but you have highest number of candidates is from Chhotwara.
Yeah, but ours is the largest constituency as well. It's nearly twice the size of any other normal assembly constituency. We have 4,28,000 voters. So it's a very large constituency. And elections also becomes a place where, a lot of people want to have in their CV of their, in their life, that, we fought the elections. So there are a whole lot of people who've fought for the sake of fighting elections.
Just last question, the exit polls are definitely, most of the exit polls in Rajasthan are predicting an edge for the BJP. So what is your analysis, and also the big $1 million question, who will be Chief Minister in Rajasthan?
So the first part of your question, let me give you an answer very logically. So three things. Number one, the largest number of voter turnout. Now, the very fact that people turn out in large numbers is because of an enthusiasm to bring about a change. And a change means change from the present government to Bharatiya Janata Party. That's number one. Number two is your exit poll, all the companies, how many people can they actually deploy, right? Compare that to the number of polling agents, booth agents that we have on our party. So in every booth we have agents sitting and they can actually recognize people. Right? They're from that booth itself. They recognize people and they know who all have voted. So our feedback is way more detailed and more authoritative than any of these exit polls. So we are confident that we are getting a large number of seats. And the third is the feedback that I get from everyone is that this time the voter has been very silent when voting. Now that means that the voter did not share the knowledge that where he voted. So I don't really know how much would a voter reveal to an exit poll company. So taking all of these factors in mind, we are very confident that we are getting large number of seats in Rajasthan. Now, the second part of your question, so everything comes at the right time. Once today's results are out, our party leadership will then decide. We went into the elections with a collective leadership, and henceforth, and remember, it's always a team effort, irrespective, which was not the case in the last 5 years, unfortunately, in Rajasthan with the Congress government. So it's going to be a collective effort, but there's going to be somebody who will lead. It's always there, and the party will decide at the right time.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Since we have just some more questions in vernacular.
Sure.
So, हमारे साथ है राज्यवर्धन जी, निकल रहे हैं अभी.
All right, so just a small sign of what's going to be coming up through the day. Big interviews with newsmakers right up off the top, even before the lead started coming in. Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore speaking to my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh. But we've got something interesting, Rishika, planned right now. A real feature of all the back-end stuff which has been happening to bring this
all of those numbers
production on it. Yeah.
So all of those numbers you see on your screens, how is it all really coming on? What's really happening in the back end? The people who are going to be bringing you those numbers on your screens. Let's get a sense of what that looks like. So we'll get you an idea what's happening in the war room, as we're calling it. Alok Pandey is joining us.
Alok is a real fighter, so being in the war room is the right place for him. Yes, Alok.
Befitting, Alok, where you are. Befitting.
Well, good morning to both of you. I have to say that there is nothing like an election day. It still excites us after all those years. In fact, my dear friend Vishnu was so excited that I saw him yesterday at a posh mall at a very elite store that I shall not name, buying new clothes. So I asked him, bhai, naye kapde kyun kharid rahe ho? He said, election hai, kyun nahi kharidu?
I was buying socks,
we'll let the rest of the details he can share with us. But anyway, just to get down to the serious part of it, like you said, like a lot of us are on air right now, bringing the results, or we'll bring the results when they come through. But behind us, there's a very solid team that actually tells us what to say and also tells us what the data is, And that is this team over here that you see on your screens right now. I'll ask Manoj to just pan a little to this side and show you all of these young men, young women. They are all here since 5 in the morning. I can see their laptops. They're all going to be entering data in a while as soon as it comes in. I don't understand too much of it, so I'm going to go to Purnendu, who is part of our NDTV election team. Purnendu, good morning. ये बताइए रात भर सोए कि नहीं, पहले ये बता दीजिए.
नहीं, इलेक्शन की रात तो आपको पता है कोई सो नहीं पाता है, तो जस्ट स्लीपलेस नाइट
था. अच्छा, ये बताइए थोड़ा सा आप ज़रा मुझे दिखा दीजिए. मनोज, तुम ज़रा वहाँ जो लैपटॉप्स हैं अगर उसको थोड़ा सा दिखा दो. पुनेंदु, हाँ, इधर भी आ सकते हैं आप मनोज, आप चाहें तो. जब तक वो आते हैं आप मुझे थोड़ा बहुत बताइए कि आप लोग किस तरह से डेटा को माइन कर रहे हैं और क्या इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर्स हैं या पॉइंट्स हैं जो आप 8 बजे जैसे रिजल्ट्स आने लगेंगे आप दर्शकों को हमारे थ्रू बताएंगे.
देखिए, जो डेटा सेंटर है हमारा इसमें है लगभग 80 लोग 80 लोग हैं इसके अलावा फील्ड पे हमारे मोर देन 150 रिपोर्टर्स हैं. सो वी हैव मोर देन 250 ऑफ टीम्स जो ये डेटा हम रिलीज़ करेंगे लाइव. जैसे डेटा आता जाएगा ना, हम सिर्फ ट्रेंड्स को रिलीज़ करेंगे, बल्कि उसको जो एनालिसिस होगा वो रियल टाइम एनालिसिस होगा. मीन्स हम डेटा प्रोसेस करेंगे, डेटा जो लाइव वहाँ से आएगा उसको यहाँ फीड करेंगे, उसके बाद वो डेटा रियल एनालिसिस के साथ वो लाइव स्क्रीन पे जाएगा. जो आप स्क्रीन पे देखते हो वो सारा प्रोसेस यहाँ के थ्रू होकर के जाता है.
एक मेरे मन में सवाल है पुरनेंदु सी, द इलेक्शन कमीशन हैज इट्स ओन सेट ऑफ डेटा, बट व्हेन यू लुक एट द ECI वेबसाइट यू समटाइम्स गेट द रिजल्ट्स अ लिटिल लेट लाइक यू. सो हाउ आर यू ensuring that there is parity or there is swiftness in the leads or the data that you are sending us? What are your sources?
Because we have multiple sources. We have our own network of reporters. So more than 150 stingers and reporter network. So we have also our regional channels. So we have a vast network, especially in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And also we have partnered with the agency which is providing a real-time data. So they have presence in all the counting centers. So that and we have some other sources. So through multiple sources we are gathering the data. So that's why we are ahead of the Elections Commission.
And how do you ensure the authenticity of the information, Purmendu? What comes into you via stringers or reporters and what the Election Commission is doing? How do you ensure that there's a balance and there is also, you know, this authenticity that जो Election Commission कह रहा है वही हम भी कह रहे हैं, but maybe a little more swifter. I mean, they are also swift, but वो data तो late release कर रहे हैं. But in the sense कि अगर आप सार्वजनिक तौर पे जाएं तो, so how do you ensure that कि authentic data जा रहा है?
All the reporters, the field reporters who are at the counting center and are the data partners which we have hired. All they have been trained for the authenticity, like the Election Commission at the district counting center, how they release the data and in which format they have to gather the data, and in which format they have means they have to communicate with us. So our team is already connected with them. All of them are talking to them and how they have to convey, means the pass the real-time data to us. So we have checking all the things and you'll get the speed with accuracy.
That's a good way to end this chat. Speed and accuracy, Purnendu, we leave you to it. थोड़ी देर बाद Purnendu में बाहर फेंक ही देंगे. उससे अच्छा हम खुद ही निकल जाएं. थोड़ा सा और रैप करके आप थोड़ा सा और दिखा दीजिए. Manoj, if you can just show all of these young faces here. I'm sure they're all, you know, must have woken up at some 4 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. But the effort, I guess, is to ensure that you get the best information and you get it swift and fast. And that is what we at NDTV are known for. And that is what we are going to do, especially Vishnu and Rishika. Vishnu in his new clothes that he has just bought.
All right, Alok, we'll keep coming back to you. But what I think would be quite interesting, Rishika, is if we actually did a bit of a poll of polls. We've done it already. What are the various exit polls? What exactly have they shown? So what we want to do now is actually go across and just go through a poll of polls. Now, right at the onset, I will say that a poll of polls has a lot of problems because it has outliers and it's got other details as well. So there are outliers which are problematic because they sort of bring up the numbers. But there is a large number of exit poll results which we've seen this time around, which are actually closer clumped together. So with that in mind, in terms of a poll of polls, remember, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, the magic mark is 116. If you look at the BJP and what the poll of polls has to say, up 15 in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Now, if you take the outliers and the other ones, exit polls, sort of which are closer together, it indicates that the BJP is on its way up 15 to 124, so above the majority mark. The Congress down 12. So this is the state of Madhya Pradesh. Let's move on now quickly to the other states as well. But a lot of people would suggest that it's going to be much, much closer than what you actually see here. But this is just in terms of doing an aggregate. So again, repeating that warning, Rajasthan with 199 seats, the majority mark is 100. The large number of polls in the case of Rajasthan suggesting that the BJP will cross the 100 mark. So the aggregate is 104. The Congress down 15 to 85. There are other players as well. And what we were talking about earlier on was the other factors. You know, important potential rebels, other leaders. In the event of a close election, this is going to be pretty important. Let's move to the other states as well. And Chhattisgarh is less of a dispute, less of a divergence between the various exit polls. By and large, it's going to be in favor of the Congress or the BJP. In fact, this indicates, and so there is a bit of a divergence, that the BJP up 23, the Congress, but this is what I was actually pointing out to, at 49. That's down 19, but still substantially, still substantial. The magic mark being 46. So the Congress, if you look at the poll of polls, expected to do quite well in Chhattisgarh. Finally, let's take a look at Telangana. And if you're asking why finally, it's because, in case you've just joined us, a reminder that as far as Mizoram is concerned, those results will not be out today. They'll be out tomorrow. So if you look at Telangana, and this is going to be, in many senses, one of the most fascinating elections, the BRS is projected to go down sharply. Any which way you look at it, it's going to go down sharply, it appears. And who's going to benefit? It does appear that the Congress is going to benefit in the state. But for the Congress to actually come to power in Telangana will mean sweeping through BRS bastions, where last time around, whether it's rural, urban or mixed areas, they will have to go well above or gain 20% plus in many of those constituencies or categories. So that's a rough idea of what we are looking. Telangana, the majority mark is 60. The Congress seems to be at this stage above. Now, and in terms of the exit polls itself, Telangana, they were all seeming to suggest that it's going to be the Congress which is going to do well. Rishika.
Well, you know, it's going to be extremely interesting to see how those numbers finally pan out. That's, of course, the poll of polls as far as the exit poll data is concerned. But, you know, we were talking very interestingly earlier with Manisha ji about the women vote. And I'm going to come back to that thought in just a bit, because I've actually, you know, pulled out the data. In Madhya Pradesh, it was in 32 constituencies where, you know, the number of women who voted outnumbered men. And in Rajasthan, it was 86 out of 199. So we'll just circle back to what that essentially means, and if it actually counts for something, given the fact that it is believed to be that, you know, Ladli Behna was one of those things that really swung it for the BJP, if those numbers hold true. But before we get back to that, I want to very quickly go across to Himanshu Shekhar joining us from the Congress office in Bhopal, Anurag Dwari joining us from Accounting Center in Bhopal, and we're also being joined by Uma Sudhir back with us from Telangana. So, you know, very quickly, Himanshu, Vishnu began earlier by asking about who's ordered the maximum laddu. So I'm going to ask you, are you seeing firecrackers, sweets, etc. anywhere around the Congress office? Do you have any idea of whether orders have been placed?
Well, not right now, because at the moment there are not many political workers and Congress leaders at the Congress headquarters here in Bhopal. But these posters have popped up in the morning today. And as you can see, even before the results, these are claims that are being made by the Congress leaders here. माननीय कमलनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनने की हार्दिक बधाइयाँ. And there is one more poster. I'll request my camera person Pawan to actually show one big poster here in front of Congress headquarters. You can see this says congratulations, कल को देने सुनहरा आकार आ रही है कमलनाथ सरकार. So Congress is confident that it has done well, it will do well, because remember, these elections have been very different in terms of issues, in terms of the record percentage of vote, the point that you made. I was in Bhopal on the counting day on 17th November, and this time a record 77.82% voters have voted, and more women, in no election in the past, more women voters have voted. So if you look at the manifesto also, the point, the Ladli Behna Yojana that you were talking about, if you just look at the manifesto of Congress and the BJP, most of the promises are for women and girl child. And the rise of women voter in Indian politics was quite visible. And on 17th November, the record voting by women voters, of course, has shifted the focus as to what women of Madhya Pradesh want, because they are new, and their rise and their assertions and aspirations are going to perhaps decide fate of many leaders this time in Madhya Pradesh. So we'll have to keep a focus on that. But at the moment, Congress mood is upbeat, and these posters that I just showed you, they've already started claiming that Kamalnath is coming back to power. Rishika.
Already congratulations, Kamalnath posters that are up there. Kamalnath ko Mukhyamantri banne ki badhai. So it's not even in anticipation. They've already...
But that, I suppose, is an extension of what our political leaders do. They say we won the elections even before the elections take place. I mean, don't think twice about it. It's like, we are winning, we know it.
But putting it on a poster.
Well, that's sort of part of the same exercise. But let's go across to Raipur now. I'm joined by my colleague Nilesh. Nilesh, thanks very much for being with us. You're at the BJP office. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. Is there an element of tension? Are things quiet? Are people waiting in front of, TV screens, NDTV? There's no other TV worth watching. To get leads and eventually results? What's happening?
देखिए अभी बीजेपी ऑफिस में अभी बहुत ज़्यादा लोग पहुंचे नहीं हैं, समर्थक पहुंचे नहीं हैं। सारे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि 8 बजे काउंटिंग शुरू हो जाए और जो फर्स्ट रुझान वगैरह है वो आ जाए, तब समर्थक और नेता जो हैं पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन 8 साढ़े 8 बजे के बाद इनके पहुंचने का सिलसिला शुरू हो सकता है। बीजेपी जो एग्जिट पोल है उसको लेकर काफ़ी नाखुश है। बीजेपी का कहना है कि एग्जिट पोल से विपरीत नतीजे आएंगे, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल में बीजेपी को पीछे दिखाया गया है और कांग्रेस की सरकार यहाँ बनती हुई नजर आ रही है एग्जिट पोल के मुताबिक। तो ऐसे में बीजेपी के जो समर्थक हैं और उनके जो नेता हैं, जो लोग बीजेपी दफ्तर में मतलब उत्साह मनाने आ सकते हैं, जो बीजेपी दफ्तर में पहुंचने वाले हैं, उनके पहुंचने का सिलसिला अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है। रायपुर में अंदाजा लगाया जा रहा है कि 8:30-9 बजे तक ही वो पहुंचेंगे। जी।
Okay, so it's quiet right now, as even Himanshu was pointing out, and all our reporters have been pointing out that it's relatively quiet right now, but it's also very early in the morning.
But Rishika, 7 minutes, best case scenario for leads to start coming in, and about 37 minutes in a worst case situation. So it's all going to be upon us very fast. And here's the beauty, and Manisha, come in on this point. When these leads start coming, they start coming in fast and furious, and all of a sudden you get leads from all of these 4 states, and then it's not going to be slow. When the leads start coming in, it's going to be quick. But you had an important disclaimer as far as postal votes are concerned. Since we will see a large number of postal votes at the onset, what is your warning to our viewers on those?
So the statutory warning is, be with us, take it easy, sip your morning cuppa, and be with us, go through page by page. Even if the postal ballots are not showing us a trend, remember, there will be deep analysis here, because we are watching every visual. And if we tell you the first visuals that have come on the NDTV TV screen, the first political leader interviewed, Rajavardhan Singh Rathod from Rajasthan, that interview really spectacular. Early in the morning, you have a young man who the central leadership has sent to the state of Rajasthan, the central BJP leadership. His seat was supposedly in danger, with 2 of the BJP rebels, Shekhawat and Suripura, about to stand against him. But as he said in the interview, it's a collective leadership that's going to see him through. So he is acknowledging, therefore, the role of the BJP leadership in easing out the situation seat by seat. Remember, a seat called Jotwada has become a national discussion point, and that's been what up on your screen. Also, on a lighter note, and somewhere where I have a pitched interest, I found his gang of morning walkers did not have the woman voter behind him. So I'm going to even watch that space out for the visuals that come up. And till 10, I would say, enjoy your cuppa, be with the visuals and be with the analysis. The trends, the real ones, the hard ones will start coming soon thereafter. Enjoy your laddu visual for the moment.
All right. Where is that laddu visual really coming from? We'll get you more information on that, but you wanted to come in.
I think on the question of the early trends...
Those laddus are at the Delhi Congress office, Dr. Shastri, just in case
I hope we get some of it here also. I think the early trends, as Dr. Manisha said, the postal ballots are no indication of how things are going. It only brings in some excitement for A party or B party when they say it's more in their favor. But I think where it's a close race, the trends would be visible a little later in the day. But where, if we are anticipating a sweep towards one side or a swing towards one side, that would be visible to us quite early in the...
Just another quick question. How many rounds of counting are there? And what is the process on the basis of which leads are become results? And is it not true that almost always leads do tend to be results because it's digitally compiled?
See, to prevent any indication of where the trends are coming from, the EVMs are opened in a mixed way and we cannot really predict is it from X area or Y area or Z area. So there are, depending on the size of the state, it could vary from 15 rounds to more than that. And each round, in a sense, is a mixed set of areas through of which the EVMs are opened and the result is shown.
Right.
And this is just to ensure an element of confidentiality with regard to where a particular trend is coming from.
Right. Those numbers are going to change very quickly, and we will, of course, continue to get you the very latest. Uma, Sudhir and Anurag Dwari are also with us, but we're going to slip into a very short break. Team NDTV will be back at the top of the hour, and like I said, those numbers by then would start changing very quickly. Don't go anywhere.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya?
Well, welcome back to NDTV on what should be an incredible day for our democracy. Election results in 4 states, a semi-final, some would suggest, to the massive general elections next year. It will be huge today. Now, you did hear me correctly, by the way, 4 state results. That's because the results of Mizoram will be announced not today, but will be announced tomorrow. But today, the fate of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Rajasthan. We'll have that up. And in fact, the first lead should be out anytime now.
Well, till we get that, Vishnu, the data that we do have is the exit polls. It comes with a lot of health warnings, and the exit polls which were out on Friday, in a certain sense, were all over the place. In Rajasthan, 7 out of 10 agencies predicted a BJP win in keeping with the parampara of Rajasthan politics, the revolving door for the last 30 years. In Madhya Pradesh, interestingly, it's going to be too close to call. It's 5 each. Saying that it's going to be either the BJP or the Congress wafer-thin majorities last time around as well. Election. So like I said, too close to call. A Congress win has been predicted with a certain sense of unanimity in Telangana among 7 agencies. They're predicting a big upset for the BRS, but that's essentially all in the past now. That's just data that we had on Friday. Today, of course, we're going to continue to bring you the quickest leads, the most credible election results here on NDTV. We won't get ahead of ourselves. We'll just bring you the results, the numbers as they come in. And of course, we'll be joined by India's best analysts as the day emerges with the best newsmakers from around different parts of the country as well.
So, counting has started. It started a short time after 7 a.m. So the process of getting the results is well underway in various election centers in these 4 states. The results will come in eventually. Leads often get translated into results very, almost inevitably. So what you will first start seeing are leads. Postal ballots will come in. Postal ballots may indicate a certain trend, but do not go by that trend, because the number of postal ballots just a fraction of what the overall election ballots are. So counting, the leads will be coming in any time. By noon, it's going to be fairly interesting because Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, no one really knows where it's going to go. Rishika?
Well, absolutely. And, while we are joined by a panel of experts, we have Manisha Priyam and Sandeep Shastri with us in the studios. We're also joined by Bhaskar Ghosh, leader of the BJP. Joining us from Ground Zero, Arvind Gunasekar. He's live with us from the Delhi BJP office. Suma Sudhir joining us from Telangana, and Vedant joining us from Jaipur. But I want to first go across to Arvind. Arvind, you're at the wrong office because we got shots of laddus coming in from the Congress office in Delhi this morning.
Yeah, Rishika, BJP is also equally upbeat, and also they are also confident about winning all the 3 major states or big states, Hindi heartland, let it be Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, though they are also confident that they would be increasing their tally compared to last time in the southern state of Telangana also. But as the usual practice of BJP, the celebrations will begin only post 4 p.m. though Congress will always start with the celebration, but at the end of the day, it will be BJP. That has been the usual trend that we have seen in the recent past, and that goes with the way. And that's why today also, though every arrangement is being put in place in the BJP headquarters also, if predictions go and also the results come in favor of BJP, we can expect a huge celebration, grand celebration in the BJP headquarters in the national capital, with Prime Minister along with BJP National President JP Nadda and senior leaders like Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh to come to a BJP office for celebrations. But BJP is very confident in winning all the 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. In Telangana, they are also hopeful that they would be increasing their tally. Rishika?
All right, I just wanted to go across to Bhaskar Ghosh. Bhaskar, now, you are bound to say that the BJP is going to win in all of the states. That I understand that. That is your compulsion. Will you at least admit that it's going to be close in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, or do you not agree?
See, of course, it is my compulsion to let through your channels to everyone that what is need to happen and what is going to happen.
Okay.
There's 2 things what need to happen. If you talk about Madhya Pradesh...
All right, Bhaskar, 1 second. The first lead is out. I'll come to you in just a moment. The first lead is out. We're going to be bringing you... Yeah, that's right. In Rajasthan, it is in favor of the BJP. Whether this is auspicious for the BJP, we've got a big thumbs up from Bhaskar just now.
Morning shows the day.
Right? But the first lead... But carry on with your answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what is need to happen? What is going to happen? Need to happen, obviously, in Madhya Pradesh, we have given the Sushashan Raj. And we have given the Bimaru state to our most developed state. So it's need of the hour, need of the day, need of the year that BJP should come forward with double engine of government, and we give more and more developments. We should keep the MP in the path of development, not in the path of corruption as the Congress has done it before. And if you talk about other states, like Chhattisgarh, 15 years we have ruled in Chhattisgarh, and 5 years we have seen how the corruption has ruled over there.
Right.
So there is also need that people should make their conscious use of their political power, their democratic and constitutional power, to again allow us to come into the power and give them associations. Now, we are going to a small state like Telangana. Telangana, we are already declared that if there is an CM, then we'll be giving importance to the OBC. So, Telangana also need an OBC CM, and if the OBC CM, then we are the alternatives over there.
Okay.
So, this is the need, and the first morning shows the day that we have taken the first results come out on today.
So in
and
fact,
I think
these
this
are
will continue.
postal leads, Bhashkorda.
Yes.
We've got a couple of, Rishika, you want to go through this? We've got Chhattisgarh also in terms of leads coming in.
So one lead coming in from Chhattisgarh at the moment, which is in favor of the Congress. Two coming in, Vishnu, from Madhya Pradesh, both in favor of the BJP. And of course, that first lead coming in from Rajasthan. Postal ballots, lots of health warnings with these leads. But those are the numbers. They'll, of course, rapidly keep changing and we'll keep updating you. But, you know, very quickly, let's bring in our reporters, Uma Sudhir and Vedant Agarwal, both joining us. Before I go across to Vedant, Uma, to you, so far it's, you know, nothing, no lead so far coming in from Telangana, but it's going to be very interesting because the exit polls in a certain sense have almost unanimously predicted a huge upset for the BRS. Uma?
Yes, indeed. But the BRS and KCR not wanting to appear not confident. In fact, the official residence of the Chief Minister, which is called Pragati Bhavan, even got a fresh coat of paint as though they are preparing for a new term in office. And that was an indication perhaps to the people. He called in people and told them that we are confident, don't worry. But that is also, I would think, an appearance of confidence and something that they want to convey to their cadre, because this is a very delicate situation. You have the Congress already appointing observers for the process of forming the government. You have D.K. Shivkumar here, you have Deepa Das Munshi, Ajay Kumar, Muralidharan and K.J. George, who are supposed to oversee the formation of government here in Telangana. So what happens is the MLAs have all been asked to come to Hyderabad, and we are already hearing about a five-star hotel in which they are going to be kept so that they are kept safe from any kind of poaching that is possible if the numbers are not good enough. But as you mentioned, first, the story of the postal ballots, and yesterday a policeman was telling me, you will know in the first half hour how we are voting, and that the mood of the, the government employees also is important in Telangana, because one of the things that was spoken about was the fact that the BRS government was delaying salaries hugely, and they were getting paid on 20th and 21st, and for many of them the EMIs was a big issue. So that also does show the mood of government employees, and therefore I would think the postal ballots indication in Telangana also would be important. So there are about 1.8 lakh postal ballots that need to be counted, after which of course at 8:30 the other process will start of the EVMs itself. So the rounds that Vishnu was asking about earlier, 14 rounds is what most of the time, most of the constituencies it is, but about 6 of them it goes up to 28 rounds, and each round we expect will not take more than 15 minutes or so.
Okay. So we don't have the numbers yet for Telangana. Nothing's changed there. But what Uma is saying, that hotel bookings have already started. 5-star hotel bookings have already started. So Uma, you have a long day ahead of you, that's for sure. But very quickly, Vishnu, the numbers, like I said, changing very quickly. There are 3 leads for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, 2 for the Congress, and 2 each in Rajasthan. In Telangana also, we finally have the first lead, which is coming in favor of the BJP. Amritanshi is also joining us from Bhopal. But quickly, let's go across to Vedant first. So Vedant, if you look at what the numbers look like at the moment, initial leads of course just coming in, it's 3 for BJP, 2 for Congress, but interestingly the others are 0. But according to what you and Harsha have been telling us, this others number is going to be very crucial, isn't it? They're going to be very, very important as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Absolutely, Rishka. And before I come to that, let me quickly show you the mahal, as they say here in the BJP headquarters, where a big screen has been put up. It's all adorned with BJP flags, very different from how it was last night when I was here, when they had the Prabandhan meeting here. And it seems that the BJP is set to celebrate. So here, of course, supporters also coming in. It is still pretty early morning, but the BJP headquarters all set for celebrations. As you you were talking about the others numbers. I was mentioning the rebels, but apart from the rebels, the smaller players, including the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party or the BAP, these are parties that will also play a crucial role because remember, both the Congress or the BJP, none of them have actually formed a pre-poll alliance. Of course, the Congress has left one seat for the RLD, but these other players will of course play a crucial role as well. RLP, Hanuman Beniwal, Jat strongman, will be crucial when it comes to the caste equation. It's also, the Jat-SC combination is something that both parties will be eyeing for, because as we've been reporting, it could be a cliffhanger here in Rajasthan. So whether it's the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party, which has much of the, the backward castes, these parties will play a crucial role.
Digvijay Singh is speaking. Let's quickly listen in.
चार में लिप्त हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो कार्रवाई होना ही चाहिए।
सर पोस्टर्स लगाए गए हैं शुभकामनाओं के कमलनाथ जी,
पहले ही जीत से पहले ही पोस्टर लगा दिए गए हैं सर पूरे।
लगाने वाले से पूछो
सर 2018 में आप जो है पीसीसी में बैठे थे, आपने पूरी मॉनिटरिंग की थी, इस बार भी आप
जी हाँ
सर एक मिनट का
ये आपने सर इनको मैंने क्या
रुक जा यार, हट जाना तो इनका हो जाए।
हमारे साथ खास तौर पर आज काउंटिंग के दिन दिग्विजय सिंह साहब है, क्या उम्मीद है?
Okay, so I'm unclear on what Digvijay Singh has said there, but I'm sure our experts here in the studio have a lot to say about his body language. But before we go into that, quickly, it's over to Vishnu. Vishnu, bring us up to speed with the leads. It's 8-12. What do we have?
You know, Rishika, Digvijay Singh was fairly nonchalant, wasn't he, when asked about the posters of who they believe to be the next chief minister, Congress chief minister, already up over there. So he says, oh, so what? I mean, it's stating the obvious. Be that as it may, what we now bring you are leads. These leads usually translate into results. That will be a few hours later on. The fact that they are digital, though there are times when recounts take place, they are usually very accurate, our electronic voting machines. Remember, Madhya Pradesh, the majority mark is 116. It's 5-4 in Madhya Pradesh at the moment. The Congress down 2, the BJP up 3. The BSP down 1 at this stage. We'll update the BSP number at this stage. But it's the Congress down. Now again, what we are looking at, possibly postal ballots. These are very early days. These might indicate some sort of trend, but these aren't firm trends. That would become much more actual by about 10 o'clock in the morning. So these are interesting developments. We've been waiting, and we're all very excited about this, which is why we're just going to reflect these numbers without making any assertions about where it's going. So the Rajasthan now, they're looking to get to a majority mark of 100. The BJP is up 1. The Congress is down 1. So nothing for the other parties as well. Others is going to be a big factor. As my colleague Vedant was mentioning, both the BJP and the Congress reaching out to others. So that's what the situation is at the moment. BJP up at 8, that's up 1. The Congress at 6, down 1. Let's take a quick look at Chhattisgarh. The Chhattisgarh numbers are quite interesting over here. They need to get to a majority mark of 46. So the Congress, no change over here. They're at 6, no change for the BJP. They haven't got any so far. So it's early days in the state of Chhattisgarh. So let's, in fact, it's now 7 in favor of the Congress party. Again, no change from last time around. Telangana, you're looking at the majority mark of 60 at this stage. The BJP up 3. That is interesting, even if it is a very preliminary trend. The BRS at 2 and the Congress at 1. That's down 1 for the Congress last time around. The BRS down 2. So up 3 for the BJP. It is an early trend in Telangana, but I can tell you that Bhashkurda is, despite the fact that he's going to say that he's not surprised, I would suggest even with this very early trend, he might be. But I wanted to go across to Dr. Shastri for a quick sort of understanding or analysis of what we've actually seen so far. So go ahead.
Vishnu, I think the important point we need to make is this plus and minus which we are showing down is about last time who won that seat and this time where is the trend moving towards. And I think the caution you exercised in the start that initially these are all postal ballots and in the past postal ballots have not been an indicator of how the trend finally shapes up. So we would need to wait for another half an hour to 45 minutes
Oh,
to
just
be
half
able
an
to
hour
get
to
some
45
firm
minutes to
trends
get
coming in.
a firm. So Telangana at the moment, the BJP up 3 from last time around at 3, the BRS at 3 down 2, the Congress down 1 from last time, but again very, very early in the moment. Rishika.
Yes, Manisha ji, you also wanted to come in.
Saying the BJP in the postal ballots doing well tells us something about the nature of citizenry that votes through electoral ballots.
Yes.
And the BJP doing well there, even in the state of Telangana, where certainly the BJP is not poised to be anywhere in the victory race. Even there, the early leads in the postal ballots are showing that there's something about the BJP and the postal ballot that one needs to understand.
Okay. Rajat Sethi is also with us. Thanks for being in the studios. Amritanshi is with us from Bhopal. But I want to very quickly go across to Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, who's joining us at the moment. Thanks very much, Shweta, for being with us. Quick first reaction from you on what we're initially seeing. As far as Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh is concerned, it's no surprise that even the leads as far as postal ballots are coming in are quite neck and neck.
Yes, I think we are all set for celebrations in any case. We are saying this, that the total number of seats that we are going to get today, the total number of people winning is going to be the maximum with BJP. Also, the maximum number of states are going to be with BJP. So we are in the mood to celebrations, and that is exactly what we are seeing right now. I think I just heard Manisha ji talking about postal ballots. See, the mood of the nation is to choose politics of performance over politics of parivar. The mood of the nation is primarily to not split the country into castes, but actually vote for development. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Yes, it's too early to comment. You win some, you lose some, but I think the mood of the nation is very clear, very early on. And I feel that that is what is going to determine the future course from here on.
All right. I would have expected that you'd have a lot more to say on Telangana. Rajat Sethi, the leads as far as Telangana are concerned at this stage, very, very interesting.
Yeah. She doesn't give a damn to all of this.
Rajat Sethi?
Yeah.
Very interesting, the leads that we're seeing in Telangana right now.
Well, Telangana might spring a few surprises towards because of the last leg of BJP's campaign. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, he himself singularly led BJP's last-minute blitzkrieg,
yes,
which we saw that, infused some level of confidence in the Karyakartas. I know it was too little too late, but nonetheless, PM does the job of at least ensuring that wherever there is an election, win or lose is secondary, he's out there to boost the morale of his cadre. I do see that Telangana is a very interesting case. Uma was mentioning, by the way, a lot of Congress people who were contesting the elections were busy lobbying in Delhi for ministerial berths right when the election wasn't even concluded. That was the confidence that Congress rank and file had vis-a-vis Telangana. So it's very surprising that that's the kind of groundswell support that Congress was witnessing. There was a wave of tremendous scale blowing in Telangana, wave for change. So I think it should reflect, and the BRS, all the seats that we are looking at, it's sad news for BRS net.
Right. I can tell you that Rajat is a touch disappointed today because more than any of us, he tracks the Northeast very closely. He'd come all prepared to talk about Mizoram, but he's going to be back tomorrow to talk about that. In case you've just joined us, Sunday is an important day in Mizoram. Lots of people out in church. So the Election Commission said that no, not today, one day later for the Mizoram results. But I just wanted to go across to Manisha for a quick understanding of postal ballots. What constitutes a postal ballot, just for the benefit of our viewers? What is the number of postal ballots? Obviously different for every state, but as a percentage, by and large, of every single state, of all the ballots, what would it be?
Vishnu, the postal ballot is definitely an important extension of the franchise in India. Those serving the India's armed forces out on difficult postings, they would have been disenfranchised had it not been for this extension mechanism. It's sent out to them, and they are able to register their vote. Remember, they are a citizenry of India too. So mostly from those serving on frontier posts, they are given this opportunity. This time around, I believe also the senior citizenry have been included in here. So I would say the numbers have swelled somewhat with this inclusion. I don't have an exact count of the percentages where Dr. Sandeep Shastri may have something to say. But one statutory warning that I do have to give out, that in the past, many elections have been called based on these early trends. The electoral ballot, because of the fact that it's not a mixed type of voter population, and especially where rural votes are large in numbers, it just simply doesn't represent that.
Sure.
So nothing coming
Just
out of
half
those
a second,
votes.
Manisha. Just want to quickly go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's with the Congress leader Pawan Khera. Sunil, across to you.
Thanks, Vishnu. Here at the Congress office, the bands have started, and I'm joined by somebody who's not only worried about the Congress party, but his own wife who's contesting from Telangana. So any news from your wife about how she's
Well,
done?
I haven't yet watched the results because I've been talking to the media here. But I'm absolutely confident that all the 4 states are coming to the Congress party.
So what does this election mean for the Congress party? Because, things haven't been really good for the Congress for many, many years. Do you think you all are in a fighting chance? Because going by whatever, poll predictions, by various surveys, where does the Congress stand?
Well, things have been improving for the Congress party. You saw what happened in Karnataka and Himachal, so you can't say things haven't been good. But yes, things will only improve from hereafter. All these 4 states, I'm absolutely confident, are coming to the Congress party, especially because the kind of issues we've raised are the issues that affect the lives of common man and woman.
The fact that, Mr. Karge has worked overnight, doing video conferencing, speaking to various leaders across these states to, be on guard. You'll have sent observers. Do you fear that, some of your MLAs can be bought at this stage? Because, especially where you've seen in Telangana, the reach out by the BRS to some of the Congress.
Well, we have to be cautious so that the mandate given to us by the people does not get compromised. That's our responsibility as a democratic party. But we are absolutely confident that these forces with loads of money won't succeed because the mandate will be with us.
If this victory for the Congress does take place, do you give credit to Mr. Karge or do you give it to Rahul Gandhi?
Well, all of us, all of them, each one of our workers. Mr. Kharge has relentlessly worked in the last 1 year of his tenure as the party president. Mr. Rahul Gandhi walked 4,000 kilometers, for God's sake. Ms. Priyanka Gandhi has been campaigning and her campaigns are really drawing large crowds. So obviously the credit goes to all of them and each and every worker of the Congress party.
And the greater reliance for Sunil Kulugul now, especially in Telangana, we've seen him calling the shots.
So even in Karnataka he did very well. So of course he is one of our assets.
So here you have it, Vishnu. This is initial time, but the Congress being extremely cautious, as Mr. Pawan Khera says, and really sending a team of observers all over to ensure that its MLAs are intact and there is no delay in holding a CLP meeting and staking claim, given the fact that they don't want to take chances as they have seen in the earlier times.
Sunil, just don't eat too many gulab jamuns or laddus. I mean, there's a long election left. Just a quick warning, a rider over there, Sunil.
All right. From the Congress office in Delhi, let's take you right across to the BJP office in Bhopal. My colleague Amritanshi is there. Amritanshi, it was very interesting because earlier, our colleague Himanshu was at the Congress headquarters in Bhopal, where there were these huge posters congratulating Kamal Nath on becoming the chief minister. What is the sense at the BJP office? Any such large life-size proclamations up on posters?
Congress is very confident about their winning in Madhya Pradesh, but in the BJP office there are many people who are sitting here and also monitoring about the results in Madhya Pradesh, because the stage is all set for the nail-biting showdown in Madhya Pradesh, and the exit polls have sent the mixed signals, with many placing BJP ahead in this crucial background especially. The electoral drama has kicked on and the postal ballots ballots are now in the counting on all the 52 districts headquarters, and we have the leads that the opening leads in which in about 54 seats the BJP is leading in 54 seats and Congress is leading in 69 seats, and other political parties have like 6 seats on which they are leading right now. We have some initial numbers. Also, the people who are specially sitting here are stuck to the TV right now and continuously monitoring. This is the war room of BJP, the control room of BJP. In some, the central minister Ashwini Vaishnav.
You know, very interesting, Vishnu, because what Amritanshi is actually telling us from the BJP war room is that their leads, of course, are much, much faster. But that's the whole thing, isn't it? We're getting you the most credible, solid leads here. So, Vishnu, over to you. What's the latest?
So I think it would be interesting at this stage to actually look at what we are, very, very early. So let's focus on Rajasthan. Parties would be looking to get to a majority mark of 100. The BJP at this stage is up 7 from last time at 20. The Congress and its allies down 3 from last time. Others down 3. But I think the key statistic or the number would be this and this. At 20 to 18, it is very, very close. But I just wanted to go across to Dr. Shastri, who makes the point that these are likely postal ballots. And if so, they represent what percentage of the overall number?
0.4% of
so not
the
even half a
total
percentage.
votes. If you look at the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, there were 23 lakh postal ballots, which is 0.4% of the total votes. So this is a small chunk, though, of course. I'm not undermining the importance of the postal ballot.
But it doesn't give you any idea.
It does represent a cross-section.
Sure.
But then it's a very small group.
Not even half, not even 0.5%.
I want to mention one thing. The composition of the electoral ballots are the special voters, service voters, then the electoral duty voters, and the electorals which are subject to preventive detention. That means the well composition is there. So if the trend is that maybe 0.4% as Dr. Shastri tells, but that shows the trend as a whole that the very balanced composition segment, people from all segments are representing it.
Right.
That could be, you can extrapolate it to the further
let's see. I mean, the armed forces, the police forces are a very strong constituency for all political parties.
Here also see the arrow's direction. BJP is always up and Congress is a down arrow, right?
All right, let's just quickly move, Bhaskar, to the other states before I go back to Rishika. We've got the Congress spokesperson Lavanya Balal also joining us in a moment, but let's just go through the other states as well beyond Rajasthan. So let's take a look quickly at Chhattisgarh, and at this stage, this is interesting. The BJP up 12, the Congress down 11, again early days. They're looking to hit 46. Let's take a look at Telangana or Madhya Pradesh. What do we have up next? We'll have the next graphic up as well. This is Madhya Pradesh. The BJP up 8, the Congress down 7. Again, postal ballots, need to keep saying that. Very, very early days indeed. And finally, Telangana. And Telangana is interesting because it does seem to reflect what we've been saying all along, that it's the Congress which is doing well, the BRS is doing badly. And the BJP at this stage is doing better than last time around. But again, very, very early days. This is largely viewer interest. Not even 0.5% of the overall ballots are being shown over here in terms of leads. Rishika.
Well, it was an interesting point, that Bhaskar actually made about the composition of postal ballots. Manisha Priyam, would you agree? Is it really that balanced? Can these actually, does this actually really tell us anything at all?
Ask him the question, how many women voters in the electoral postal ballots? That will give you an answer. How many rural voters, how many scheduled castes, how many scheduled tribe? So India's diversity is its strength and it's the character of its democracy. The postal ballot is a very important statement of the fact that the franchise extends to one and all. And I think it rests there. Any mood to extrapolate or generalize, let it come with a caution, cannot be done. So not. And thank God it's not a Friday, it's a Sunday. We are with the voters today. We are waiting for their mood and not celebrating a Friday as we did with the exit polls.
All right. Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party is also with us. Lavanya, your first reaction to the numbers that we're seeing up on our screens doesn't tell us much right now. But I can say that, if you just look at the initial trends as of 8:30 a.m., it is neck and neck across the states.
Good morning, Vishnu and Ridhima both. Yes, this is a very exciting day. Of course, the postal ballots do scare us a little bit right now in a couple of states, but we are very, very sure about the way this 5-state election results will go, and we are quite confident of forming the government in multiple states.
Would you, Lavanya, be, you say that, but at the same time, the information that we're getting, certainly in the state of Rajasthan, is that both the Congress and the BJP have already made feelers to rebels. We do know in Telangana, there is, but this is, of course, in the case of the BRS, that they have apparently booked a 5-star hotel. So the point is rebels, smaller parties, others. Do you believe by the end of this day, a couple of hours from now, all political parties, including the Congress, could be making a beeline for them?
Congress is not planning an Operation Hasta, as it is called. You know, Operation Kamala is the trademark of the BJP. In Telangana, of course, we do not need anyone else. We know independently we are going to form the government there. In other states, if if people from other parties or independent candidates want to come and join Congress, they are always welcome. And we won't say no to them. But are we going to poach MLAs from other parties? Absolutely not. That is not how the Congress party functions.
Lavanya, another quick question. In Madhya Pradesh, there's already this huge cutout, which we actually briefly saw of Kamal Nath in your office saying that, look, he's going to be the chief minister. The Congress party, aren't you getting ahead of yourselves?
Absolutely not. I think the cadre, if you look at the last 5 or 6 months, the way the cadre has been very aggressively working and not, usually we are accused of being very laid back and not hungry for success. But that has changed quite a lot among the cadre. And I think this is the cadre's feeling. The cadre is very excited that we are on our toes when we are facing elections. And I think it's their emotions that they're expressing. We are not getting ahead of us. No.
Okay. Well, let's quickly shift our attention for a quick reaction from K. Kavita. Let's just take a look at what the situation in Telangana is.
तेलंगाना के लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हमें बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस है, हम वापस अच्छे से जीत के आएंगे. अभी तो 1-2 घंटे का ही समय है, लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस तो भरपूर है. होपफुली लोगों के ब्लेसिंग के साथ अच्छे से सरकार में वापस आएंगे. लगभग आपको कितने सीट नहीं, अभी तो देखेंगे 1-2 घंटे में, बट अच्छा मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि हमने अच्छे काम किए हैं. लग रहा है कि बहुत अच्छे से नंबर मिलने वाले हैं.
All right, well, very quickly, I'm going to get in, reactions from all of our studio guests on the numbers that we're seeing right now and how each of them are looking at these numbers. But before that, I want to quickly get in a reaction from Manish Kumar joining us from Raipur at the moment. Manish, if we look at the numbers at the moment, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, it's 21 leads for the Congress, 20 for the BJP, so very neck and neck. Manish? All right, we'll try and go.
Obviously, the postal ballot trends are not showing, such a clean sweep for Congress. I have with me Congress party spokesperson Shashi Bhushan Shukla. सर, ये जो अभी तक के पोस्टल बैलेट के रुझान जो आ रहे हैं, उससे तो लग नहीं रहा है कि काफ़ी नेक टू नेक लग रहा है.
देखिए, पोस्टल बैलेट के भी पूरे रुझान नहीं आए हैं, उसके साथ अभी ईवीएम में नहीं खुला है. और पोस्टल बैलेट के रुझान में भी हम 44 सीटों पे आगे चल रहे हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी मात्र 20 सीट में आगे चल रही है. जैसे जैसे ईवीएम खुलेगा, आप देखिएगा, हमने जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया था कि अब की बार 75 पार, हम उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे.
लेकिन जो एग्जिट पोल के भी जो रुझान थे, उसके अनुसार जो नतीजे आए थे, उसके अनुसार पिछले बार के 2018 और 2023 में काफ़ी बीजेपी का परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी इम्प्रूव किया है.
देखिए, किसी भी एग्जिट पोल ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नहीं बनाया था. एग्जिट पोल के नतीजे आने चालू हो गए हैं. सारे एग्जिट पोल ने भी कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाया था. एग्जिट पोल में भी हमारी सरकार बनेगी और हमारी सरकार उस मैजिक नंबर के साथ बनेगी जिस नंबर को लेकर हमने चुनाव अभियान चलाया था, 75.
So, Risika, Congress Party Chief Spokesman in Raipur is still confident that they will be able to repeat the 2018, performance. But obviously, as far as postal ballot trends are concerned, it is showing, like a neck-to-neck fight in Chhattisgarh as of now. But they are very confident, they are very hopeful that once the real EVM counting is on, they will be able to establish a clear-cut lead over their nearest rival, BJP. Risika.
Very interesting. You know, I just want to very quickly tell our viewers that while we're looking at the leads in terms of numbers, as far as the heavyweights are concerned in Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Chauhan, Kamal Nath, Jayavardhan Singh, Prahlad Singh Patel, Narendra Singh Tomar, all leading at the moment. And that appears to be the case with all of the heavyweights, Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Diya Kumari, Vasundhara Raje, Balaknath, all leading, but very interesting. I just want to point out here, Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh is actually trailing from Patan. Vijay Baghel is leading. We'll continue to get you all of those, you know, big heavyweights and how they are faring as far as the postal ballot leads are concerned. But Pratibha is joining us at the moment, and I think she has a guest with her. Pratibha?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes, Pratibha.
Yes, I have with me Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa, who has come all the way down to Telangana. Sir, the leads pointing to Congress's victory, and how sure are you?
Yes, we are getting the majority. We will form the government. I have been there from the last 10 days. The people are in favor of the Congress party. The KCR rule has totally destroyed the Telangana progress. People realize now they are themselves as ready to vote for the Congress party. They voted, and we will definitely form the government, Congress party, our ideology, our programs. Whatever we have given in Karnataka, the same, more than that, we have assured, and those guarantees is going to be implemented.
But sir, there are also talks of Karnataka ministers flying all the way down to Telangana to protect the candidates of the Congress. Is there any kind of poaching that you expect?
No. Our people are well-matured people and dedicated people. They are loyal to the Congress party. There is no question is not arising. They are very sincere people. That will not arise in Telangana. Telangana, Congress leaders are united and MLAs also going to be united. There is no point of changes there.
So in case the numbers fall short, 60 being the magic number, what is the plan B of the Congress?
That point does not arise. We are going above 70, 75. That will not arise. Thank you, ma'am.
So that was Mr. K.H. Muniappa talking to us, saying that they are absolutely sure of the majority for the Congress here. But then there is also speculation that Karnataka ministers have been flown down to Telangana, mainly to ensure that their candidates are protected here in Telangana.
All right, thanks very much. What we're going to do now is just take a look at where some of the heavyweights in this contest, we'll go from state to state, where exactly they're placed. Let's start off with Telangana. Again, quick reminder, these are very early days. These are ballots, postal ballots, which are coming in at this stage. But if you look at leads at this stage in Telangana, Itala Rajendra, the former finance minister of the BJP, is leading at this stage. Let's just take a look at some of the other ones. And this is really interesting. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the sitting chief minister, presently trailing at a time when the BRS is expected to lose quite a significant number of seats. Akbaruddin Owaisi, the younger brother of Asaduddin Owaisi, the MIM, an important factor in the elections in Telangana, is leading at this stage from Chandragutta, and Raja Singh, a sitting MLA of the BJP, is leading from Gosha Mahal at this stage. Harish Rao, the nephew of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, also a cabinet minister, the important Sindipet is where he's running from and is leading over there. And KTR is leading. So KCR trailing KTR, the son of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, is leading from Sirsila. Again, this could quickly turn around in the case of all of the leaders. So KCR trailing at this stage may not mean very much. An important key leader of the Congress, the state Congress president Revant Reddy, leading from Kodangal.
Right. I just want to very quickly also, look at what's happening in Chhattisgarh, which is very interesting because Bhupesh Baghel, the sitting chief minister of Chhattisgarh, is actually trailing at the moment. Very interesting again. KCR trailing there in Telangana and Bhupesh Baghel trailing. But again, all of these come with a lot of health warnings. Raman Singh, former chief minister, yes, leading. He is, no one's projected faces as far as BJP is concerned, but is the former chief minister. T.S. Deo, is also leading at the moment. The Deputy Chief Minister, sitting Deputy Chief Minister, also, many people have asked whether he's in running for Bhupesh Bagel's job this time around. Amit Jogi is trailing, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how this actually, plays out in Chhattisgarh. As far as, and again, we have one more lead that's coming in. Charan Das Mahant is also leading from the Congress. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, no surprises, Vishnu. All of the, the political heavyweights seem to be in comfortable positions.
Yeah, let's just quickly go through these. Narendra Singh Tomar, the Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, a heavyweight certainly of the BJP, is leading right now. If you take a look at Narottam Mishra, another strong BJP leader from Datia, the Home Minister and 6-time MLA in Madhya Pradesh, is leading as well. Shivraj Singh Chauhan hasn't been projected as the Chief Minister yet, but he is a huge factor as far as the BJP is concerned, leading again in Madhya Pradesh. Kamal Nath is leading. So there are no surprises so far in the state of Madhya Pradesh at this stage. We can turn our attention to Kailash Vijaywargiya, the BJP General Secretary, also in the lead right now. So let's turn our attention to the next state. Rajasthan, I believe, is what we can actually share details with. CP Joshi in Rajasthan. The Assembly Speaker is leading. Rishika?
Yes. If we just look at the overall numbers and quickly, I just want to get in reactions from everyone. Manisha Priyam, to you first. BJP leading narrowly, though, in Madhya Pradesh. Congress leading, at least at this moment, appears to be quite a significant lead as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Even in Telangana at the moment, the Congress leads significant. Chhattisgarh also, well, one can't really say significant, but the Congress leading. How are you looking initially, at around 840, how are you looking at these leads?
So I will just say that in the postal ballots, it appears there's a neck-and-neck fight. The BJP leads narrowly in the postal ballots ahead of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. In Telangana, you have the Congress clearly leading in the postal ballots. And second, however, is the BRS and the BJP at a third position. More or less in terms of what the exit polls have predicted, the outcomes for Telangana will be like. But once again, these are just postal ballots. In Chhattisgarh, you have the Congress leading, but with a slender lead ahead of the BJP. And, once again in alignment with what the exit polls have had to say. But most of this comes with the absolute statutory warning that this means nothing in terms of what the day ahead could look like. Let's still wait for what the verdict of the people is like. I would say that we also look for some sensational news from whatever news is coming in. From whatever news is coming in, it seems the one tall political leader, Bhupesh Singh Baghel, who was known to be the Chhattisgarhia, he's trailing.
Yes.
And I think all the other important leaders who were supposed to even be in tight fights like Narendra Singh Tomar, but all the other chief ministerial contenders, all of them leading from whatever we can see. A Baghel leader from the Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be the person, Vijay Baghel, who seems to have given an early counter to Mr. Bhupesh Baghel. Once again, let's wait for what the day ahead has to tell us.
Rajat, you had a point to make. I'll just come to you in half a second. Yeah.
In Chhattisgarh, I think whomsoever, all reporters who met Amit Shahji, he said that you're going to be up for a big surprise in Chhattisgarh. In fact, he was like all out betting in support for a massive upset in Chhattisgarh. Looks like if CM is trailing, there are certain signals or signs on the ground that not everything is cool with something which became almost like a fait accompli election. Chhattisgarh BJP wasn't even projected to have a chief ministerial face. They had a weak organization for 4 or 5 years. But look at the results. BJP just stuck on to its promises and ensured that the anti-incumbency vote keeps getting aggregated around its own candidates. Plain, simple, vanilla election campaigning, and you see the results. Chhattisgarh BJP is doing significantly better than what anybody would have imagined.
In fact, with the others in the BSP not being factors earlier on, if this in a couple of hours from now is a trend which continues, then it's quite clear that the gains of the BJP are coming at the loss of the Congress party.
I think
Dr. Shastri,
adding our standard caveat that it is still postal ballots, I think three trends are visible. I think Madhya Pradesh is proving to be much closer than what was expected.
Which is
and
what
now
you'd
the
expected.
Congress has more leads in the postal ballot. In Rajasthan, clearly the BJP is ahead of the Congress. Chhattisgarh also, initially the BJP was ahead, but now the Congress is pulling forward. And Telangana also very clearly the trend shows the Congress is ahead. So what the exit polls seem to have projected,
By
at
and
least the
large.
postal ballots are showing that that is the trend.
Yeah, that's true.
Prima facie.
All right, let's go quickly across to NDTV's Aarti, who's not in the war room, but she's in another war room, which is our newsroom, even the bigger war room, as it were, with a lot of details on what you can actually pick up on NDTV.com. We are tracking every last aspect of this election. Aarti, go ahead.
That's right, Vishnu. Now let me take our viewers through what exactly they're going to see on NDTV.com. Firstly, on the very top, we have all the latest trends of the counting that's happening of late. Now, later you'll see, of course, the breakup, then the alliance, the leads in 2018, what the change, again, when it comes to each state. This is, of course, a graphical representation here that you'll see. Now, when you scroll further, you'll see the top stories, of course, election related from each state, and you'll also see the latest updates from every minute. So, of course, the latest, we're seeing how the heavyweights are doing, KCR is trailing, Raja Singh leading, KT Ramarao leading, that sort of thing. And this is, of course, a timeline of events that you're going to see. Now, this is another interesting aspect. On NDTV.com, you're going to see a heat map that will explain the change of seats from 2018 to 2023 here. You can just simply swipe and then you'll be able to see the change there on this map. Of course, each state we're tracking on the website. Here you're going to see heavyweights that you'll have to look out for in the elections. You're also going to see seat change. Of course, another graphical representation of the seat change there per state. Now in Rajasthan, again, you're going to see the heat map, the heavyweights, the seat change in Chhattisgarh as well. You're going to see how, in fact, you'll be able to get a better picture here in the heat maps as the time goes on today, as the counting continues. But of course, you'll be able to track it every minute on the website and in Telangana as well. All the interesting players that are contending, and you're going to see that for each state. You're going to also see a heat map and the timeline.
All right, Aarti, I'm just going to jump in quickly because we've got something important coming up. Rishika.
Yes, Kamal Nath is in fact speaking with the press. Let's just quickly listen in.
मैं कोई उलझन मैंने देखे नहीं। मुझे मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर पूरा विश्वास है कि वे अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे। ये सब 10:30 11 बजे
सर कितनी सीटों से इस बार लग रहा है?
ये सब सीट वीट तो आप मत गिनिए, पर हम बड़े आराम से।
सर बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर्स मध्य प्रदेश आ गए हैं।
वो आ गए हैं, बड़े लीडर्स का तो वोट चलता नहीं भाई, वोट तो पब्लिक का चलता है।
सर सरकार बन रही है,
आप लोग क्या करिएगा?
Can't help but notice at this point, you know, the difference in body language as far as Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh is concerned. Sandeep Shastri, would you agree? I mean, it was also awfully quiet where Digvijay Singh was. But
I think there is a sense of buoyancy and a sense of reluctance. You have the person who sees himself as the prospective Congress candidate, very confident, at least trying to show the supporters that we are on the way. Whereas Digvijay Singh being a little more reserved because I think not being a contender himself,
yes,
he would prefer to play a more low-key role in this.
Let's get a reaction from Anila Singh of the BJP spokesperson. She's joining us. Anila Singh, we also have Lavanya Balal and I'll get her in as well. We saw early this morning, congratulations, Kamal Nath posters come up at the Congress office in Bhopal. Congratulations on becoming Chief Minister, a life-size poster that we were reporting from early this morning. What do you make of that? I mean, if you look at the early trends, it's still too early to call, but there are leads in favor of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh.
My Ram Ram to all, and definitely we
if we talk about any of the political parties, say, per se, Congress or Bharatiya Janata Party or any of the political party, the workers, they are always so excited and they want their party to win and form the government and their leader to be the chief minister of the state. So this is what Congress party workers are doing. So I do not have to comment on them because it is the excitement and all the party workers do that. But definitely the reality is that Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form government in Madhya Pradesh.
Okay.
So if they want to put the posters, they can do that. If they want to have momentary happiness, they can enjoy that. But long-term happiness is going to stay with Bharatiya.
Long-term happiness for the BJP. I wanted to go across to Lavanya for a quick reaction. I know it's early days, but even if it is early days, are you a bit surprised at Bhupesh Baghel trailing at this stage from Patan?
Vishnu, yes, it is a little surprising that he's trailing right now, but it is quite early in the day to decide which way this is going to go. So we will wait and watch. I think around 11 it should be very clear what's the result going to be for the state and the party. So it's quite okay. It is a little surprising. Yes, it is.
Right. Uma is also with us. Uma, very interesting if you look at, the heavyweights as far as Telangana is concerned. KCR continuing to trail as far as postal ballots are concerned. He's not going to be very happy.
See, KCR is contesting from both Gajwel and Kamareddy, and in Kamareddy, it's actually a very tough fight. It's a triangular fight actually between KCR, Revant Reddy, both of them chief ministerial candidates, should I say, chief minister and chief ministerial candidate. And the third one is Venkatram Reddy, who is in fact a very strong candidate of the BJP. And they had mounted a very strong campaign saying that both these people are outsiders, whether it is Revant Reddy or KCR, and also that you would require a bypoll again because both of them have their own primary constituencies and they are most likely going to give this up, and there is going to be a bypoll again. I'm the one who is a local and I'm going to stay with you, and therefore I should be the one who should be voted in. Also, there is a lot of goodwill among the youth and among the locals there because Venkatram Reddy is someone who has worked there for several years and known locally and known to be involving himself in a lot of social work and activities as well. So Kamareddy doesn't come as a surprise. I should say the overall trend of Congress actually looking much better than the BRS seems to be following what we have been saying, what the exit polls have been saying. Most of the exit polls have been predicting this kind of trend, and that's what is reflecting. And one other point that among the government employees as well, many of who are casting this postal ballot, there was this anger about KCR not giving the pay revision commission promises that he had made, and many of them who I had spoken to were telling me that it was only during the Congress regime that we actually got the benefits. KCR made several promises but did not pay up, and the second part was that they also spoke about the fact that salaries were getting routinely delayed. Every month the salary would land up only after the 15th or 20th, and many of them had EMIs to pay and they were quite unhappy. So yes, the trend does seem to reflect that kind of a mood, at least anger for the chief minister.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I believe Harsha is in fact speaking with CP Joshi at the moment. Let's listen in.
दिखाई दे रही है और ईवीएम मशीन जब उसकी काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तो उसमें भी सबसे आगे भाजपा दिखाई देगी।
सीपी सर, जो मुख्य मुद्दे रहे हैं इस चुनाव में, उसके बारे में आप दोबारा अगर विश्लेषण करें तो आपको क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि अब तो वोटिंग भी हो चुकी है, लोगों से भी आपने बात की है, क्या ऐसा मुद्दा रहा है जो वोटर को टच कर गया है?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है भाजपा और हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व आदरणीय मोदी जी के प्रति जनता का अटूट विश्वास। चाहे युवा हो, किसान हो, महिला हो, दलित हो, आदिवासी हो, गरीब हो, हर वर्ग का उनके प्रति जिस प्रकार से श्रद्धा है, अटूट विश्वास है, वो मैंने अपने जीवन में कभी किसी नेता के प्रति नहीं देखी। और यही अटूट विश्वास का परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ एक प्रचंड बहुमत की ओर अग्रसर हो रही है। और कांग्रेस ने जो 5 साल पहले चुन के आए, 5 साल कुछ नहीं किया, जो कहा जिस बात के आधार पर चुन के आए वो भूल गए और 5 वर्ष तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार और कुर्सी बचाने के अलावा कोई काम नहीं किया। और अंतिम 5 महीनों में कुछ योजनाएं, होर्डिंग और इसके माध्यम से अपना प्रचार प्रसार शुरू किया और उसके पीछे भी मेन मंतव्य यह था कि भ्रष्टाचार कैसे हो, मोबाइल खरीदने में भ्रष्टाचार, अन्नपूर्णा योजना में भ्रष्टाचार, तो जनता ने इनका असली चेहरा देख लिया।
सीपी जी, मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगी, जैसे जो मोबाइल वाली योजना थी, अगर आप प्रॉमिस करते हैं कि इतने मोबाइल देंगे और कम देते हैं, तो कहीं कहीं आपको लगता है कि रिवर्स रिजेंटमेंट भी वोटर में पैदा हो जाता है कि नहीं मिला जो
कह कर नहीं देना। हाँ। और फिर क्या हम गारंटी कार्ड, आप 15 अगस्त 2023 को देखिए उनका बयान कि हम बाकी जो माताएं बहनें बची हैं उनको गारंटी कार्ड देंगे। कोई कोर्ट में गए, सरकार से पूछा आप क्या करने वाले हैं, 2 पेशी भी नहीं गए, तीसरी पेशी का आप कैसे करेंगे, आपका क्या फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट है, तो कोर्ट में सरकार लिख के देती है कि हमारा गारंटी कार्ड देने का कोई प्लान नहीं है। तो ये इनका असली चेहरा है कि आप चुनावी फायदों के लिए घोषणा करते हो, उसका आपके जनता के प्रति संवेदना नहीं है, उनका भला करना आपका लक्ष्य नहीं है। आपका लक्ष्य कैसे सत्ता में आ जाए और सत्ता का लाभ लें।
सीपी जी, एक और चीज है कि बागी, दोनों तरफ बागी हैं, आपकी भी बागी हैं, उधर भी हैं। कल आपने रात को मीटिंग भी की थी, तो क्या बागियों से कुछ बातचीत हुई है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मैं सोच रहा हूँ स्पष्ट बहुमत आ रहा है, और 135 प्लस जो एक अनुमान है, जिस प्रकार का एक जनादेश पूरे प्रदेश में जाने को मिला, जो जनता का रुख दिखा और जो कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत थी और उनका फीडबैक था, उस आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्पष्ट बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आ रहा है।
अगर स्पष्ट बहुमत आता है तो वाजिब है सवाल कि आपकी पार्टी से मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा?
ये पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगा, और वो जो भी तय करेगा और निश्चित रूप से प्रदेश के हित में होगा।
क्या आप भी हैं, क्योंकि आपने एक्चुअली कैंपेन को आप लोग ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से, एक तरह से पिरो के रखा था, बहुत अच्छे से बुना है कैंपेन।
देखिए, हमने हमेशा हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व, जो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता थे प्रदेश के, उन सब का मार्गदर्शन लेते हुए, उनके मार्गदर्शन में सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने, पदाधिकारियों ने, जनप्रतिनिधियों ने एक टीम राजस्थान के रूप में काम किया। हमने कभी अपने आप को पीछे रखकर सारी हमारी लीडरशिप को आगे रख के काम किया, और जो मेहनत की हमारे पार्टी के नेताओं ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने, जनप्रतिनिधियों ने, वो कल्पना से परे है। आज सुबह में 4:30 बजे लोगों को, हमारी मॉनिटरिंग टीम और लीगल सेल को फ़ोन करना शुरू किया, तो मुझे आश्चर्य हुआ कि सब लोग आगे अपनी नीचे की टीम को फ़ोन कर रहे थे। किसी को यह नहीं लगा कि उठाना पड़ा, वो स्वयं अपने काम में लगे हुए थे। तो ये डेडिकेशन, ये जज्बा, ये दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, ये संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं में दिखाई पड़ता है।
वसुंधरा जी आरएसएस निम्बाराम जी से मिलने भी गई थी।
हाँ, वो पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष हैं, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारा एक वैचारिक संगठन।
The senior BJP leader CP Joshi over there speaking to my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh. It's all getting extremely interesting at this stage. These are postal ballots. Remember, those account for less than 0.5% of the total number of ballots. However, it is now about to be 9 a.m. In another hour or so, we'll start picking up trends, which we'll be looking at very closely, because these will be more fixed trends. They'll be representing a larger number of votes, and therefore, a couple of hours after that, about 12 in the afternoon, we'll know where these elections are headed. For now, this short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress, which
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us. It's going to be absolutely fascinating going forward. It already is fascinating. We've looked in the past, Maria, at all the exit polls, and the question is whether those exit polls are going to reflect what's going to take place. But three broad trends before, I hand over to you for a bit. Madhya Pradesh, what we are looking at now in terms of leads, these are postal ballots very early. That caveat having been said, it's going to be close. Rajasthan, it appears to be favouring the BJP. Chhattisgarh, the Congress party appears to be ahead. In Telangana, the Congress party appears to be ahead. So in that sense, the postal ballots reflecting what a large number of exit polls had said.
Yes. So 1 hour and counting. Of course, it's postal ballot right now. But if you look at the broad trend, Telangana, the Congress is heading for a landslide. Clearly, 60 so far, BRS 25, BJP 9. A lot of concern for the BJP coming from the state of Telangana. The ruling BRS, could it really lose the state? The role that they played in creation of the state, youngest state of India, as we keep saying. Congress at 59, a huge jump for the Congress. A lead of 43, BRS 26 down by 44. But yes, Telangana, as we have been discussing, if the Congress were to win the state, it would mean that it would have the second state in southern India after Karnataka. Now let's look at the big picture coming from Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kamal Nath has already reached the Bhopal office of the Congress party. He sounded pretty optimistic, saying, Janadesh logo ka hota hai, not of politicians. So 18 years of Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, what does it mean for the state? Kamal Nath himself is leading from Chhindwara, a constituency that he has represented, Vishnu, 9 terms in the Lok Sabha. And right now it is his son who is representing that constituency. Not much of a surprise that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent chief minister, is leading from Budni. Again, a constituency that he has represented almost 7 to 8 terms, besides being an MP for a good 5 terms.
By and large, Maria, all the big BJP leaders, in fact, all the heavyweights in Madhya Pradesh are leading in their seats. The only surprise so far, and it was a surprise till even 2 or 3 minutes back, was Bhupesh Baghel in the state of Chhattisgarh, where he was actually not leading. He was not in the lead at that stage. But I wanted to go across to Zulfikar Ali at the Raipur Counting Centre, where he's reporting from. Give us an idea of what's happening over there. And Zulfi, have you been able to ask when will we move from postal ballots to real ballots from a large number of people? How much more time?
I think it will take around 1, 2 and 1.5 hours, and it will be pictures will be clear. Now, first round has been completed, and in most of the seats in Raipur district, 7 seats are there in Raipur, 6 seats. So Raipur South, North, and Raipur West, and Raipur Rural. In only Raipur Rural, Congress party is leading, and 3 Raipur South, Raipur West, and these 3 seats are heading by BJP. So we have to wait for more than 1.5 hours. Then the picture will be clear, because the first round counting is being done, and second round counting in most of the counting center is being started. So that's why we can say we have to wait for some time. Now the picture is in a doubt, and but in all most of the counting centers, the news is coming. So we can say that Congress is most of the leading in a place, and BJP is in a back. So now we have to wait for some time. Then we can say who is heading in a Chhattisgarh. Yes.
That was Zulfikar Ali giving a quick update of what's happening in Raipur Counting Centre. But if we were to look at the numbers coming from Chhattisgarh at the moment, let's be clear, it's just 1 hour into counting, Vishnu. So not really the complete picture.
No. Just wait a little. Less than zero. You know, Dr. Shastri was telling me less than 0.5% of the total number of ballots are the postal ballots which are being looked at right now.
In most of these constituencies, there would be around 13 to 14 rounds of counting.
Yeah, 13 to 14 rounds of counting. But, you know, trends end up being results because of electronic voting machines.
Yes.
I think, would that, Amitabh, be, a factor, something to look at?
Postal ballots, you say?
No, two questions. Firstly, postal ballots are just a tiny proportion. What proportion are they? And number two, when do trends get translated into results? Because these are electronic voting machines, errors are minimal, right?
Yeah. So see, in Rajasthan, 4.66 lakh votes this time are postal ballot votes. But in a close contest in Rajasthan last time, the difference between Congress and BJP was only 1.78 lakhs. So it can play an important role.
Anurag, particularly if in the postal ballots, when OPS was a factor, then if the BJP and the Congress are at the same level, if you look at it, that's what the indication is, then which way is the wind blowing?
No, which way is the wind blowing is very difficult to say.
I saw all your tweets, Amitabh. You're saying that what, 2% here or there in all the states is going, including Chhattisgarh.
And in MP, 47,000 was the lead of BJP. The postal ballots were 3 lakh. On 10 seats, postal ballots decided which party is
so you haven't believed any exit poll. Essentially, you're saying it's going to be close across all 4 states.
All the
perhaps
three,
tomorrow, Mizoram
all the
as well.
three in football analogy will go for extra time, and some may even go for a penalty shootout.
Please note he has moved away from cricket analogy. He's right. He's now moved to football analogy. There's no point in cricket analogy. It hasn't worked for us.
And Vishnu, last time around in 2018, both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the counting went on till, it was a cliffhanger. So it went on till almost like 11 p.m., 10:30, 11 p.m. the final.
Madhya Pradesh, next day 5:30 a.m. when I was taking a flight to Bhopal.
Yes, I remember. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Your initial thoughts when you look at the screen, the NDTV screen, which is talking about all the states, which is the surprise band according to you?
None, actually. I think that we've been expecting that both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh will be very close. And the postal ballots seem to be reflecting that, although postal ballots should not really be. I mean, I know that in the past, we have gone very wrong when we have made past judgment based on postal ballots. So I think we should refrain from passing judgment. But I do expect both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan to be very, very close. Telangana, I think we're going to see a Congress sweep. And that, to my mind, is the most exciting election because, you know, out of nowhere, you're seeing a revival of the Congress.
Sure.
I mean, the Congress was virtually dead in the, Telangana, and suddenly you find that it's reviving. So
okay,
that
Aarti,
to me
half
is
a
a
sec.
big
Just
surprise.
wanted to quickly go across to Anurag Dwari, who joins us now with a very special guest. Anurag, go ahead.
Yes, Vishnu, we are inside the war room of the BJP, and if my camera person can show you with the captain of the BJP, that is V.D. Sharma, state BJP president, and as well as all the key players of MP BJP here. They are watching the news channels, they are getting the updates, and we will soon join by the president of state BJP, V.D. Sharma, because I mean, we all can understand all the media is here only and they want to talk to the state BJP chief. So he will join us in just a few moments. And you can see the war room of the BJP. As I said, they are closely monitoring the TV screens as well as the reports coming in from the different districts. So we'll try and talk to V.D. Sharma, who is just talking to other media persons. And he is also getting updates from all other districts because as of now, the BJP is leading. And if this trend will continue, why this can bring cheers to the BJP headquarters, because this is the trend from the postal ballots. And if the government servants and if the seniors, we have with us V.D. Sharma ji. Sir, बहुत-बहुत मुबारकबाद और बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है।
धन्यवाद, आपका भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत स्वागत है।
तो वीडी भाई, जो अभी ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि ये कंटिन्यू करेगा
और हम और ऐतिहासिक बहुमत के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर विकास और गरीब कल्याण, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजना, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के नेतृत्व में जो काम हुआ और हर गरीब के जीवन को बदलने का अभियान, सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के मंत्र को मध्य प्रदेश ने प्रभावी तौर पर जो भूमिका निभाई माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, आपने देखा होगा कि 64 लाख प्रधानमंत्री आवास, 3 करोड़ 62 लाख आयुष्मान कार्ड, 5 लाख रुपए के प्रधानमंत्री जी को घर गरीब को इलाज कराने का अधिकार दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर। तो लाडली बहना योजना जो 1 करोड़ 31 लाख बहनें,
तो आप भी मानते हैं कि लाडली बहनें गेम
एक नहीं, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का इम्पैक्ट, गरीबों के जीवन को बदलने का अभियान। अगर 1 करोड़ 36 लाख लोग गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर आते हैं, तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजना के साथ और हमारी मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने जो काम किया उसके साथ,
पर बहुत सारे
इसलिए सभी योजनाओं का इम्पैक्ट है।
पर बहुत सारे एग्जिट पोल अलग अलग रुझान दिखा रहे थे। कुछ कह रहे थे कांग्रेस सत्ता में आएगी, कुछ बीजेपी को सत्ता में बता रहे हैं
कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐतिहासिक बहुमत के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है।
तो आप भी मान रहे हैं कि अगर पोस्टल बैलेट में आप आगे हैं तो फिर आगे ईवीएम में?
अरे 100% आगे बढ़ेंगे और ऐतिहासिक बहुमत से सरकार बनाएंगे।
पर आपको भी लगता है कि जो गोंडवाना गणतंत्र बसपा वगैरह ने भी सेंध लगाई होगी कांग्रेस में, या आपको लगता है सिर्फ आपकी योजनाओं का?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो हम देख रहे थे कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की रैलियां जब चल रही थी तो जनता का जो जनसैलाब था और जनता का आशीर्वाद इस प्रकार से दिखाई देता था। माननीय अमित शाह जी मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर एक रणनीतिक हिस्से के साथ दौरे कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि मुझे विश्वास है कि संगठन की ताकत के बल पर हम इस बार मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ऐतिहासिक बहुमत की सरकार बनाएंगे और उस दिशा में हम आगे
अब आपका अनुमान बता दीजिए।
अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे। अमित शाह जी ने जो मैं कहा था कि 150 से ऊपर हम जाएंगे, मुझे लगता है कि हम उस लक्ष्य से भी ऊपर जाएंगे।
Okay, so the BJP state president is quite confident that they will get more than 160 seats here in Madhya Pradesh. Vishnu?
VD Sharma, in that organization reshuffle which happened in Madhya Pradesh and overall in the BJP, was sent to the state not very long back. Anurag, really appreciate your time for getting us those visuals from inside the BJP war room in Bhopal. BJP in initial numbers has reasons to cheer. Before Vishnu takes the big graphics on the wall, Shankar Iyer is joining us live. We also have Harish Khurana in the studio, is Geeta Bhatt as well. But before I get the guests, Vishnu, over to you.
All right, thanks, Maria. Thanks very much. Let's just take a look on our big screen on some of the key developments over here. Once again, Ryder, that what you are going to see just represents a fraction of the counting of the ballots, as it were. But it is all fairly interesting stuff, and then we're going to sort of project this onto the stage. Where are some of these leads actually coming across from? So let's start with Madhya Pradesh, and you saw the state president of the BJP over there being extremely confident based on what the BJP is actually doing. But if you look at some of the regions, this is the Bundelkhand region that we're looking at. The BJP up 5 to 20, the Congress down 3. So in this region, in postal ballots which are coming in, it appears that the BJP is doing quite well. Let's take a look at the Chambal region next in Madhya Pradesh. That's to the north of Madhya Pradesh. The BJP again doing well, and it's coming at the expense of the Congress. Perhaps we haven't got the others with us, but it is essentially these two parties. The Congress down 6 at this stage. Mahakoshal, if we take a look at the Mahakoshal region to the southeast of Madhya Pradesh, again it's the BJP which is doing well. The Congress would be worried by this. They may actually say that, look, these are postal ballots and they don't really have any bearing, and that argument may well prove to be correct. But as far as the BJP is concerned, this is going to actually translate into something substantial, because they say, why are you discounting postal ballots? They do reflect a mood or a sense of what is happening in the state. So we've got leads now in 66 of 88 seats in Madhya Pradesh. Let's take a look at the Malwa region. This is the huge region in the west of Madhya Pradesh. It is going to, in terms of the number of seats, the largest number of seats, it is going to have a definitive say as far as these elections are concerned. The BJP and the Congress. Now, this is interesting. Again, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The Congress ahead of where it was last time. The BJP down 1. So even Stevens over here, common belief would have been that it is in this region where the Congress would need to do extremely well to overcome the BJP, or either party for that matter would need to do well. It's equal over there, not so elsewhere. The western Madhya Pradesh, the only region, the Malwa region, where it's equal. Everywhere else, as we see in these numbers, by and large, the BJP ahead, not so much here. I should correct myself. In this particular area, Vindhya Pradesh, the Congress ahead of the BJP. All right, we're going to turn our attention now to Rajasthan, 56 of 64, Eastern Rajasthan. Many believe that Eastern Rajasthan and what finally happens here will have a decisive outcome as far as the elections in Rajasthan are concerned. It is relatively close, but the BJP has gained substantially in this area, up 90 in postal ballots at this stage. Let's just go through some of the other areas over here. Leads are now in for 41 of 48 seats at this particular juncture in the Marwar region, where the BJP is up 8, the Congress down 6. The gap over here is substantial between the two. and the others down too. Others are important. An hour back, we were bringing you news about how both the Congress and the BJP were reaching out to potential rebels or rebels. We also told you in the context of Telangana, our colleague Uma Sudhesh saying that the BRS has actually booked out a five-star hotel. So we'll come to that in a while. A look now at the north of Rajasthan, 39 seats here, 35 of 39 is where the leads are coming in from. No change for the Congress party over here. The BJP up 2. So let's just turn our attention after this. Let's just go straight across now to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh, who joins us now. Harsha, as far as postal ballots, Harsha, are concerned, it really depends on who you ask. So for the BJP, which is doing well in many of the areas in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan, they'll say, no, postal ballots are it. It reflects a mood. The Congress would argue that, no, that's not the case, very early days. Where you're standing right now, what are you sensing?
Well, I'm at CP Joshi's residence, Vishnu, and you're talking about postal ballots. Remember, OPS was supposed to be a game changer for the Congress. So if you're talking about postal ballots and government employees, then definitely, if there is the OPS, if it's helped them, that should actually reflect in the postal ballots. But I'm here at CP Joshi's residence. They've already given us laddus to eat, and they've also given us, there's breakfast on offer for everybody, all the media crews who are here. And CP Joshi had met us a little while ago. Just quickly, आज सुबह गोविंद देव जी से लड्डू आए हैं.
गोविंद देव जी को लड्डू चढ़ाए गए थे और सभी हमारे जो कार्यालय के साथी थे उनका मन था कि मोती डूंगरी गणेश जी और भगवान के जो सबसे पहले भोग धराया और उसी को सबको प्रसाद के रूप में दिया जा रहा है.
So I've been given a big fat laddu this morning, Vishnu. I hope it keeps me going through the day. But yes, the mood is definitely upbeat here at CP Joshi's residence. Remember, CP Joshi and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat are the backroom boys. They're not fighting this election, but they're the ones who actually strung a very difficult election together, brought all those, different leaders on board and got them to cohesively fight this election. Of course, the High Command plays its role, but on the ground, to get your different leaders with, who are, sort of satraps in their own right, to get them to fight this election cohesively together was a big challenge. And somewhere CP Joshi's mild manners, his mild personality, and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat's organizational skills definitely helped. So the mood is definitely upbeat here at the BJP headquarters. I've tried to meet some of the Congress leaders, but as of now, they're not surfacing. Doors are closed, and let's see, we will definitely speak to them as the day progresses.
And Harsha, NDTV is the go-to channel there. I can see the screen right behind you. So elections mean NDTV, and that's the reason why, because the numbers are very, very carefully being put out on the screen just for our viewers. Vishnu, it's important to specify that. And people are turning to NDTV because, Harsha, you can see that also behind Harsha. Harsha, but a quick word on Baba Balaknath, an important constituency. He's seen as Yogi Adityanath of Rajasthan, but is he leading or is he trailing? In fact,
well, that was one seat that everybody is looking out for because, remember in the opinion polls, his name definitely showed up as a CM likely, as the likelihood or CM success for what people feel about him. So definitely, I mean, Baba Balaknath had, record polling also. It went well above 80. Now, he has a challenge from an independent there, but we are given to understand that he is leading and he's likely to pull it through also. So Baba Balaknath definitely face to watch out for, and in this entire caste arithmetic, perhaps Baba Balaknath could well be the answer to what the BJP is looking at to beat the pulls and tensions of caste politics in Rajasthan.
All right, Harsha, thanks very much for being with us. We'll come back to you in a little while. I wanted to turn our attention to Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, but I also wanted to, before we go across to these graphics, I just wanted to quickly go across to Aarti and look at one of the important issues. The ST vote, in just a little while, the ST vote is obviously going to be a key factor in these elections. And just before this all happened, in the state of Jharkhand, the Prime Minister on the 15th of November announced a 24,000 crore scheme, the particularly vulnerable tribal groups mission. Now, in terms of what happened last time around, there was this huge push which took place in Madhya Pradesh. In ST seats, the BJP lost 15 seats, the Congress gained 15. So how is this BJP scheme a key attempt at trying to reverse that or fix that?
So, you're absolutely right about the ST vote, particularly in the Bastar area of, in the Bastar area of Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh, both these states. The BJP has been making a fairly concerted push over the last couple of years in both these states to woo the tribals. The Congress, on the other hand, whatever they had gained 5 years ago amongst the tribals, somehow the Congress has not been able to really consolidate and build on that. And, what the reports we were getting from the ground was that the BJP is actually gaining in the tribal areas of both these states. And, that could be one of the reasons why exit polls have put the BJP ahead, particularly in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, to give the Congress a good fight.
Right.
Chhattisgarh was supposed to be a walkover for the Congress, but suddenly you found that the BJP is actually, challenging the Congress
it's quite
and putting up a good
in terms
fight.
of what we've seen so far also that, there is the BJP is not doing all that badly at all in that region. I just wanted to introduce two of our guests, Adil Singh Boparai with us at this stage. And we'll just come across to you, Adil, in just a moment from now. But I wanted to go across and take a look at what the overall sense, what Aarti was talking about in Chhattisgarh was. So the Congress is down 13 in Chhattisgarh at this region. The BJP is up 20. Again, early days, all of that. But it is interesting because for those who felt that at no stage would Chhattisgarh be a fight as far as the BJP was concerned, no, it is very much a fight, at least in this segment of voters. 39 of 42 in central seats. These are trends, of course, in central. This is north right now. BJP at 16, the Congress at 16. But the significant number over here is the BJP up 11, the Congress down 8. And finally, let's take a look at southern Chhattisgarh. The BJP up 5, the Congress at 10. Difference between the two. Remember, the Congress had done very well in the last elections, but it is down 5 at this stage. Let me just quickly go across to Adil Singh Boparai for a quick comment on what we are seeing in Chhattisgarh. Are you disappointed? Number one. Number two, Bhupesh Baghel, Adil, was actually not doing well. He was trailing some time back. So how exactly is the Congress party seeing what are very clearly early stages?
Well, Vishnu, our indications are that the Congress is leading on 53 seats and the BJP is leading on 33 seats when it comes to Chhattisgarh. So perhaps there may be a discrepancy in the updation of your data. Having said this, the BJP's machinations have failed. Let's not forget that the BJP sent their frontal asset, the ED, days before the elections, and the results are to the contrary. So therefore, we are very, very hopeful and confident. Let me underline this expression. We are confident of returning to power with over 60 seats in Chhattisgarh. Point number one. Point number two, even in Telangana, you see a complete collapse of the corrupt BRS government. In fact, the incumbent chief minister is trailing from his own seat. So therefore, even Telangana, I think the initial indications, the trends are very, very comprehensive. Now, returning to Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, I do feel that it's a neck-to-neck fight as of now, as per the data which is coming out. But we'll get a clearer picture by about 11:30 because it's literally it's the same number of leads in both these states for each of the parties.
Harish Khurana of the BJP, thanks for your patience, Harish. My question certainly would be on the numbers that are coming from Madhya Pradesh, really, really promising for the BJP, but also even Rajasthan looks pretty good in terms of the two cow belt or Hindi belt areas, if these numbers actually hold and they stabilize.
See, if you see the numbers,
we are pretty confident about Chhattisgarh also. If you see is 1 hour time, you will see a reversal in Chhattisgarh also, and we believe the mood of BJP Karyakartas are upbeat, and we are pretty confident that we are going to win all 3 states. Apart from Telangana, we will be doing very well, and you will see in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and in Chhattisgarh, BJP is going to form the government, which indicates Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan in your data, in your things. BJP and in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are coming in, but yes, as far as BJP is concerned, we are confident about Chhattisgarh also.
In Madhya Pradesh in particular, it's a gap of 26 seats between the Congress and the BJP. So it's certainly not that swing of just, vote share gap of just 1 to 2%. It could be bigger than that.
See, if you see in Madhya Pradesh, everybody was saying that BJP is coming into power, and we also believe that because we have done a lot of work. And believe me, Madhya Pradesh will be a new Gujarat now, that the Congress will not be able to make inroads in Madhya Pradesh. That is, we are pretty sure about that. Trust me, Madhya Pradesh will be a new Gujarat.
Okay, Badri Narayan, please take that question. A gap of now 24 seats between the two sides.
Yeah, I think, Maria, this gap which we are seeing now, maybe become lesser or maybe become closer also. It is very clear that BJP is leading, but it is still, I think we should wait for the EVS counting. And if this happen, if this kind of result comes, and BJP goes or makes the government in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, it means they have still very strong influence in Hindi mind of the Hindi party. Hindi is not right word, Hindi party. Because the largest state among these 5, largest population contains by these 2 states. On the other hand, Congress is going to take Chhattisgarh and the Telangana, which may be the symbolic representation of the South, and also a small part of the Hindi heartland. So I think it's still the same narrative that BJP is still influential in the Hindi party, and that may change the map of the elections in the.
Okay, Badri Narayan ji, we'll come back to you a little later on this program. I just wanted to quickly go across to my colleague Manish Kumar, who's been tracking developments in Chhattisgarh. Manish, give us an idea of what's happening around you. The BJP is clearly giving a fight. Yes, early days. Is that unexpected for the Congress?
No, it was much, it's on the expected line, Vishnu, but I would like to show you some footage here, some live shots from here. There are some RJD workers who have come from all the way from Bihar, who are distributing sweets, and there are some local Chhattisgarh Congress workers also. They are, hopeful that even though they won't be able to retain the last time seats, number of seats, they have got even fish also, which is considered very auspicious, and but they will be able to form the government eventually. Once again, I would like to give a disclaimer that it's too early. The trends by 10:30, 11 will stabilize, and by that time you will be able to conclude that which way the wind is blowing. But as of now, based on the postal ballot and the early trends from not almost all the consensus, Congress is hoping that they will be able to retain the government, if not all the seats which they won last time. Vishnu.
Manish, thanks very much. We're going to quickly go across to Sunil Prabhu. He's at the Congress headquarters. Sunil, early days at this moment, but what exactly are some of the Congress leaders saying? Go ahead.
Well, it's initial days, but the bands have started here. The celebrations continue. This is really Rahul Gandhi's as well as Priyanka Gandhi's, they call themselves the Sena, somebody who's been spearheading it. अभी तक तो मध्य प्रदेश नहीं आ रहा है।
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल और रुझान ये सरकार की देन है और परिणाम राहुल गांधी के फेवर में आएगा। थोड़ा समय का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। 5 राज्य है, किसान जीतेगा, जवान जीतेगा, महिला जीतेगी, ऑटो वाला ड्राइवर जीतेगा, ट्रक का ड्राइवर जीतेगा, कोई जीतेगा, हिंदुस्तान जीतेगा, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी पर भरोसा कर रहे हैं। जनता के बीच में राहुल गांधी हैं, राम के प्यारे राहुल गांधी हैं, हनुमान के दुलारे राहुल गांधी हैं, सच्चाई के साथ राहुल गांधी है। मैं समझ सकता हूँ आज लंका दहन होगा और 2024 में रावण दहन कर दशहरा और दिवाली मनाई जाएगी।
खड़गे साहब भी काम किया, खाली राहुल गांधी ने
नहीं। खड़गे तो हमारे नेता हैं, पर राहुल गांधी भी हमारे लीडर हैं। राहुल गांधी जो मेहनत करें, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, खड़गे भी साथ थे, प्रियंका जी भी साथ थी, हम भी साथ थे, हम सब इकट्ठे हैं। पर नेता हमारा देश का प्रधानमंत्री राहुल गांधी होगा।
कुछ लोग कहेगा कि आपने बैंड शुरू कर दिया, अभी तक तो मध्य प्रदेश नहीं आया, खाली ये इनिशियल ट्रेंड है, खाली तेलंगाना और ये।
मैं कह तो रहा हूँ, हम विद्यार्थी हैं, परिणाम पेपर अच्छे दिए, परिणाम भी अच्छे आएंगे। IAS बनेंगे, IPS बनेंगे, दानिश नहीं बनेंगे। कांग्रेस का परचम लहराएगा 5 राज्य में। जब परिणाम आएंगे तो राहुल का झंडा फहराएगा।
So here you have it, Vishnu. The celebrations have started here. I don't know whether this is overconfidence, but as you are well aware, these are initial phases, and we'll have to wait and watch and see how things play out. But definitely the mood being extremely upbeat here at the Congress headquarters.
Rare visuals coming in from the Congress, but you know we have seen that more and more.
Did you see the fish in Raipur? Was it with Manish? Some JDU workers landed up over there with RJD workers with fish. Yeah.
Fish is good news. Geeta, but fish
Right.
is क्या बोलते हैं, शुभ होता है.
Yes, definitely.
That was one
especially
big
not
fish. I can tell you that.
Very cool the way that poor big fish was, put into a narrow bucket.
I just want to quickly go across to Shankar Iyer as well, and then go across to Geeta ji in a moment. Shankar Iyer, I mean, if you take a look at Madhya Pradesh, and this is a statistic from last time around, which is interesting. In 2018, 33 seats were won by a wafer-thin majority, right? Less than 2%. If you consider that majorities up to 5% are close, are marginal, then almost a third of victories in 2018 were in that category. Therefore, the question is, how would seats with small majorities or wafer-thin margins actually potentially define these elections in MP?
Well, the campaign has been pretty intense. On both sides.
I think you're just unmute yourself, Shankar. I think you're. We want to hear you. We don't want you to be silent. Go ahead, Shankar Iyer. We'll come to. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying is that the campaign has been very intensive. You would have seen that on the ground, those who reported on it. For both the parties, it's a kind of existential thing. The BJP wants a succession plan to be in place there. The Congress is fighting for revival. So it's natural for the trends to be close. The way I look at this election, the interesting facet could be in Madhya Pradesh. One should look at what is happening in the Sindhya belt. How many of the seats that he had won last time are coming back? How many of the seats that are being influenced by the contest of national BJP leaders? In Rajasthan, I'm looking at what is happening in the eastern belt and the 3Ms, basically Marwar and aspect. In Telangana, what is happening in the northern side. And in all the states, the interesting thing would be to look at how the Dalit and tribal votes are moving, particularly the tribal.
Yes, that shift that you're talking about, the tribal votes, if we were to look at Bundelkhand in particular, what had happened in 2018, Shankar and Geeta, but also Wayne on this particularly, we had seen a vote percentage gap between the BJP and the Congress roughly around 5%, Vishnu. And the seat conversion was the BJP managed to win 20 and the Congress had won 10. Right now, Bundelkhand appears to be going the BJP way. Similarly, in Chambal, it's 41.3. That is what the Congress had got last time around. A huge gap of almost like 7 to 6% between the Congress and the BJP. They had won 24 seats in 2018. But now, that region of Chambal is not bringing good news for the Congress party. So, Geeta, if we were to look at that influence, we have been talking about the Sindhya factor in Gwalior-Chambal belt. If this number actually holds, like Chambal, there's a gain of good 9 seats for the BJP now, and the Congress down by 8, that means Sindhya is a factor.
Well, Yes, definitely, Mr. Scindia. You know, he in this area he had his political presence earlier also when he was with Congress, and once he moved to BJP, we saw that a large number, you know, of the MLAs who moved with him, they again recontested, and most of them they again won the seat.
Yes, in the
and came
by-polls,
back.
yes.
So in the by-polls. Yes. Now, if we look at the overall picture, which Vishnuji was also mentioning in terms of, especially if we look at Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh together.
And we were talking
do a
about
comparative
Jyotiraditya Scindia. In fact, he's speaking. Let's listen in, and I'll come back to you, Geeta Bhatt.
शाबाशी की बैनर्स पोस्टर्स लगवा रहे थे और मैंने सदैव कहा था कि नतीजे का इंतज़ार करो। तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतज़ार करें, पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत नहीं लेकिन पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनी। अब मैंने आपको सदैव कहा मैं ज्योतिष नहीं हूँ, तो मैंने कहा है बहुमत नहीं संपूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार।
क्या कारण मानते हैं जनता का इतना समर्थन मिला है, क्या वजह है?
मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व, प्रदेश में हमारी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, इन सभी के आधार पर हमारा जनता के साथ एक व्यक्तिगत और हृदय का संबंध, सुशासन की सरकार, यही कारण है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि
दिग्विजय सिंह 2 दिन से आपको अटैक कर रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास सिंधिया जैसे नहीं है, हमारी कांग्रेस नहीं टूटेगी, हॉस्टेडिंग नहीं होगी।
उनके हर एक बद्दुआ का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और दिग्विजय सिंह जी को मैं अपने तरफ से, अपने दिल की गहराइयों से मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। ठीक है,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
9:36, and the trend that is coming in, particularly from Madhya Pradesh, as you heard from the Civil Aviation Minister, and an important figure, particularly in that Chambal, Gwalior belt. He's saying that he's not a Jyotish, but he's Jyotir, as is his name, so he'll wait for the results. But Congress at 100, initial trends, of course, this is after the first round. Let's be clear, there's 12 more rounds to go. BJP at 124. Geeta Bhatt, please continue with your point.
While listening to Mr. Scindia, I was reminded of, you know, since he was talking about how the Congress leaders, they have been making some nasty comments on him, how Priyanka Vadra had, you know, just at the time before the campaigning was closing, you know, how she had made some very bitter remarks on him and personal remarks on him, and how it has played with the people of that area, of the Chambal area, that we will see once the results are announced. I was talking about the comparison between Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, considering that, you know, anti-incumbency is something by default that plays its role. And in Madhya Pradesh, it is almost, you know, 1.5 decades of rule of BJP. And in comparison, vis-a-vis, if we look at Chhattisgarh, under Mr. Bhupesh Baghel for the last 5 years. But if you look at the comparison between the trends, in Chhattisgarh, we can see that BJP is doing pretty well for, you know, in comparison to how when the campaign had started and how the Bharatiya Janata Party was projected as that they won't be able to gain much strength over there. And vis-a-vis, if we look at Madhya Pradesh, there, even after, you know, 1.5 decades of rule, at present, it is still showing that there is a fight. Congress is giving a fight, but it is not that they have been able to, you know, gain any kind of an edge. So definitely that shows that the large number of welfare policies in Madhya Pradesh, especially women related, they have had a very positive impact, and also that a large number of leaders in Madhya Pradesh who are who are member of parliament, 3 union cabinet ministers, they are contesting. So that also, you know, that ripple effect when leaders like these are being contested, being fielded in MLA seats, that also has a ripple effect over the seat that has been allotted in the nearby areas also.
All right, I just wanted to, Geeta ji, go across to Amitabh for a quick moment. You know, we were looking at various parts of Madhya Pradesh. We looked at Bundelkhand and Chambal. I just wanted to bring up that graphic on the Malwa region, and just let's take a look at what that situation presently is. the Malwa region is absolutely critical because the large number of seats are from this area, 88 seats in the Malwa region. Last time around in 2018, the vote share between the BJP and the Congress was less than 1%. The Congress had 45, the BJP 40. At this stage, it's 49-37. Again, lots of riders, we keep saying that. So, Amitabh, if you look at these numbers, how would you actually analyze this? Malwa defines usually who wins Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, so whoever wins Malwa wins MP. So Malwa Nimar, this is Malwa Nimar. Nimar 28 seats, ST belt. So which means that the Congress had won 20 out of 28 seats. Which means that the tribal outreach you were speaking,
which we were referring to may potentially have had an
impact. And the free ration distribution increase of 5 years again, and the Ladli Behna scheme seem to be working in the Nimar region. Now the Malwa is hotbed of agriculture crisis. Last time the Mandsaur firing incident happened in this place, which also means that the PM Kisan Nidhi and the promises of the farm loan waiver of Congress party amongst the voters may not be working, because in Malwa, BJP seems to be gaining.
Okay.
And in Mahakoshal, it is losing. It's Kamal Nath's area. Congress party is trailing in Mahakoshal.
Are they?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that's right.
And
no, they're up at the moment. This is the latest.
Yeah,
thing.
but they are.
But they're down 3.
They are down 3. It is
the
his
BJP
area.
up 4.
His area, and Chambal, because of the Scindia factor, Congress party is gaining, and sorry, the BJP is gaining.
Yes, but you know, talking specifically about Malwa, but because you know that's a substantive ST and ST vote there, the tribal and the Dalit vote. Come in on this, Badri Narayan. Let's talk about it. What is it that the BJP may have done right if they were to win this Malwa region?
I think Maria, not only Maria region, entire this Chambal and the Bhind, the SC votes are very important, and in Malwa ST specifically. So why this shift is happening? No, BSP had a strong vote in this region, and BSP is declining. It's nowhere, I think, in this election. Result which has yet come. So I think the two things is very important. One is this Garib Kalyan Yojana played very important role in attracting Dalits towards BJP. Secondly, recently the announcement and the founding pillar stone of the Ravidas temple in Sagar, led by the Pradhan Mantri Modi, that attracted a lot to Dalit voters. And they are seeing that something is going on for their identity. So the identity and development at the both level, BJP is trying to woo Dalit voters, SC voters, and because of
Badri Narayan, in the context of Labhartis,
we see
that would be fair to say that it's largely the Labhartis that we are looking at.
Labharti and the identity of making the statue of the Ravidas temple in Sagar. That matters for Dalit and marginal communities.
I actually wanted to focus a little bit, sir, and I'm going to go up to the screen now on the ST sort of situation, because this is very, very important in the context of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Why is it important? Because we've been discussing this, and it's worth discussing once again. The Prime Minister on the 15th of November announced a massive 24,000 crore scheme. He announced it in Jharkhand, but the impact quite clearly meant for both Chhattisgarh and for Madhya Pradesh, where the tribal vote is so very important. This is for the particularly vulnerable tribal groups mission. That is what it is called. And so if we look at ST seats in Madhya Pradesh so far, there are leads in for 45 or 47. The BJP is up at 2. The Congress is down 2 again. Fairly narrow at this stage, but I think the question I wanted to ask RP Singh at this stage is that what the BJP has really been targeting in Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh, that for you to make inroads in both states, you have to get the arithmetic right as far as reaching out to the ST category. Is that what you believe may be happening?
Well, it's not only arithmetic, it's chemistry also. Both put together works and wrapped with our cultural ideology also, which works together. Fact is that the schemes of the Prime Minister, which is the Garib Kalyan scheme, which has worked tremendously in all 3 states, even in Chhattisgarh, although we are trailing as per you, but we are somewhere around 36-37 seats. which is almost more than double the last time number. So just wait for another 2 hours. I'm very hopeful that we'll cross the midway mark in Chhattisgarh also.
You know, Vishnu,
but yes,
you made that point, and it's very interesting, and I'll take that question also to RP Singh about Prime Minister campaigning in Jharkhand, but the impact being felt there.
Felt in 2 states potentially. Huge.
Right? Similarly, he was in some other place, and the impact is being felt in Rajasthan also.
In fact, we should pull up the Chhattisgarh. If we can pull up the Chhattisgarh graphic on STs, but carry on, Maria, with your point.
So the point again about Rajasthan, we saw that Prime Minister was in Mathura, and the impact is being felt in Rajasthan. What exactly is happening? So ये जो कहीं पे इशारे, कहीं पे निशाने जो चल रहे हैं, RP Singh. It's not without a reason that the Prime Minister visits a place on the last day or on the day of the campaigning. On the day the campaigning ends and a day before the polling.
मारिया अगर किन्हीं पुण्य आत्माओं की पुण्यतिथि की तारीख हो तो उसको तो बदल नहीं सकते. And these are much programs which are pre-decided much in advance. Even before the Election Commission decides the date of their polling and detailing of the Election Commission.
Sure.
But fact is that yes, Prime Minister went to Mathura and then for Mirabai and in Jharkhand also. Obviously, his message there has some effect on the states also.
Okay, RP Singh, hold that thought. I just wanted to go across to Aarti for a moment. Aarti, we were looking at the ST seats. Let's bring up the ST seats in Chhattisgarh as well. We were talking about how the scheme of the center of the BJP, which was announced in Jharkhand, might have an impact. Maria making the point that let's see what happens in Chhattisgarh. Look at the impact it is potentially having in Chhattisgarh. The Congress down 10 in a state where the number of reserve seats for Chhattisgarh for ST is extremely high in Chhattisgarh. In the ST category, down 10 is the Congress at 15, and the BJP is up 11. How would you look at this?
And Vishnu, just to add to the point that you're making, because the gain that is coming from the BJP is coming from the area close to Jharkhand.
Right, it is. But I suspect it would be all across the state with something as large as this.
North and
South. Aarti, go ahead.
No, so I don't think it's just the announcement that the PM made. I'm sure the PM's announcement did have an impact, but it's not just that. There has been sustained outreach by the BJP and RSS amongst tribals over the last 5 years, especially after what happened in 2018, and they saw the tribal vote shift so decisively towards the Congress. There has been sustained outreach. It's been silent, quiet, but they have been working. And the Congress, on the other hand, somehow, it doesn't seem to have that ability for micromanagement of groups.
What was their core voter base in Chhattisgarh?
Yes, absolutely.
The ST community, huge in terms of numbers, in terms of seats in that state.
But they don't seem to have that capacity for work on the ground that the BJP and RSS display. And which is why this election has turned out to be so fascinating, because it was supposed to be, a walkover in Chhattisgarh for the Congress, a walkover for the Congress.
And it's anything but that. There is no walkover.
But it's anything but that. What the final results will be, I don't know. But it is turning into a contest. And I, really would say that it is a huge commentary on the BJP's network, organizational skills,
and election
management,
winning machine, they are called.
And election
because the last mile push that we have seen.
But the Congress somehow doesn't seem to have
Maria,
that.
The point that Aarti mentions, I think, is really interesting. She says it's not just the scheme announced in Jharkhand, which could be resulting in the ST vote changing. It is because the Congress has perhaps taken for granted that
that they will be coming back.
And the BJP has worked at it. You had a point to make.
Yes, Congress had swept 25 out of 29 last time.
That's right.
Religious conversion is a big issue. Yeah. Religious conversion is a big issue in these districts, which the BJP has been raising for the past 5 years pretty effective.
Could we
That's
just
right.
also
That
take a look at
polarization,
ST
which,
seats in Madhya Pradesh
has been
as well?
quite deep in the tribal areas.
What we're going to
between
do
the,
is we're just going to take a look at ST seats in Madhya Pradesh, just to get this point out of the way before we move on, and then compare it with Chhattisgarh. So let's take a look at Madhya Pradesh and whether this is something which we can call a trend at this stage. It is 11:15, so I suspect that at sometime now, quarter to 10, and I suspect in a short while from now we can start looking at a few things which might be becoming trends. So the BJP gaining in ST areas, the Congress losing in ST areas. However, the gap between the two is still significant. The Congress ahead in Madhya Pradesh in this particular category, though they're down from last time. But if you take a look at Chhattisgarh, and this is what would be worrying the Congress a great deal, the gap in ST seats, and as Maria made the point, in both the north and the south of the states, very significant in favor of the BJP.
Yes, and to add to what you're saying, Vishnu, this is the party which emphasizes on its organization.
Yes.
They have...
So. That's at the heart of the BJP
That is the heart of the new BJP that we keep talking about. The Modi-Shah BJP from 2014 onwards has been emphasizing on organizational strength. Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, in all these three elections, BJP did not go with a face. They went with, the combined leadership or collective leadership we keep talking about. But the face was the overarching image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The messaging was that when it is about Birsa Munda, the larger image, the tribal icon in the state of Jharkhand, he understands that the tribals also of other states relate to him, see him as an icon, and if he appeals to Birsa Munda, makes that announcement on the day of Birsa Munda, birth anniversary, it will have an impact.
Sure.
So, when we look at this planning, yes, it's not without a reason that he traveled to Mathura. Yes, it's not without a reason that he chose a particular day to travel to Ranchi. But it is also about that party which is thinking ahead of time, and that's what is reflecting.
Okay, well, we're going to actually go across from our Aarti in the studio to the Aarti, NDTV's Aarti, though Aarti Jairath is pretty much NDTV at this stage as well. The other Aarti in the NDTV newsroom, in the NDTV war room. We've got a newsroom and a war room. The war room is where all the data crunching is taking place. We've got numbers coming in all the time. I think, Aarti, what our viewers would actually like to know is, how are we getting this data and how are we getting it so fast?
Absolutely, Vishnu. Let's take our viewers through the war room that NDTV has set up. Now, all the information is coming here, and we're taking our viewers through how the data is collected. In fact, Parmindu will be the best person to actually take us through how the data is collected and what happened. So what's happened so far, sir? And also take us through how the data is collected. How do you ensure that there's no margin of error?
Yeah, we have our own reporters network, and we have partnered with the agency which is providing to a live data. So almost we have got the trends on every seats. You can see that right now. It means in Madhya Pradesh we have leads on 227 seats. So we are getting trends and we are getting live analysis. It means you can analyze the region wise which party is leading and what is the swing, means what the change they have over to previous elections. Like in Bundelkhand, the BJP is leading on 26 seats, and they are from last elections they are gaining 7 seats. So one crucial reason was, like, if we analyze the Chambal was a crucial election, and Congress did very well in Chambal region. Congress got more than 25 seats last time, but right now Congress is getting 15 seats. So Congress is in loss of 9 seats. So these are the regions you can analyze. So we have live trends on all seats, and we have developed our analytical tools, which we can you can see the data analysis live on the screen.
Right, absolutely. So that's how the data is collected. It's analyzed, and they ensure that they double check and triple check before we get the data then that is being displayed on our screens, Vishnu.
All right, thanks very much. Well, in all our excitement about the tribal vote in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, we've forgotten about another fascinating state. Some would suggest perhaps the most fascinating and controversial. But let's take a look at Telangana for now.
It's the most fascinating.
But we've got Veera in the studio with us. Let's firstly take a look at the overall situation. And Veera, would you like to go through what you're seeing now, again with the caveat, very early days,
That's right. More than this data, Vishnu, that we see on your screen, obviously it's an up for the Congress. It's very clear that the Congress is coming down to the 65 mark. You heard Congress leaders talking about 74, 78 there in Telangana. 65 was a number I think the Congress will take, plus 46, but leave that as it may. I'll tell you a couple of things which are fascinating. Huzurabad seat, where Itala Rajender, who was the first finance minister of Telangana, BRS shifts to the BJP. He is like a big, strong contender there. He is taking on KCR at Gajwel, which is KCR's traditional constituency. There, if you see, it's the Congress that's leading. So I think at the end of the day, as it emerges, and these are areas where the BRS has been traditionally very, very strong. Huzurabad in Karimnagar district has been very, very strong.
And Kamareddy, if you look at it.
Kamareddy, if you take, is a Revant Reddy versus KCR battle, and I think, remember the Congress moved AP Shabir Ali, who's an old-timer of Kamareddy, who lost by 3,000 votes last time, from Kamareddy to Nizamabad. And they took that seat. Revant Reddy wanted to send the optics that there is a challenger to KCR. But this is important. The reason why I was pointing out the Huzurabad seat is that the BJP's gains, Congress through this...
Look at Kamareddy right now. It's Revant Reddy leading. I mean, if this was, this is the real battle between the Chief Minister and a potential CM.
But remember, there is a third candidate there, Venkatramana Reddy, who's the homegrown BJP candidate. And he told me when I met him at Kamareddy...
He was leading about an hour back.
So I'll tell you what, Vishnu, when I met him, he said, sir, you all bother only about KCR and Revant Reddy. I am the home turf person. I will show you what... So I think if you eventually look at it, and I don't know, it's still very early stage, the BJP's gains is hurting the BRS more than it's hurting the Congress in North Telangana. Just very quickly, there is North, which is the traditional communist stronghold, then it becomes the TDP stronghold, and then it becomes the BRS stronghold. At its peak in 2009, the Congress won only 50 of the 119 seats in the Telangana region. This is in the unified state, right? The South, the Khammam, Mehboob Nagar, Nalgonda, that's the Congress bastion. That's where your Revant Reddy is from. And the fact that the BJP's rise has been in the BRS's stronghold areas, maybe a lesson to take. We'll have to wait for...
Can we have a look at the personalities? And again, let's go beyond this to some of the other names. Revant Reddy leading.
So he's contesting from 2 seats. KCR also contesting.
KCR trailing. This is
but this is the Kamareddy seat, but the Gajwel seat is where KCR is leading.
He is leading.
So Gajwel is his traditional seat where he is the incumbent. Kamareddy is where KCR decides to contest, and Revant Reddy comes across and says,
1 out of 2 over there.
I don't want to be the Congress candidate. I want to be the opposition.
Talking about the urban pocket, the GHMC.
There you see the story is AIMIM losing 4 seats, and the BJP...
I think that's the big story, because that means if you start losing the GHMC, which is good 27, correct me, 21 seats, and if you lose the urban pockets, which means, BRS was seen as an urban phenomenon.
Okay, guys, hold that thought, both of you, for half a second. We need to take this urgent break from our sponsors, top of the hour. As some of these very early trends become trends we can talk about with a definitive look towards where this is all headed. Do stay tuned. Lots of information coming in. Fast and furious. Stay tuned to NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010. Right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our 2 best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Well, it is an incredible battle for state results. In case you were asking what happened to the 5th Mizoram, those results are going to be coming up tomorrow. The Election Commission stating that there's going to be a delay by 1 day. We've got two Sanjays with us. Sanjay Pogalia, our editor-in-chief with us. He follows elections as closely as anyone. And we've got Sanjay Singh as well joining us in the studio. I think at this stage what might be useful is taking a look at what the overall situation is in terms of leads. Now, we are still at that phase of the elections where the leads are very, very early. These are postal ballots gradually being transferred onto ballots. Remember, postal ballots account for just about 0.5% of all ballots. But as time goes on, it is now 10 o'clock, we will be seeing preliminary trends with a view to the larger election. In the state of Madhya Pradesh right now, the real story is that what was seen to be a very close election, if these are postal ballots and a few ballots coming in terms of leads, the Congress down 15 over here in a state where they were expected to do quite well. The BJP up 19. Remember, the magic mark, 116, the BJP already at 128. Let's quickly keep going through the states and these early patterns, early trends, as it were. In Rajasthan, the BJP again crossing the 100 mark. The majority mark is 100 exactly in Rajasthan. They're at 109, and just look at this, up 36. The Congress down 24. For those who felt that this would really tell a story of where the Hindi heartland, or what the Hindi heartland is thinking ahead of 2024, some initial patterns might be visible over here. The Congress down 24 at 76. Even if these are postal ballots, all of them, the Congress would be disappointed with this. What's happening over here in Chhattisgarh, somewhat more along expected lines for the Congress. They are above the majority mark of 46. But again, early days, early votes. They are down 11, however, and that is the key factor over here. The BJP up 18. As we've been trying to establish over the last period of time, it is the huge outreach to the ST group, which could be a factor, not necessarily just the scheme, 24,000 crores announced on the 15th of November by the BJP in Jharkhand. It could be the effort of the BJP in these areas over a sustained period of time. Was the Congress getting complacent? Finally, one of the most interesting, I would say the most interesting, but that's a bit controversial, I take that back. One of the most interesting states, Telangana, and yes, it is the BRS which is down 48 at this stage, the Congress up 47. And what is really interesting over here, if this pattern actually continues to emerge, is that 20% gap which actually existed between the BRS and the Congress seems to be on course to actually ensuring that they come out on tops. Let me go across to Sanjay as well. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, a quick word also on this. In 2018, the last time, because KCR had preponed the elections by 6 months, the BJP had won.
That's
and if you speak to any of the BJP leaders, they were saying that they would be somewhere between 5 and 10. So if it actually consolidates, they do not have completely, bleak picture even coming from this state. But coming to Sanjay sir, who is here in the studio. Sir, among all the states, 4 states that we have on our television screens, which is the number that you're watching very, very closely?
Rajasthan first, and then Madhya Pradesh. Very simple. If you zoom back, then the learning is politics of accommodation and assertiveness by BJP has won. And these two words we will examine for Congress in a different context. What has happened in Rajasthan? हम लोग ये कहते रहे मारिया कि वसुंधरा वाला इशू है, क्या करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे, लेकिन वहाँ टिकट जब बांटी तो सब लोगों को इन्होंने अकोमोडेट किया। कांग्रेस हाईकमान ने क्या किया कि हम कुछ टिकटों को बदल देंगे। अब देखिए 40% के वोट शेयर के आसपास हैं दोनों पार्टियां, और वहां पर आप ये देख रहे हैं कि सीट का डिफरेंस कितना है। क्यों है? क्योंकि आप लेट से टिकट बांटेंगे, आप अनिश्चित रहेंगे, आप ये बताना चाहेंगे कि हाईकमान की चलती है, तो गहलोत के रिकमेंडेशन को नहीं मानेंगे, और उसकी वजह से ये जो नंबर है आपके सामने है। यानी कांग्रेस जीती हुई लड़ाई को कैसे हारे, ये राजस्थान एक बार फिर से एग्जिबिट बन के आपके सामने आया है। इसी तरीके से मध्य प्रदेश को देखिए, वहाँ पर मोदी फैक्टर को समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। एकदम अचानक आपने देखा कि बड़े नेताओं को चुनाव में उतार दिया गया। वहाँ पर आपने तुरंत देखा कि कैंपेनिंग किस तरह से मोदी जी जो हमेशा करते हैं, फिर उन्होंने ज़्यादा की। शिवराज की जो लाडली बहना स्कीम थी वो इस तरह से चल गई कि लाडली मामा आपको सामने दिख रहा है 4th टाइम इनकम्बेंसी के माहौल में। तो बीजेपी का जो प्लेबुक है वो और बहुत ज़्यादा इम्प्रोवाइज हो गया है। कांग्रेस उस प्लेबुक को देर से कॉपी करने निकलती है, और गलतियां कैसे करती हैं कि कमलनाथ को थोड़ा सा एक फ्रीडम मिला, लेकिन उस फ्रीडम के बावजूद उनको लगा कि हिंदुत्व की कार्बन कॉपी से हमारा काम चल जाएगा। उनको लगा कि फ्रीबीज की स्कीम से, क्योंकि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफ़र बीजेपी के लिए बहुत चलता है, उनके लिए चल जाएगा, ऐसा मानते हुए उन्होंने उसको कॉपी किया। तो कॉपी नहीं चलेगा, उनके पास कोई नया स्क्रिप्ट नहीं था, कोई नई रेसिपी नहीं थी। इसलिए दोनों जगह जहां कांग्रेस और बीजेपी मुकाबले में है, और ये कांग्रेस के लिए बड़ी लर्निंग है कि जहां ये दोनों पार्टियां आपस में डायरेक्ट फाइट में हैं, वहां ये क्यों हारती है, ये लर्निंग उनको देखने की ज़रूरत है। बीजेपी क्यों जीतती है, कीवर्ड assertiveness or accommodation.
Sanjay, I would suggest that the issue of... Sorry, go ahead. 30 seconds, just to take this forward. जब भाजपा ने 3 सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर, 4 MPs और 1 जनरल सेक्रेटरी को मध्य प्रदेश में उतारा कैलाश विजयवर्गीय के शक्ल में, और उसी तरह से 5 से 7 MPs उतारे राजस्थान में, तो ये बोला गया कि नर्वस थी भाजपा। उसके अलावा कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की कोई चेहरे पे नहीं, मोदी जी एंड अदर लीडर्स पे गई। तो ऐसा क्या सब?
बीजेपी म्युनिसिपैलिटी चुनाव में भी इतना ही नर्वस रहती है। यही तो खास बात है बीजेपी की कि हर चुनाव को वो लोग बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं। यही एंजाइटी और नर्वसनेस के कारण वो एकोमोडेट करते हैं, वो पूरी ताकत लगाते हैं। और जो बीजेपी के लिए मध्य प्रदेश का इलेक्शन कहते थे ना, थकान हो गई है, उस थकान को बदलने के लिए एक लोकल स्टेट असेंबली इलेक्शन को नेशनल लीडर्स को उतार करके नेशनल फ्लेवर क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की। उनके लिए ये सेमीफाइनल का रिहर्सल था जो बहुत अच्छे से कामयाब हो गया।
नेशनल फ्लेवर की अगेन जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप एक तरफ थी, हमेशा बोला जाता है चेहरे पर चुनाव होता है, स्टेट इलेक्शन में वोकल फॉर लोकल होता है, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप था, फिर वोकल फॉर लोकल किधर गया?
वोकल फॉर लोकल में मुझे लगता है कि वो एक ज़रूरी है बात कहना, क्योंकि आपको लगता है कि ये ना लगे लोगों को कि सीएम का कैंडिडेट इनके पास नहीं है, उसको प्रोजेक्ट नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन नेशनल फैक्टर इस तरह का है, जो नंबर भी हमको बताते हैं हमारे यहाँ ओपिनियन पोल जब हमने पहले करवाया था, कि कई जगह अगर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है भी तो मोदी फैक्टर के कारण वो कवर हो जाती है। तो वो लोकल वोकल का चक्कर है, ठीक है, लेकिन ओवर आर्चिंग थीम जो मोदी है उसको, उसका जो प्रीमियम है वो सब जगह इनको मिलता है। विष्णु कुछ पूछना चाहते?
I just wanted to ask you a key question on corruption. Now, corruption has been a huge issue as far as Rajasthan is concerned. The BJP has been consistently saying that this is an issue which the Congress has no answers for at all over there. The fact that you had a red diary which was flung around in the state assembly, is this not an issue which is really potentially stuck in the minds of voters?
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Corruption, the way it has worked in Telangana, and we will talk about it later. What strikes out of Rajasthan is the emergence of Ashok Gehlot as a cult figure. Ashok Gehlot, who says, I don't want to become Congress president, I will stay as chief minister. Ashok Gehlot, who fights the revolt, the sabotage within the party. Ashok Gehlot, who, despite being loyalist, asserts himself, which is unimaginable. Corruption tag on Ashok Gehlot has actually not stuck. What has stuck? That he started late to copy Modi playbook of direct benefit transfer. Then his communication again faltered because you cannot match BJP's communication skills. And then you decided on tickets at a time when candidate did not get a good space to campaign. I would say, if at all Congress has got this damage, it is because of the confusion and the vacillation at the level of the Delhi leadership, number one. Number two, the communication at rural level. If we look at the data, and I don't have every number currently with me, I see that rural voters in Rajasthan has not supported Ashok Gehlot the way he would have planned and expected for.
Let's just quickly go across to Supriya Shrinate, who also joins us at this stage. Supriya, you can still argue that these are early stages, but time is going on. Madhya Pradesh, one would suggest that this is a state where the Congress expected to do very well. Are you disappointed at seeing some of the trends so far?
So let's start the day on a more positive note, and let's talk about what encourages us than disappointment first up. So thank you for having me on the show. And I think I would first want to explain how I read these numbers so far. I still think we should wait up until 12 noon for the leads to be clarified. These are early rounds. I think us wresting a state from a regional party like the BRS is huge news. So everybody, and remember, the regional parties and the emergence of regional parties is a function and was done at our cost. So I think winning Telangana the way we are winning it, hands down, I will still wait for the final leads from there by 12 noon is huge. And I think that's the big headline. I think Chhattisgarh, where the BJP employed every possible dirty trick, is big encouragement. The fact that we've already crossed the halfway mark there and we are in a comfortable position is very, very big. I think the pro-incumbency there is talking aloud. I will also speak about Rajasthan. Even though right now it looks like we are trailing, I will say the fact that this is perhaps one of the best elections that we fought for a second time in a row in Rajasthan. This is one of our best performances. People who are dissing us at 20 or 30 will be in for a surprise. And I do believe that the tide will completely turn in Rajasthan. I'm still very, very hopeful about that.
And what about Madhya Pradesh, where the gap is significant at this stage?
Vishnu, I have spoken about 3 states. I will come to the 4th. Be rest assured. Don't jump the gun. So I am very hopeful about Rajasthan. Yeah, so I'm very hopeful about Rajasthan turning, and I'm also very happy with the fact that our schemes have worked. This vote is for our schemes. This vote is for the governance that we put there. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, again, I say I will wait for the final tally. But yes, Madhya Pradesh is disappointing as far as these numbers are concerned, because it was ripe for change. It was ripe for, a big margin for us. That hasn't happened. It's almost 130 versus 100 for us right now. Let's also wait for the final tally there. But I think Madhya Pradesh is disappointing. However, there is one more thing that I would like to read into Madhya Pradesh, and I think that's a question more for the BJP than for the Congress. How happy is Mr. Modi going to be by winning Madhya Pradesh? Because that does put Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in a very, very strong, commendable position.
I would suggest, Supriya, anybody who wins any state would be happy, but I'll take that question across to Pratyush Kant of the BJP, who's with us. Pratyush, how would you look at the overall situation right now? Let's talk about Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan first. The BJP appears to be doing quite well at this stage. Is this perhaps better at this stage than you had expected?
I think the numbers will go higher for us in both the states. Right now what it's showing. But the biggest achievement for us have been that the magical wand which Gehlotji had has been demolished by us. You know, the corruption, those 14 paper leaks, every strata of society in Rajasthan was affected by the Gehlot government. And our workers, and we are, a very organized party, structure-based party, we have managed to take it across to the villages, to the poorest of the poor, and establish that how corrupt he was. Eventually, when you see well past noon time, you will see that the numbers will be much more higher for us Rajasthan. Farmers, women, 21% crime rate all over the country, only in Rajasthan. We were able to put across those figures very strongly to the people. And that is why you see we have managed to demolish. And development. People see that how development has gone to other states, BJP-ruled states, and then we come to Madhya Pradesh, 20 years on, we are still doing so well because, again, we are not a family-run party. We are a party-run organization. That's why you will see we are so deeply embedded, It comes at the subaltern level for us there. And that is why we are doing so well in Madhya Pradesh. Development, the schemes that were launched, all those things are paying dividends to us right now.
It's more disappointment coming for the Congress party, particularly in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And if you look at the numbers, the gap between the Congress and the BJP is substantive now, almost 46. I'm coming to you again, Sanjay sir. When we look at these numbers, it's complete disappointment for the Congress now.
Absolutely. And the problem is Congress party has not lost vote share in Madhya Pradesh this time again. So is the story about Rajasthan. So the atmosphere is ripe. Anti-incumbency was there for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Kamal Nath is the tallest leader. You ran a good campaign. You did a Bharat Jodo. You thought there is a great traction that your party is gaining, and still you lose. You do not lose because people are not willing to vote for you. You lose because the last mile run that you have to complete, you actually go breathless, and you are not able to complete that exercise where BJP beats you completely all the time consistently, which is getting your supporters to vote.
All right, what we're going to actually do now is take a look at some of the key. Look at this. In Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, we've got Kamal Nath presently trailing. In Budni, we've got Shivraj Singh Chauhan leading so far.
Since 1983,
so this is earlier on in the day, and this is interesting, Sanjay Singh, the Congress party had cutouts, or they still have cutouts of Kamal Nath in their office in Madhya Pradesh, basically saying, in Bhopal, essentially saying that, look, this is the Chief Minister and it's been pre-decided. He is now trailing.
About an hour ago, Kamal Nath actually spoke to the reporters and he practically had declared his victory. The interesting thing here is, unlike this time around, Congress fought all these elections. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in presidential style. You have Kamal Nath trailing here. You have Baghel trailing in Chhattisgarh. And
8 of the ministers of Gehlot government are trailing in the state of Rajasthan.
And Digvijay Singh's son also trailing in Madhya Pradesh. So that is Digvijay Singh-Kamal Nath combo has not worked. In fact, that has been detrimental to the organizational and...
Just to be on the side of caution, is it a bit early to really depend on this trailing result, because it may change for Kamal Nath?
Yes, absolutely. It's 2 hours. And it's 14 more rounds in all, because, you know, in these assembly elections, there are 14 rounds.
What can we infer at this stage?
If these trends are going to stabilize, I think in next half an hour, these trends are going to stabilize, unless there is some magical change. Because now this is holding consistent since morning. If this was to trend change dramatically, this should have happened by now. But if this holds for another half an hour, then perhaps this trend is going to continue.
So basically,
Congress won.
When does this start becoming a trend?
See, post-noon. See, Congress won all the 3 states on combined leadership in 2018.
BJP
and it has moved to a presidential contest, while BJP has moved to a combined leadership.
So may I raise a question on this presidential style, you know, the BJP's Congress's decision to promote local leaders and so on, because this was a Karnataka template which worked very well for them. But if you look at the leadership in Madhya Pradesh, both Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, they are of 1980 vintage. I mean, Kamal Nath first came on in 1977. You know, Digvijay Singh in 1980. You know, that's like 30, 40 years ago. You know, they are both 75
No, but
plus.
the question is,
so,
what worked for Siddaramaiah in Karnataka is not working for Kamal Nath in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Two faces.
Siddaramaiah Kuruba leader, Ahinda leader, plus Vokkaliga vote from JDS.
That's right. And younger leadership, much more energy on the ground. Shiva Kumar's organizational skills.
And perhaps I'm sorry, Karnataka acceptability of Siddaramaiah. In this place, you have Mr. Kamal Nath, who's largely acceptable in Chhindwara. So that is a matter of
clarity. Thing is correct, and maybe not even in Chhindwara.
No, a quick FAQ question. In terms of if these results hold out, You're talking of Ashok Gehlot there, the old guard there. You've been struggling to change. There is an internal this one.
Absolutely.
Here in Madhya Pradesh, again, you're pointing out to the old guard.
Yes.
What if these results hold out? What is the end consequence?
But then in Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot was training. I don't know about current situation. Sometime 15-20 minutes
the points
ago.
you all are raising, actually that calls for another structured debate in this studio today. Congress problem is not a political problem. Congress problem is interpersonal HR management problem, and that continues for decades. And I think we need to really order some PhD and some research.
I'll tell you what has been ordered, the laddus. These are shots from the BJP office in Jaipur, which are coming in now. As far as they are concerned, they're winning these elections.
And it's convincing victory. Just look at those numbers that are coming in from Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. 137 is huge for Madhya Pradesh. It's almost similar to what the BJP had won
These images
in
from Jaipur,
2013.
Maria. These images from Jaipur. Let's take a look quickly
Maria,
at
are
the
you
Rajasthan.
calling the elections already?
No, I'm not calling the elections. I'm saying it's 10-15. It's very early. But if we were to look at the numbers.
Sorry. This rider is very important. That as of now, these trends may change. So what we are talking is that we are trying to analyze the result as they are currently on our screen. But to kind of bring a kind of conclusion to this conversation, can we have a quick opinion from everyone in the studio on Madhya Pradesh first? What has gone wrong for Congress?
See, Kamalnath is the strength as well as the weakness, I've already said. Always said. 76 years of age. How will he attract youth voters towards the Congress party? That's number one. And Maria mentioned BJP accepted and realized very early that they are behind. That's why they decided on the candidates in August, local for vocal.
And everybody started thinking that BJP nervous hai. BJP nervous nahi hai. They were coming up with a new strategy for the state. Much before the model code of conduct, they had the numbers out.
Nervous थी, लेकिन accept किया कि nervous है. हार रहे हैं और किया उसने.
Veera, I think anti-incumbency cannot be a factor you can take for granted, A. And B, there is a change of guard at some level in terms of leadership that's required. You know, you can't expect the old formula to continue working. I think that's possibly the example, because I don't follow Madhya Pradesh very closely, but every Congress leader I've spoken to in Telangana told me 125 to aa jayega sir Madhya Pradesh mein. We will come to 125. Somewhere I think that thing that they could create in Telangana, the narrative, and I just make one point, there is a north-south divide here. Congress seems to have a better HR management in the south. Somehow in the north, it may be struggling at this stage.
Sanjay sir, I think the Congress leadership sitting in Delhi is not able to say no to the dyed-in-the-wool Congress leaders, be it Ashok Gehlot or Mr. Kamal Nath. There was a Jeetu Patwari factor. If they could have done something surprising, it may have worked. Sunil Konogulu, who almost managed the entire Congress war room in Telangana, was not given any free hand in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kamal Nath was running the entire campaign on his own.
Same in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh.
Even Mr. Kharge was away, more invested in Telangana than you were in Madhya Pradesh.
I would suggest what has taken place in Madhya Pradesh is what the BJP has done in Gujarat. This is, in a sense, the machinery of the BJP, which has been mastered over elections in Gujarat, playing out in Madhya Pradesh, where at so many levels people felt that the Congress would do better. If you've got this machinery re-established in the state of Madhya Pradesh, it indicates that A, there is a leadership crisis of the Congress party, and B, at the grassroots level, the organization of the BJP is unmatched in the state. And I think Veera makes an important point. Where is the organization of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh? It was brilliant in Karnataka. It is nowhere to be seen over here.
Absolutely. What it does to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Aarti?
So this is, I think, the million-dollar question that will be asked once the results come in, and if the BJP, if these trends hold and the BJP actually touches that 140, 150 mark that some exit polls predicted. Will the victory be credited to Mamaji and his Ladli Behna scheme, or will the victory be credited to the central leadership's decision to go with a collective leadership, to not project a face, to, send some of their stalwarts from Delhi back to Madhya Pradesh, and, try to create, try to overcome anti-incumbency by, giving some freshness to their campaign.
Okay, we've got Shivraj Chauhan. Just hold on for half a second, Geeta ji and Aarti. We've got Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We're just speaking about him. Speaking now.
याद आती है तो हम कांप उठते हैं MIC गैस के कारण, गैस के रिसाव के कारण हजारों भाई बहन, जिनमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे शामिल थे, उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी खो दी, असमय काल के गाल में समा गए। भोपाल का वो दृश्य भूलता नहीं है जब सड़कों पर अपनी जान बचाने अपने बच्चों को लेकर।
We'll come back to that in a moment. He's speaking about the Bhopal gas tragedy. I believe the anniversary was yesterday. But sorry, yes.
You know, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But one point I want to add is that although, you know, it's going to be $1 million question, personally, I feel that this is the end of the road for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I think the central leadership will have to accommodate him in some way, but I do not think that they will make him the chief minister.
लाडला मामा फिर से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
देखिए संजय जी, ये कह सकते हैं कि जो उनके द्वारा जो भी पहले जो खास करके महिलाओं को लेकर जो कल्याणकारी योजनाएं लाई गई, उन्होंने एक अपनी बड़ी छाप छोड़ी है। And we must acknowledge that, you know, women as a voting section,
Absolutely.
you know, above caste, creed, religion, has come up because of the welfare schemes that were that have been implemented very well in Madhya Pradesh. So that credit goes to Shivraj Chauhan, and definitely, I mean, I think it's the central leadership will take a call on how, you know, he is going to be positioned,
Sanjay
whether
ji,
in state
but
or
with this kind of result and the current context, even though big leaders were sent and Modi ji campaigned and Shivraj Singh Chauhan has a certain standing, but this fourth time victory almost guarantees that he should be again the chief minister.
Guarantee, now that word is in coinage for various reasons. Everybody is talking in terms of guarantee. But इसमें मोदी की गारंटी क्या है वो हमें देखना होगा. So, but Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, has an advantage. Madhya Pradesh has emerged as second state after Gujarat for the BJP, where they are very strongly rooted on the ground and also kind of taking it higher and higher. The central leaders who had been sent from here to fight elections in Madhya Pradesh, unfortunately, two of them as of now are trailing, Narendra Singh Tomar and Fagan Singh Kulaste. Though in their area, their respective area, Fagan Singh Kulaste, it was said, had done some very good work, and he was mobilizing people at the same time. What it says about Modi ke man mein MP, MP ke man mein Modi, how that translates actually into the picture in days to come, when Modi ke man mein MP, to whether that will be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But that is again a very interesting situation when you have a plethora of issues. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, very popular across the state, particularly among women. Women, I have also noticed, they are not just a voting bloc on their own. They have an entirely different set of thinking than being guided by family members, male members in the family. Shivraj Singh Chauhan scores there. Also, when you go for collective leadership, people who were BJP supporters or voters, but at the same time were not very happy with Shivraj Singh Chauhan for various reasons. Some even said Shivraj Singh Chauhan backward ki politics काफी ज़्यादा करते हैं. Therefore, they were not happy. And therefore, when you open this leadership question that somebody else can become BJP leader or the chief minister, that voter does not go away to Congress, that sticks to you.
Vishnu, is Shankar Iyer still with us?
We've got Shankar Iyer with us. In fact, I wanted to go across to Shankar next. I think, you know, Shankar, despite all of the polls, some of the polls suggesting that the Congress would actually do reasonably well in Madhya Pradesh, the fact of the matter is it is the BJP which appears to have pushed ahead decisively. Perhaps some of the polls or some of the analysts didn't take into account the fact that the BJP has maintained a 40% share over here for a long period of time. That jumped to 54% in the last Lok Sabha elections. Other than 2008, when Uma Bharti started her own party, they have a huge base here. Would you agree that this base of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh is taking them to a likely victory in the state?
Well, everybody sort of thinking that Gujarat is the original template of BJP politics. BJP established its presence in Madhya Pradesh first, Sundarlal Patwar's government. It's another matter that a playbook of Gujarat, for instance, about tribal vote, the Vanvasi work that RSS had started in Gujarat, in Banaskantha area and others, has now been taken across the Hindi belt. So those practices have paid off. The question about that how BJP has consolidated is really BJP's electoral machinery, everything that they throw into it. The difference between the Congress and the BJP is the Congress plays the match like a T20 match, and that too they think if they have done well in the power play, they will win the match. If the BJP organization fears defeat, and therefore they will play till the last ball. And that's the crucial difference, that amount, the detailing that Maria and others mentioned about Birsa Munda, about the temple visit, about the announcement, the timing of the announcement, all of those matter. But what matters is the ground machinery. The Congress, I think, declared victory before the match.
Yes.
If taking Shankar's audio is giving some trouble, Shankar, sorry. Just to take this argument forward, Sanjay ji se bhi main jo baat kar raha tha, Amitabh, if I come to you, my question is, actually there was an anti-incumbency, there was a tiredness in Madhya Pradesh. It is only Modi's strategy, many would argue, that changed the game, and this is what you get.
So essentially, what BJP did is that it went for local for vocal, initial candidates, then did not project Shivraj as CM. So there was a buzz of Parivartan. But Parivartan किससे? मामा जी से या बीजेपी की सरकार से? दो बातें थी. बीजेपी का हार्डकोर वोटर भी कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि मामा जी को नहीं बनाया जाए. Correct. And then the Modi factor added on layer. 7% people in Madhya Pradesh are voting for BJP because of Modi. And 7% perhaps is not even the vote share gap between BJP and Congress.
Right.
Congress is structurally weak here, just like Gujarat. 74 seats it has never won in MP in the last 3 elections, which means Congress needs to win 116 out of 160. That is why all opinion polls were saying that they could not cross 125. Any opinion poll, exit poll you see.
But Sanjay sir, look at the numbers. If these numbers hold, it's actually bigger than 2013. 140 is something even that the BJP has never got in the past.
And the outlier is going correct.
Yeah, the outliers
is going
are
correct.
actually proving it right. And coming to the question of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, I'll just give a quick update. You know, I was in Ujjain, and the sense that we did get was that we are going for the BJP. I voted for the BJP in 2013, 2018. There were a lot of young boys that I spoke to, first-time voters, and they said, then I said that, you know, why is this confusion? Why is Shivraj not the face? They actually made a virtue out of this confusion, saying, Pradhan Mantri ne to ye bola ki isme se koi bhi ho sakta hai. So I think that confusion may have actually been the counter to the fatigue.
No, so my own feeling why I feel that Shivraj will not be the next chief minister is that if the BJP actually hits what the outlier poll said, 150, 151, 157, this is not just because of Mamaji and the Ladli Behna. This is obviously, you know, a measure of the kind of strategy that the central leadership put in place for Madhya Pradesh. So I think a large part of the credit has to go for
exactly.
that.
असल बात यही है कि जनमत एक चीज होती है, इलेक्शन लड़ने की मेहनत एक चीज होती है,
बिल्कुल
चुनाव दर चुनाव बीजेपी लर्निंग दे रही है अपने प्लेबुक से, और अपोजिशन ऐसा है कि उसको कॉपी करना भी नहीं आता. तो इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी को अगर डेंजर है तो अपोजिशन से है.
So that is the BJP's, sort of remarkable trait, that it is so agile. It changes its strategy from election to election, from state to state. It does not have one single. That's what it's agile. It's agile. It is thinking all the time. You know, it doesn't have one standard playbook.
And I think it's
Congress took Karnataka. Congress took Karnataka template and said we transfer it to Madhya Pradesh. नहीं होता है
गुजरात में उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा का पूरा घर के सारे बदल डालो, and then Bhupendra, Narendra से ज़्यादा भूपेंद्र को सीटें आएंगी.
Can I just ask?
In MP same thing. Modi के मन में MP, MP के मन में Modi. This part
I
of
just,
this vote
Sanjay, wanted to, we've got a graphic on our screen right now, and let's just talk about this. Whoever wins the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh tends to win the state.
Yes.
And if you look at the Congress, they are down 10, and look at the BJP up 13 at 53 over here. It's
And
this part
particularly
of Madhya Pradesh which will prove definitive. If these trends actually end up becoming results, this is huge. Amitabh, why is Malwa so significant? It's what, 88 seats?
88, so it's like
Yes.
one third, more than 40% of this. And if you see last time, Congress was leading here, 45-40. And that was the gap which Congress enjoyed eventually in
Congress
the final
was leading
tally.
over here last time
5
around.
seats. And that was the gap between Congress and BJP
And
eventually.
that is flipped
Yeah,
this time.
so Mansoor firing damaged the BJP last time in this region, and the ST belt, the work done by the BJP.
Okay,
the
now
promises,
the images
etc.,
we have on our screen now are of celebrations which are coming in from Telangana. We haven't spoken enough about Telangana right
let's talk
now.
about Telangana.
Let's just, which party, okay, these are Congress
These are all
celebrations.
Congress celebrations, and the
shots
ones you see on your screens there.
in
Vishnu,
Telangana.
that's-
Go ahead.
One of it is
Veera.
Madhu Yashki Gaud. This is outside the Congress office. Obviously, it's a fascinating state. I think, you know, if these numbers hold, and I look, they're going up to 70. Most Congress leaders were talking about 74. Kharge told me when I met him in Hyderabad, we don't just want to win, we need to win comfortably. Because remember, last time, 18 Congress MLAs, 2 of them, in fact, Sudhir Reddy is a fascinating character at LB Nagar who fought against Madhu Yashki Gaud. You go into Sudhir Reddy's office, you see YSR Reddy's photo on one side and K. Chandrasekhar Rao's photo on the other. He's somebody who grew in the Congress through Padyatra with YSR Reddy and then shifted over to the BRS, and he says there was no leader in the Congress. And the interesting story that he told me is that we were the original party of Reddys. We needed to import a TDP Reddy to lead us. Revant Reddy is originally from TDP. He moves in 2017. So it's a fascinating image there in Telangana Congress office. And remember, 10 years, in 2014, was the first election after the announcement but not formation of the state. In 2014, I think
All
Uma
right, let's just
we can go across to
Uma really quickly. Uma, we've got these celebration shots behind you. The Congress, it appears, has declared victory almost. Is that the sense that you're also getting?
Yes, indeed, Vishnu. Much before these results start coming in or leads start coming in itself, the Congress extremely confident. In fact, many of those leaders were telling us that if we don't get 80, Komti Reddy, Venkat Reddy, in fact, said that to us, saying that if we don't get 80, I will resign my post, and therefore now he can probably, feel complacent about what he had said to us. But what I must also point out is very interesting that the Congress is doing very, very well. That is very obvious. But the fact also is that the BJP seems to be doing well in the old city areas, in the Nizamabad area, so that, in those areas where you actually have a significant Muslim population. So if you're talking about the Hindutva card that the BJP may be using, it does seem to be working because in several areas of the old city, the constituencies of the MIM, whether it is Bahadurpura or Charminar, and then you have Nizamabad urban, Nizamabad rural, Armoor, all those areas where there's a significant Muslim population there, the BJP seems to be in the lead as well. And if they are in the lead in double digits, they should be happy about the kind of performance that they have had in these elections. The other interesting aspect, of course, is the key candidate, the CM, in fact, trailing in Kama Reddy, where it was, in fact, a tri-cornered contest. It is a tri-cornered contest where Revant Reddy is there, the CM is there, and also Venkatram Reddy, the BJP candidate. He has been someone who's been campaigning, saying that I am the local. Both these, if you vote either for Revant Reddy or for KCR, you're going to have a by-election again, and they are not going to be locals, whereas I am someone who has worked here. So certainly a reality check for Chief Minister KCR, who was, has been saying till late last night or even this morning, saying that they are confident of a victory here. So things not looking good for the BRS at all. And I must also point out that districts like Nalgonda, which, yes, we had expected a clean sweep for the Congress, and it does appear that they are having a clean sweep there. Only Khammam district, if I may point out, has been Congress strong. only one seat that the BRS had won there. There it may be taking up a second seat. As of now, CPI, the only other party with which the Congress had an alliance in Kottagudam, CPI seems to be leading in Kottagudam in the Khammam district.
All right, Uma, we're going to move from celebration shots in Telangana to celebration shots in Jaipur right now. Let's just go across to NDTV's Vedant, who's also with us. And the celebration shots we can show you are from the BJP office. Vedant, go ahead. What's happening around you?
Well, Vishnu, I come to you from right outside Diya Kumari's office, and when dhols are out, so are BJP flags here, celebration. But of course, when we were on the campaign trail with Diya Kumari, she was pretty confident that she will win her seat here in Jaipur. Of course, the princess that owns the city palace here in Jaipur, she has a decisive lead now, and let me say that she could be perhaps a possible front runner as far as the BJP CM choice is concerned. Of course, the BJP has a lot to balance in terms of the dance arithmetic, but here you can see there are a lot of celebration, colour, and this has just sort of begun because of the kind of lead that Diya Kumari is now gaining here. And very interestingly, there are Modi Modi chants that you can hear here, and of course that was the BJP's key political flag, double engine Sarkar plan, and that is something that is very visible here. Whether it's the welfare schemes, whether it's the fact that the Modi magic was sort of fielded against Gehlot ka jadoo, that is something that is visible here. So a lot of celebration here in Jaipur outside Diya Kumari's office.
Where is Diya Kumari herself? Because she is seen as a potential CM. In that confusion in leadership that is there in Rajasthan, there could be another woman emerging from Rajasthan. Okay, so those are visuals coming in from Rajasthan, where there are celebrations that are happening outside Diya Kumari's residence. There are 9 Rajwadas in all, from where the elections are being fought. So, the battle of Rajwadas, I think it's fascinating to watch that, the way it has played out as well. But just look at these numbers. Rajasthan, we have the image also of Vasundhara Raje, prominently displayed. She is leading from Jhalara Patan. Diya Kumari also leading from Vidyadhar Nagar. Then overall, the party performance, if we were to look at it, yes, Vasundhara Raje prominently displayed in all the images along with Prime Minister Modi and BJP President. But here, it is about the Congress which is going down in Rajasthan, like really going down. It is not a close contest in Rajasthan.
So, Maria, basically you are hinting that selecting Chief Minister for Rajasthan is going to be a bigger headache for BJP than Madhya Pradesh?
Possible, sir.
Same in Telangana for the Congress.
Yeah. Okay, on Telangana, can we come back to Telangana, or you have some other order to follow?
We can come back to Telangana, but I had a question to ask you, Sanjay. Would you say that the mood of the Hindi heartland, which is going to be decisive in 2024. I know that assembly, elections are, general elections are different, but be that as it may, the mood of the Hindi heartland is being decided, which will have some sort of an impact in 2024.
Absolutely important point to discuss, Vishnu. This election result very clearly tells that for Congress, there is only one game for revival.
Yeah.
And for BJP, to challenge BJP, there is only one area, which is North India.
Yeah.
So in North India, if Congress doesn't have a script and a story and some degree of success, there is no story for Congress in 24. I know I'm making an extreme statement, but if you look at the result carefully, Congress can be revived, not based on Karnataka and Telangana. Okay, Karnataka, great victory, Telangana, great victory, give Kerala to them. How many seats?
Yeah.
If you want to extrapolate Telangana based on 17 Lok Sabha seats, then how do we react on Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
So this is in fact looking fairly disastrous for the Congress right now. If you look at the fact that in UP they remain very strong, if they're losing Madhya Pradesh now, if they're losing Rajasthan right now, it's a white.
So now the danger is Telangana, it is a positive news for Congress. Veera, I want to ask you, positive news for Congress, but I am guaranteeing they will learn all wrong lessons from Telangana.
Yes.
Why? Because there is a positive news for BJP. Negative news is for BRS and the regional party, and the real issue there was corruption. Counter my statements.
Well, I agree with you that you can't take one assembly victory and extrapolate it to the rest of the country. The formula doesn't work, and I think they ran a strong campaign. And I think one needs to give credit also to the fact that there were local leaders. Whether you take a Siddaramaiah, who's from the Janata movement, comes down here, Revanth Reddy, as I pointed out, from the TDP as well, they built and ran a campaign which was extremely cohesive there. I also have one very humble submission to make here, Sanjay. It's, I think, the old Congress strategy that the BJP is following of not projecting chief minister. We were at one time always accused the Congress of never projecting a chief ministerial candidate. Even in Karnataka, they never projected Siddaramaiah clearly as the chief ministerial candidate. They wanted to take all castes along. Where they've projected chief ministerial candidate, it doesn't work. So I think there is no hard playbook. It is an election by election phenomenon. Where you need to project someone, you need to project someone. Where you don't need to project someone, you don't need to project someone. I think that's possibly the lesson. Even in Telangana, they've not projected Revanth Reddy as the CM candidate. In fact, even the other day, he said, look, on the 9th of December, we will have swearing in, but as Adhyaksh, I will take care of whoever is being sworn in. That's the level that they're following out. So I think that's also a possible lesson. I don't know how these plays out.
BJP is up 8, Veera. They were what, 1 last time around?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
it's
they had
not,
one,
it's
but
not just
then
one.
they won 4 parliament seats in 2019.
It's not just one, Vishnu. I think it's psychologically, and to me from South India's point of view, and I'll tell you this, 2014 when Telangana was created, and as I pointed out, Telangana area was an original TDP stronghold. It was never a Congress stronghold. 50 out of 119 in 2009. When Telangana was created, there was a sense within the Congress, we created Telangana, we are the ones who are going to take over it. Unfortunately for them, it just got pushed back on the ground. It was KCR who was the hero.
10 years late.
10 years down the line.
10 years late.
It's like, it's the state that led them to 2004. Without Andhra Pradesh, 2004 wasn't there for the UPA.
2009.
Supriya will respond to this. 10 years late, sure, but a convincing number there, Supriya, it's 10:45 and counting, but just look at the numbers of Telangana. You will certainly be looking at the brighter side of these 4 states.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think Telangana, more than just the numbers, I think Telangana is going to be one of the first where we will perhaps be, trouncing regional parties, and I think that's a huge that's a huge phenomena, because and I say it at the cost of sounding far more objective than I should in my political role, but the emergence of regional parties or the emergence of smaller regional parties has been at the cost of the Congress. So the fact that we can trounce one in a state like Telangana and with such a convincing majority, we read a lot into this verdict, and it says a lot. Yes, 10 years too late, but I think the fact that people, Telangana was formed with a vision and that vision was never fulfilled, and the fact that we had a track record in neighboring Karnataka to prove that we will do what we promise. I will go back to Rajasthan because I think that's an election that everybody is giving a lot of 2 cents gyan on. I will go back to it and say, I will still wait for the final numbers, but the fact that we are at the numbers where we are, this is one of the best shows that we've had in a state like Rajasthan, where we have fought for the second time for governance after being an incumbent.
But Supriya, let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Is there not a sense in the Congress party, if these trends end up being results, that there is a north-south split in this country? You've done very well in Telangana, you've done very well in Karnataka earlier on, but unless, as Sanjay Pugalia was mentioning, you have a proper script out for North India in states such as UP, a bigger say, in Madhya Pradesh, a bigger say, in Rajasthan, come in 2024, you may not just have the numbers.
I disagree with Sanjay on a lot of things that he has said on this show, and very vehemently so. I'm not going to get into a point-by-point rebuttal, but as far as your larger question is concerned, that do we need a different script and is there a north-south divide, then what is Chhattisgarh all about?
Supriya, half a second. We've got some breaking news coming in. Shivraj Singh Chauhan speaking. Let's just quickly listen in.
ये प्रमुख कारण है डबल इंजन की सरकार। दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी, लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया, गरीबों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए, वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही, और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी, क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था।
सभी कांटे निकाल दिए, आप कह चुके थे पहले भी, अभी भी आप।
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि केवल लाडली बहना नहीं, लाडली लक्ष्मी, 50% रिजर्वेशन स्थानीय निकाय के चुनाव में, कन्या विवाह, प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो योजना थी, प्रधानमंत्री मातृ वंदना योजना, उसका ढंग से क्रियान्वयन, उसका प्रभाव, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ जैसे अभियान, संपत्ति की खरीद में बहनों को रजिस्ट्री शुल्क में कमी, फिर 35% भर्तियां, ओवरऑल रिजर्वेशन दिया है बेटियों को, बहनों को, और फिर लाडली बहना ने जिंदगी बदली। तो बहनों के मन में एक असीम प्रेम, एक असीम विश्वास पैदा हुआ। अब हम विस्तार से, अभी तो प्रारंभिक रुझान है, लेकिन हमारा विश्वास है कि हम शानदार बहुमत प्राप्त करेंगे। बाकी चर्चा फिर विस्तार से बात करेंगे।
Shivraj Singh Chauhan, that's virtually an election victory speech, but it does appear that the BJP is doing quite well. I was speaking to Amitabh just a few moments back, and he said that no, Vishnu, don't get ahead of yourself. Wait till about 11:30 or 11:40. These could still be postal ballots. Be that as it may, Supriya Shrinate still with us. Sanjay Pugalia had a quick point. Go ahead.
नहीं, सुप्रिया, मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा था कि आप जिन भी पॉइंट का जवाब देना चाहें आराम से दीजिए, लेकिन आपने चूंकि छत्तीसगढ़ का जिक्र किया, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है। छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस को बहुत अच्छी जीत मिल रही है, लेकिन ये क्रेडिट बघेल और बघेल की स्ट्रैटेजी को, उनको जो फ्री हैंड मिला उसको है। लेकिन ये भी ना भूलिए, क्योंकि अब देखिए 2024 की बात आएगी, उस संदर्भ में हम बात कर रहे हैं, और वो ये है कि बीजेपी ने वहाँ इम्प्रूव किया है, बावजूद उसके बघेल वहाँ लौट करके आ रहे हैं। तो ये ऑटोनॉमी की विक्ट्री है, जिसको कांग्रेस को सल्यूट करना चाहिए।
आपकी बात को ही अगर मैं खंडन करते हुए एक बात बोलूं, और मुझे लगता है कि आपको बुरा नहीं मानना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम बड़े फ्रैंकली बात कर रहे हैं संजय जी, आपके ही अकॉर्डिंग अगर मैं चलूं तो हर जीत का श्रेय भाजपा में मोदी को जाएगा, हार का श्रेय उनको नहीं जाएगा, हार का ठीकरा उनके सर नहीं फोड़ा जाएगा। लेकिन कांग्रेस में अगर कोई जीतेगा तो वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ रीजनल लोगों की जीत होगी। तो फिर वैसे मध्य प्रदेश में हार का ठीकरा किसके सर फोड़ा जाएगा, या राजस्थान में अगर हम अभी ट्रेल कर रहे हैं किसके सर फोड़ा जाएगा? मुझे लगता है कि ये थोड़ा सा दोहरा मापदंड है। ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर हिपोक्रेसी का एक पुट है, पर आई थिंक मैं अभी भी आश्वस्त हूं कि राजस्थान के नंबर्स इससे ज्यादा इंप्रूव करेंगे। और जहां तक आपने कहा 2024 की पिक्चर बिल्कुल खुली हुई है, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर कोई भी नंबर्स को एक्सट्रैपोलेट करके कुछ कहना चाहता है वो सर्वथा गलत है। अगर हम एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रेंड है, और मुझे लगता है कि आज से 24 घंटे बाद आप लोग फिर से डिस्कशन करेंगे, और द फैक्ट कि एक रीजनल पार्टी की हार हो रही है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है एक नेशनल पार्टी के हाथों। चाहे वो हम होते या चाहे वो बीजेपी होता, रीजनल फिनोमेना यहां पर है और वो स्थायी दिख रहा था, और अब उनकी हार हो रही है, ये एक बड़ी बात है। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारी वापसी, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है। राजस्थान में अभी भी जो नंबर्स आप दिखा रहे हैं वो मेरे लिए बहुत एनकरेजिंग है, क्योंकि पिछले कुछ दशकों में इस तरह के नंबर हम जब सेकेंड बार मत देखने जाते हैं तो नहीं मिले हैं हमें। मेरे लिए मध्य प्रदेश डिसअपॉइंटिंग है, एब्सोल्युटली डिसअपॉइंटिंग है, लेकिन मैं फिर भी कहूंगी कि मेरा मसला नहीं है ये,
सुप्रिया, यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट सुप्रिया,
लेकिन भाजपा में इससे खुशी है या दुख है ये मैं नहीं बता सकती।
छोड़िए
ये आप ज्यादा जानते हैं।
सुप्रिया, इनफैक्ट ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रही हैं कि राजस्थान में जो ये रिवॉल्विंग डोर है उसके मुकाबिल पहली बार इस प्रकार की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी न्यूट्रलाइज हुई है कांग्रेस के लिए। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नंबर है। वोट शेयर भी आपका ठीक है, लेकिन वही है कि जो मैकेनिक्स होते हैं नीचे के, और उसमें मैं आपसे इंफॉर्मेशन सीख करना चाहूँगा कि जो बाद में 20 टिकटें बदली गई उसमें स्ट्राइक रेट क्या रहा, ये इंफॉर्मेशन के तौर पर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ।
मेरे पास अभी डेटा नहीं है, लेकिन जब इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी तो हम लोग जरूर इसको साझा करेंगे। मैं मध्य प्रदेश का तो नहीं कह रही हूं बिकॉज वहां पर तो काफी ज्यादा लीड है। मुझे लगता है कि 12 बजे अगर हम दोबारा से बात करें तो राजस्थान के नंबर्स काफी रिवाइज होंगे।
ओके, एक चीज और, आपने जो कहा रीजनल पार्टी का खत्म होना और कांग्रेस का इमर्ज होना, ये इंडिया अलायंस के लिए भी एक नया चैलेंज पोज करेगा जो अभी WIP है, वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है।
बिल्कुल, हर चीज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है। राजनीति में कोई चीज जब तक लास्ट वोट काउंट ना हो जाए कास्ट नहीं होता है। मुझे लगता है इंडिया अलायंस के लिए भी ये जरूरी है, और मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया अलायंस में हमारी जो मीटिंग अगली होगी उसमें भी इस फिनोमिना का डिस्कशन जरूर होगा कि कैसे अगर कांग्रेस एक तेलंगाना जैसा राज्य जीत रही है, जो तेलंगाना हमने बनाया 10 साल तक हम वहां नहीं आ पाए, अब आएंगे। मुझे लगता है ये सारे डायनामिक्स एट प्ले होंगे, इसमें कोई संशय नहीं है।
All right, Supriya, thanks very much for sharing your thoughts.
Just a piece of breaking news that is coming in now, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be going to the BJP headquarters. They have reasons to celebrate. Now the BJP number is almost double, more than the double in Madhya Pradesh of the Congress party. In Rajasthan also the numbers consolidating in the upwards of 104. But the concern certainly would appear in Chhattisgarh, because if you have a BJP and Congress gap of just 4, then we really do not know which way it's heading. But the news coming in around 6:30 p.m. is when the celebrations are going to begin at the BJP headquarters in Delhi, and that has been a very, very lucky headquarters, Sanjay.
Yes, precisely. Or whenever this happens, whenever BJP wins or is to make a big statement, the Prime Minister goes there. Of course, that buoyancy would be there, and he would be most humble
carries
person.
on right till prime time.
And to the workers, he'll assign a new task.
Yes.
What is important here? 2 states. Madhya Pradesh victory is phenomenal in terms of numbers. Rajasthan very good. Chhattisgarh is closing. Chhattisgarh, as we said, may go down to wire.
Let's just pull out those numbers.
What Supriya Sinha said, can I just 30 seconds? Yeah. What Supriya Sinha said in last line of responding to Sanjay Pugalia ji, that this work in progress of India Alliance is open, and their buoyancy in Telangana may write a fresh script, may force a writing of fresh script for India Alliance. That is a very, very interesting scenario, and which is going to be talked about.
There is only one agency which has said BJP will win Chhattisgarh.
Because head to head
against the trend, BJP will win
think Chhattisgarh is becoming very, very fascinating.
It's becoming closer.
Everyone, I wanted to go across for a quick reaction on Chhattisgarh to Supriya. Supriya, the Congress party, she's just left right now. Amitabh, let's just take a look at Chhattisgarh closely. They are at the simple majority mark as the Congress. These are not final by any means. But the BJP at this stage up 27 to 42 in a state where the Congress believed it had it wrapped up. This tells, even if the Congress were to win, right, the margin would be extremely slender.
Yeah, so Chhattisgarh has always been a very close election. Only 2018 was an outlier.
Yes.
So this shows that the state will revert to the mean of closer elections. And in the regional analysis you showed, BJP gaining in center, south, north, all the regions because of different factors.
Everyone just hold on for half a second. I need to interrupt this because I do need to take a short break at this stage. These are important. This is what keeps us going, and we're getting a bit hungry as well. So there's some chai pani coming in. So do bear with us. We'll be back in about 2 minutes from now. Do stay tuned.
Okay.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump?
गहलोत का जादू।
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
All right, it is looking very, very exciting indeed. The gap between the BJP and the Congress in Madhya Pradesh is now fairly startling. The gap is also building between the Congress and the BJP in Rajasthan. And indeed, Chhattisgarh, which many in the Congress would have suggested would be a walkover in their favor, it is quite close. Telangana, yes, the Congress has done incredibly well. Defeating or potentially defeating the BRS looks very much on the cards. But there's some important breaking news, Maria,
Yes.
which is coming in as well.
Yes,
Go ahead.
and you, as you heard from Supriya, she was talking about perhaps the Congress will have a better bargaining power within the India alliance because if they have unseated a regional satrap in the state of Telangana. News coming in that Congress has called the India meeting on December 6th. They will have much to explain to all other partners, particularly as to what happened in a bipolar contest between the BJP and the Congress in the state of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and also Chhattisgarh. And I think that becomes important because, you know, we have been saying that if the Congress were to do well in one of the states where it's a bipolar contest, then they would have a better bargaining power. Yes, they may have trumped BRS, a regional strong force in the state of Telangana, but when it is about a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress, it almost appears to be a mismatch. BJP winning with almost the double and perhaps bettering its number ever in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a state that they have been in power for 20 years, a chief minister who has been in power for 18 years, and in Rajasthan, which is following the revolving door process. But look at Chhattisgarh number. Sanjay, the question here is 45-43. This is too close an election for the Congress party's comfort.
Chhattisgarh, not just Congress party, but many others kind of declared the election to have been won by the Congress for many months ago. Since then, there are not many people who actually were giving any chance to the BJP. These numbers, of course, these numbers are closing because morning when counting started, Congress was leading very comfortably in terms of the trends that were coming in. This is only election in terms of 3 other places where counting is going on, where we are seeing kind of a reversal of a trend. A total reversal has not happened, but that is the closing of gap is actually happening in Chhattisgarh. This is very, very interesting. These elections would go to the wire as the numbers start coming in and counting still in process. I think Mr. Baghel was trailing. I don't know whether he is still trailing or not. T.S. Sindhya also is trailing. That again becomes very interesting because both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister trailing. In a situation where Mr. Baghel, on behalf of Congress Party,
he's trailing now.
was actually touring every other state and was acting as Congress's troubleshooter, both in terms of with all kinds of resources.
Sure. But just Sanjay, one important development that's just come in. Bhupesh Baghel is now in the lead. So that's changed in the last little while.
I'd like to make a point.
Yes, please.
This election was widely being talked about as a battle of welfare schemes because, everybody was talking about welfare and schemes and Labharti and so on. If you look at the kind of trends we're seeing right now, BRS, which was so dependent on the welfare schemes that it had unfurled over the last 10 years, is losing the state.
Yes.
Ashok, Gehlot in Rajasthan,
with all his welfare schemes,
looks like he may be losing.
Yeah.
And even Chhattisgarh.
So bravery doesn't amount to much.
No, even in Chhattisgarh, again, where Baghel had done so many welfare schemes, particularly in the field of agriculture, now it's turned out to be a really close contest. So obviously there is much more to elections than just trying to move voters with welfare schemes. There's organizations, the mechanics of it, running an election
go across
campaign.
to NDTV's Pratibha, who's got a guest with her. Go ahead, Pratibha.
Well, I have with me AICC Secretary as well as Telangana State in charge, Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan. Sir, the way moving towards Congress, how happy are you at this time?
It's actually, it was expected, and we've been on the ground, and right from when Rahulji did the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the cadre were really enthusiastic, and then the contribution of Sonia ji for Telangana and the creation of Telangana, and Priyanka ji's campaign, Kharge saab's campaign, and then all the local leadership, and because we've been seeing from the last 3-4 months how the ground situation is and what was reported. There was a huge difference, and the people of Telangana were actually fed up of the BRS government and the failed promises.
In fact, we are stationed outside the party headquarters here in Telangana, and there's a lot of festive spirit right outside with a lot of firecrackers and drum beats that have been playing. But then we also hear of ministers from Karnataka who have been lodging themselves here in Telangana. Is there some sort of a fear or insecurity in terms of BRS approaching a lot of your candidates?
Absolutely not. Actually, this is all, I don't know, a creation. And as all party workers, the party members who are being deployed by the High Command in the electoral process of the party have been here. And absolutely, there is no fear about any of our MLAs or candidates being in trouble. And we are absolutely sure we will all be together and we will form a very healthy government.
So a sweeping majority is what you say?
Definitely. Because it's the reflection of the confidence of people of Telangana have in the Congress party, and definitely we will be sweeping into power.
Right. So, and the bigger question is, if the Congress were to come to power, who will be the chief minister?
See, in Congress party there is a process, and there will the MLAs and the High Command will finally take a call, and there is we have an established process in the Congress party.
Right. So that was Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan talking about Congress heading in for a sweeping majority in Telangana. Well, a lot would depend on how the trends would really proceed from here onwards in Telangana.
All right, we've got Uma Sudhir with us as well, from who joins us from Hyderabad. But before that, let me go across to Veera Raghav. Veera Raghav, you had a point to make.
No, very quick point to make. Welfare schemes alone are not a guarantee of success, and also for an incumbent government, one of the sentiments, and I think Uma, maybe we can put that across to Uma, an incumbent government going around tom-tomming saying that, look, I gave you this, I gave you this, I gave you this, can have a backlash as well, though it's not had one in Madhya Pradesh. But I think in Telangana, Uma, there was a lot of reliance on this KCR image, and as we've been discussing and you've pointed out since the outset, it's a KCR versus KCR election. Was there too much reliance for the BRS on the KCR image, forgetting the fact that family rule is something that India has rejected with every regional party? Every regional party has fallen because of family rule.
Yes, indeed. The perception of arrogance of the family and power being centered only within 4 members of the family, that's something that certainly did not go well with the people of Telangana. While KCR's welfare policies were all something that people did acknowledge, Raitu Bandhu or pensions and so on. But during elections, it's not what you have already got, but what you're going to get next. That is what is a carrot that is dangled before people. And I would think the 2 segments that the Congress very specifically addressed, whether it is a youth segment or the women to who they promised 2,500 rupees monthly honorarium. They also promised free bus travel, and they also promised the gas at 500 rupees. And the debate, even rural women actually were, I was surprised that they were able to point out that it was the Congress which did it first, and why didn't they do it earlier if they really thought that we needed cheap cylinders, because they also had heard that KCR had then announced that they would be getting gas cylinders for 400 rupees. So it's not what you've already got, but what you're going to get that perhaps has that attraction, has that kind of, yes, so these are the kind of vehicles you find where people are...
Sure. Uma, just a quick question. Is there a change in mood within the Congress party that you're actually detecting right now, or do they believe that it could actually be lower than what they had initially projected, or do you believe that the trends thus far are exactly where the Congress wants it to be?
The Congress is in a very upbeat mood, and they do not think that they are going to be just about the majority number. They in fact seem to be feeling that they are going to be in a very, very comfortable position here, and therefore all the talk about whether if you have only about 2 short or 3
Uma,
more,
we'll come back to you in just half a second. There are lots of color for the Congress party over there. I want to turn our attention to Chhattisgarh and stay on Chhattisgarh for just a few minutes, because it's getting really interesting now. In the last 1 hour or so, we've seen a drastic change. I'm going to walk across to the screen so that we can actually take a look at what the situation in Chhattisgarh is, and then let's take a look at the regional breakup in Chhattisgarh as well. This is extremely close at this stage, and let's just have it out for you. Remember, the magic mark is 46. You say the Congress has actually reached that magic mark. Not quite, but these are now becoming trends slowly. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, what you start seeing would likely become a result. But the fact is that the BJP at 43 up 28 means that this cannot be taken at all for granted. This going down by a few seats, this going up by a few seats is quite possible. Of course, it can happen the other way around as well. But this is not, and I think this is the key point, what the Congress had expected of Chhattisgarh at all. So, Mitra, would you like to sort of come in and take a look, or tell us a little bit about what you see developing in Chhattisgarh?
So, I think initially when we started with the election campaign, Vishnu, we saw that Congress was in lead. Nobody imagined that BJP would come back, because Raman Singh ji himself was very dormant, silent. We were not hearing much. And I think the campaign also which BJP launched, especially the campaign for election and the Mahadev app controversy and all these things, it came in very late. But I think one of the important factors which is affecting all the north states, I mean all the 3 states in the north, is the anti-Hindu or the anti-Sanatan rant which has happened. It has consolidated the Hindu votes. That is what I feel is really bringing out these numbers.
Sure.
Because otherwise Chhattisgarh was a clear winning shot for the Congress. But now I think BJP might just
be in the ascendancy. Let's just take a look at the region-wise split of Chhattisgarh. This is north. And the number is a whopping 12 up for the BJP at 17 at this stage out of 32 seats in this area. The BJP, the Congress, I should say, down by 9. If you take a look at South Chhattisgarh, there are 3 regions in the state. In South Chhattisgarh, 16 out of 16. The Congress down 7. The BJP up 6. So in all of these areas, it's very much the BJP which is on the ascendancy. And finally, though it is narrowly in favor of the Congress in the center of central Chhattisgarh, just look at the BJP up 11. So it's neck and neck.
Yes, but look at the southern part. Let's bring in the
Let's go back to the
southern part. In 2018, Vishnu, the Congress had 48.8% vote share.
Yeah.
They had won 15 seats. And the BJP had won only one seat with 33%. Now look at the shift. 48, that means they had an upper advantage of 15% in 2018. Look at the north now. In north, there was an 8% gap between the BJP and the Congress in 2018. The Congress was at 40.6 with 24 seats. Now, they are down by 9 seats. Similarly, in central, there was a gap of 10% between the BJP and the Congress, with the Congress having a vote share of 43 and the BJP at 33. The gap of seats, Vishnu, at that time was 29 for the Congress and 9 for the BJP.
It'll be interesting, and Rajat, come in on this. Why do you believe, or what are some of the key factors you believe, are resulting in the BJP being in the upswing over here?
Well, I think it's one of the most interesting campaign strategies that BJP adopted. BJP was very nimble right from the upfront because...
All right, half a second. Raman Singh speaking. Sorry about that, Rajat. Let's quickly listen in.
Yeah, उसका आशीर्वाद आज प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
नतीजा क्या निकलेगा, पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
सर, शुरुआती बढ़त आखिर क्या माने कि बीजेपी को जनता क्यों चुन रही है?
मैंने पहले भी इसका जवाब दिया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नाम से, मोदी जी के काम से, 9 साढ़े 9 साल की उपलब्धि को लेकर जिस प्रकार केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने मेहनत किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समय दिया, गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दिया, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने जो समय हमको दिया, और जनता को मोदी जी की गारंटी, जनता ने उस पर भरोसा किया, भूपेश की बातों पर भरोसा नहीं किया। ये प्रथम चरण के रुझान में स्पष्ट दिख रहा है और ये निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का आशीर्वाद मिला और हम जीत की ओर बढ़ेंगे।
छत्तीसगढ़ में आपको सबसे ज्यादा भरोसा, आप सबसे मुखर होकर बोले कि हम जीत रहे हैं, भूपेश पे भरोसा लोगों का कम हो गया, और सबसे बड़ी बात गृह मंत्री ने आप पर भरोसा जताया था। आपको अंडर करंट पता था सर कैसा हो रहा है? अंडर करंट दिख रहा था और इतना बड़ा अंडर करंट होगा इसका एहसास सामान्यतः लोगों को नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर मैं इस बात को लगातार रिपीट कर रहा था। मेरी बात को लोग भरोसा कितना करते हैं मैं नहीं जानता, मगर मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से रोज बोल रहा था, एक ही बात को रिपीट कर रहा था कि जबरदस्त अंडर करंट है और भूपेश को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता रिजेक्ट कर चुकी है, उसके चेहरे को हराना चाहती है।
सर, आप बैकफुट पे थे एकदम से, क्योंकि आपको क्या लगता है क्या गेम चेंजर रहा जो आप अचानक से, जो बिल्कुल बैकफुट पे थे, अचानक से लीड करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं? तो ऐसी कौन सी गेम चेंजर पॉलिसीज थी, किस तरह से इसको मोबिलाइज किया आपने पूरे कैडर को?
नहीं, लीड डॉक्टर रमन ने नहीं किया, लीड पूरे सामूहिक नेतृत्व में हमने किया, मैं भी मेहनत किया, हम सब ने किया और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व ने इतना समय दिया। मगर जैसे ही हमारी घोषणा पत्र जारी किया हमने और वो घोषणा पत्र में मोदी जी की गारंटी उसमें लग गया, उसके बाद जनता को 100% भरोसा हो गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो कहती है उसको करती है और मोदी जी की बात पे। और 15 साल, फिर मैं रिपीट करूंगा, 15 साल जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हमने किया था विकास के, उस काम को भी मुहर लगाया।
क्या आपको लगता है कि जो करप्शन था, जो भूपेश बघेल ने जो किया था, लगातार एक के बाद एक करप्शन की जो चीजें सामने निकल करके आ रही थी, उसने भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया? बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा था भूपेश बघेल के करप्शन, और लगातार वो शराब की घोटाला हो, कोयला का घोटाला हो, महादेव ऐप का मामला हो, पीएससी में भर्ती में युवकों के साथ छल किया गया वो घोटाला हो, महिलाओं के साथ जो उस प्रकार से वादा खिलाफी किया गया वो बातें हैं,
इन बातों को लेकर लोग भूपेश के चेहरा को बदलना चाहते थे।
एक बात ये सामने आ रही थी सर, एक बात ये सामने आ रही थी कि बीजेपी जो है शहरों में अच्छा करेगी, लेकिन गांव में क्योंकि किसानों तक उनका पेनिट्रेशन इतना अच्छा नहीं है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आपकी जो योजनाएं हैं और जो आपकी बातें हैं वो ग्रामीण इलाकों तक भी पहुंच पाई हैं?
पूरी महिलाओं ने और युवकों ने जम के वोट दिया और किसानों ने भी समर्थन।
सर, आप 9 मंत्री पीछे हैं, अगर मौका मिलेगा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
ये पार्टी का निर्णय है, पार्टी जिसको भी जवाबदारी देगी। हम लोग एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता हैं, जब जैसी जो जवाबदारी दी गई उसका पालन किया, आगे जैसे पार्टी का निर्देश होगा और जिसको भी जवाबदारी दी जाएगी सब मिलके उसको छत्तीसगढ़ में एक बेहतर सरकार बनाने का काम करें।
आप चौथी बार ये जिम्मेवारी संभालने के लिए तैयार हैं?
मैं कहता हूं ना, पार्टी मुझे हमेशा, मैंने कभी मांगा नहीं है। पार्टी जब जब जो जो जवाबदारी दी है उसका क्रियान्वयन मैं करता रहा हूं। आगे क्या जवाबदारी देगी पार्टी के नेता तय करेंगे।
ये 9 मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी,
ये पूरी सरकार पीछे चल रही है। जब मुख्यमंत्री 2 राउंड में पीछे हो गया, इसका मतलब ये बता दिया कि जनमत उनके खिलाफ।
दावे कर रहे थे, कई तरह के दावे थे, 75 पार तो आपने अभी भी कहा है।
75 की बात कर रहे थे और मैं कल भी आपको कहा था, मैंने आंकड़े भी बताए थे कि कांग्रेस कहां तक जाएगी और वो 40 भी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगी।
All right, so breaking news now coming in. If you look at the latest lead situation in Chhattisgarh, we've got it up 47 now. It's swapped change between the BJP and the Congress. It's the BJP which is above the halfway mark now. The Congress has gone down a little bit. You saw Raman Singh speaking just a few moments back. It's changed again. It's 49. The BJP pushing towards that 50 mark. Remember, the majority mark is 46. Raman Singh, you heard speaking over there, appearing incredibly confident at this stage. And the key point over here, one among many, is that many or most of the exit polls got it all wrong as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned.
Vishnu, in the morning at 8 o'clock, I mentioned this point, that none other than it was only Amit Shah ji who was telling every reporter he was meeting over the past 10 days that you will see a massive upset. Place your bets on BJP in Chhattisgarh. He was the lone voice who was saying this repeatedly because he was sensing it from the ground. Understand the strategy of BJP. It became a fait accompli 3 months back that Congress is winning. There is no leadership, but BJP started a very, very micro campaign. They picked up very small but genuine issues. They picked up the PSC scam, the civil services scam in the state. They picked up the agrarian crisis issue. They picked up the huge unemployment crisis right now in Chhattisgarh.
And
all of these simmering was happening, and they used a plain vanilla campaigning. They did not go out to try extraordinary things.
And then there was the entire thing for the SGs. Which was announced by the Prime Minister in Jharkhand. Aarti, you had a point. You had a point to make on this.
Maninder Singh,
on what exactly is happening over here. Just quickly before we go to Mr. Sirsaiya.
On the ST issue, I just want to point out that the Prime Minister made that remark, that announcement on the 15th of November. But the Bastar region in Chhattisgarh
had already voted.
So
that may not have been a factor.
No, I would say it is the work on the ground that the BJP and RSS have done over the last few years, sustained work amongst tribals, and I think that there was a polarization between Christian Adivasis and non-Christian Adivasis, which has worked to the BJP's advantage very clearly.
Yes, I will. Just a quick word from Maninder Singh Sirsa, who's joining me from the BJP office. Maninder ji, आदाब. आपके चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट लाजमी है क्योंकि अगर 11:30 बज गया है और ये नंबर्स दिख रहे हैं. Give us what do you think is working for the BJP in Chhattisgarh? We are understanding what worked in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan as well. What do you think worked or perhaps is working if these numbers hold?
See, one thing is for sure that when we talk about Chhattisgarh, the big scam in Chhattisgarh was definitely a most important issue in Chhattisgarh. When you talk about Mahadev app, you talk about the corruption in Chhattisgarh, the loot in Chhattisgarh, and the Prime Minister also very clearly said that people are just looting and filling up their coffers. So I think the corruption was the biggest issue in Chhattisgarh, and that was the reason that people want to boot out this party out and this government out, and they have given the mandate to the BJP, to the Narendra Modi ji.
And nobody was giving Chhattisgarh to you. I remember I did speak to a lot of BJP leaders, and I agree with what Rajat here is saying. that Home Minister Amit Shah, who has been crisscrossing Chhattisgarh, has been telling everyone that be prepared for a surprise in Chhattisgarh. So perhaps they had sensed that. I want to understand from you, what do you think BJP did right, besides, of course, taking on the Congress party on the issue of corruption?
See, the one thing is corruption. The second most important thing is, see, people of Chhattisgarh, maybe Prime Minister's slogan, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas. So Chhattisgarh people have seen that in spite of Congress government there, the schemes of center are reaching them. The government of India is doing their best to get them, reach them, the scheme should reach them. And at the same time, the Chhattisgarh CM is just looting them like anything. So Amit Shah ji was very clear from day one. He was categorically saying and again कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. In our meetings also, उन्होंने कहा बार-बार ही said कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ छत्तीसगढ़ को लोग बहुत गलत आंक रहे हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर बीजेपी का साथ है. लोग चाहते हैं बीजेपी को लाना और बदलाव आएगा. और छत्तीसगढ़ के आंकड़े आपको हैरान करने वाले होंगे. तो day one he was sensing this कि छत्तीसगढ़ will be a big change. And when he said about मध्य प्रदेश कि मध्य प्रदेश में हम 140-50 सीटें जीतेंगे, I think no media house was buying his argument.
Okay, Manindra ji, just half a second, because this is incredible, the turnaround that we are seeing in Chhattisgarh. Let me go straight across to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu, who joins us now from the Congress office here in Delhi. Sunil, give us an idea of what some of the reactions are. Is the mood one of despondency? Because, you know, I mean, Telangana, I beg your pardon, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, things aren't really going well for the Congress.
Not going well, and in fact, just to give you a mood, the bands that were started have all stopped. It's completely now getting desolate. I think clearly the message is loud and clear for the Congress party that they have made a number of mistakes, and I think many of the general secretaries, many of their leaders did report to the Congress leadership during the campaign, be it in Chhattisgarh, be it in Madhya Pradesh, that things were not going well. They did tell them that in Madhya Pradesh there was a lackluster campaign. The fact that in Chhattisgarh, especially in urban areas, the situation hasn't been very, very good. And of course, this entire campaign of attacking on the corruption issue has definitely made a huge impact. So definitely for the Congress party as well as opposition parties, it's back to the drawing room stage. They understand now that ahead of that finals of 2024, it's a long road ahead, and definitely a lot of mistakes that have been committed, and really they are really what one leader conceded and said, extremely disappointed and upset with the way the votes have turned out to be.
Vishnu, similar to what we had seen in 2015 in Bihar. The BJP started distributing laddus around 8:30, 9:30, and that's what happened.
But I'll tell you where laddus are being distributed right now.
Is it?
In Jaipur.
Yes.
Our colleague Vedant at a BJP leader. Is this the BJP office? This is in fact, I think, the BJP office where you are, Vedant. What's happening over there? Laddu distribution started. The numbers seem very much in favor of the BJP at this stage.
Well, Vishnu, I'm very close to the city palace here in Jaipur, and here you can see their celebration. The dhols are out, and you know, BJP flags are out. In fact, a lot of women from the Raj Mahal, as it is called, are here as well. Let me try get in a word from them as well. आप बताइए, दिया कुमारी जी अब लगभग 20,000 वोटों से आगे चल रही हैं. क्या लड्डू बंटना शुरू हो गया ऑलरेडी?
बिल्कुल लड्डू बंटने शुरू हो गए. दिया कुमारी जी आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम तो ये चाह रहे हैं कि राजस्थान में मुख्यमंत्री दिया कुमारी जी बने, क्योंकि हमारी महिलाओं की जो पीड़ा है वो सिर्फ महिला ही समझ सकती है. और अभी हमें अगर युवाओं का उज्जवल भविष्य चाहिए, ये अपने ये जो वंशवाद, जातिवाद जो ये चल रहा है, तुष्टिकरण की नीति से मुक्ति पानी है, तो हमें दिया कुमारी जी जैसी इनके जैसे हमें जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर
ठीक है. चलिए आप बताइए अभी रुझान है, परिणाम नहीं आए, लेकिन अगर बीजेपी आती है पावर में तो ये किसकी जीत आप देखती हैं? ये मोदी की जीत है, दिया कुमारी जी की Here you can see Vishnu, Modi chants of Jai Shri Ram as well. that you try and get the word from some more people. आप बताइए सर, लड्डू पटना शुरू हो गया है, अभी आप आश्वस्त हैं कि बीजेपी यहाँ पर पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ आएगी?
मेरे हिसाब से बीजेपी राजस्थान में अभी 115 के आसपास जीत रही है।
हो गया?
ये जीत हमारी
यहाँ तो हो गया।
There you have it, Vishnu, from the people here, BJP supporters out in large numbers here outside BJP Karyalayas, and they've planned huge celebrations.
Vedant.
Prominent faces like Diya Kumari.
Vedant, I want to understand from you, who all are there at the BJP office? You know, the leader who arrives first may have got some indication from the central leadership.
Absolutely, Maria. In fact, sources within the party here tell us that two senior leaders are expected by today evening. Of course, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has been here holding the fort, for the BJP. In fact, boosting the morale of BJP workers here. He came to the BJP office here as well, and we're expecting senior leadership from the BJP to come here by today evening as well. And initially, as we were reporting, the rebel factor, the independents, could have become important because there was a cliffhanger that was predicted by the exit polls. But right now, the BJP is looking at a comfortable majority. And Maria, here you can see laddus are out as well in true BJP style. Okay, so Maria, a lot of celebrations have been planned, and of course, not just
we have seen that kind of celebrations in the BJP office, and all that will be translating into massive celebrations at the BJP headquarters in Delhi at the ITO.
It's not that we are stopping you. We know that you have a thing for laddus. Go right ahead, Vedant.
Okay, Sanjay, when we look at these images, yes, state after state, it's a convincing victory. Madhya Pradesh 72 plus another 15. That is what the Congress, BJP has. In the state of Rajasthan also, a massive victory, a convincing victory. And if these numbers hold, then Chhattisgarh could also be good news for the BJP. My question then is, sab jagah collective leadership thi, under the overarching image of Prime Minister Modi. So the Modi magic that we keep talking about is winning states for the BJP.
Precisely. Modi magic has held, and Maria, very honestly and frankly, nobody outside of Amit Shah's strategy group believed that they were going to win 3 out of 3 in the heartland. That is again very interesting. You mentioned about Amit Shah telling everybody, and I had a small chat with him when he said ki people won't believe now, but Chhattisgarh we are going to win.
Sanjay sir, मैं एक चीज बस add करूंगी. There is this party that we have seen in action since 2014. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, who started as the BJP president. In those 5 years that he was the BJP president, he has traveled to each and every state of India. He is the person responsible for ensuring that every district of India has a BJP office.
Yeah, every district now they are going district wise. The fact remains that Rajasthan people were talking too much about Gehlot, the welfare schemes initiated by Gehlot, and so on and so forth. In Madhya Pradesh, again, these numbers, nobody had believed these numbers. I think these numbers would be comparable to the numbers that BJP got in Gujarat. Again, head to head, coming to 2024, head to head, BJP vis-a-vis Congress, where they have been pitted straight one against each other in 2014 and 2019. BJP's strike rate is about 85%.
Yes.
So these numbers actually tell you a very larger story.
And talking about that aspect, when Karnataka elections were lost, Desh Ratan Nigam, and coming on this also.
Maria, 30 seconds.
Yes.
When you did that big fight, the last point where we concluded was Chhattisgarh.
Yes. That's an important point that we did. Desh Ratan Nigam, when the Karnataka elections were lost, the point was that the BJP is not relying on local leadership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is doing too much of heavyweight lifting. Just look at these results. All 3 states, but is it different because it's a Hindi belt? Cow belt mein mahal isliye different ho sakta hai because the Labharti aspect, the Modi voter is very much there because of the Labhartis. The last mile delivery of the schemes of the government is being felt on the ground, and we have seen that on ground.
Yes, certainly, Maria. In fact, delivery of the scheme so far as BJP is concerned and digitalization of the entire scheme is one of the most common factors for BJP's delivery. And not to forget their grassroots level workers. Their grassroots level workers, Panna Pramukh, which take everything to the bottom. Right to the last mile connectivity is their Karyakartas. And then comes the Prime Minister. Let me put it this way. The Prime Minister is bonus to everything. The structure that they have, the grassroots workers that they have, the booth level workers that they have, and therefore, if you look at the entire state of Karnataka, they lost because of the loss of few leaders out there, and Andhra Karnataka, the bad loss that they had in Andhra Karnataka.
But there are a couple of important points. Half a second, Veera, which I wanted to make over here, and just go back to these numbers also in terms of state by state. The key point that you can actually see over here is that despite the India alliance actually gaining a little bit of steam, when it comes to numbers in the north of the country, they are nowhere to be considered. On the 6th of December, there's going to be an important meeting. They'll certainly be taking stock of what is proving to be a fairly disastrous run. We can also see, if you look at Telangana and the fact that the Congress is likely coming to power over there, we can see a clear north-south split over here. So the Karnataka win for the Congress earlier on, extending into Telangana, but the key point being that if there isn't something substantial, the India alliance, and not least of all the Congress party, has in mind for the north of the country, come 2024, it'll be difficult for a mood change to actually be in effect. And without something substantial over there, they'd be in trouble. Let's just quickly go across to all of the states right now and see what the lead situation is. Chhattisgarh first. This has gone down from 49 to 47, but considering the fact that it was the Congress which was expected to win, it is a huge jump for the BJP, and it appears at this stage that the BJP is on its way to coming to power in Chhattisgarh. Raman Singh, a little while back, actually said quite clearly that, look, we are going to win. We knew it all along. Amit Shah had made the point for a while that it was the BJP coming to power. All the exit polls, by and large, got it wrong over here. I think there was one outlier. Let's move to Madhya Pradesh. And this, I think, as far as the BJP is concerned, is one of the biggest stories. Not because they are likely winning Madhya Pradesh at this stage, but the margin of the win is absolutely huge. Up 45, the Congress 41. Remember, there were a couple of exit polls which had said that, no, in fact, it's the Congress which is going to win. With a lead like this now, and we are well now past, or we are slowly getting past the stage of ballot polls, it is a huge, huge number over there as well.
It's a wave election in Madhya Pradesh.
So this is going to be a resounding victory, one way or the other, for the BJP, it appears at this stage. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves until some of these trends become results. That will happen. Rajasthan, another huge story. Again, there were those exit polls which said that, no, in fact, it's going to be close. It might be in favor of the BJP. But let's take a look at where the BJP is now. Up 39, the Congress down 33. Let's go across now to NDTV's Manish Kumar, who joins us from Chhattisgarh, from Raipur. Manish, thanks very much for being with us. You know, there was a sense of optimism in the Congress in the morning. Baghel started trailing. He may be in the lead right now, but it seems that the BJP is clearly on the ascendancy in Chhattisgarh. Is that the sense in the Congress office?
Yes, of course, the hope is now giving way to despair. Although the Congress party managers, campaign managers, they are still claiming that it's too early because there are over 15 rounds still to count, and they are hopeful that they will be able to somewhere change the trend. But even that whatever trends are there till 11:30, it's it continues to hold in the remaining last round. But of course, Chhattisgarh has a history of close contest, but we have to keep our fingers crossed. But as of now, it seems that BJP is going to create a big upset, because this is one of those few states where almost all the exit polls gave Congress party a comfortable majority. Of course, everyone was aware of the fact that Congress will not be able to retain either the seats which they won last time, or the seats the vote percentage. But nobody expected this kind of dismal performance by the incumbent Congress government, Bhupesh Baghel government, because Bhupesh Baghel was the face of the campaign, and somewhere he gave the optimism. He was quite confident that he will be able to pull it off. But we have to see, as of now, it seems that this Chhattisgarh is also slipping from the hands of Congress, and BJP is on the way back in Raipur.
Let's just go across to Tuhin Sinha, the BJP spokesperson. Thanks, Mr. Sinha, very much for being with us. And Manish, thank you also for having joined us a few minutes back. Mr. Sinha, the key point over here, and let's just take a look at the larger picture. What is the larger message over here? It does appear that the BJP will be winning these three key states, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. If that is the case, then going into 2024, and I do know that assembly election results don't necessarily have a link with what's going to happen in general elections. However, would you say that the mood in the Hindi heartland has been established?
Well, Vishnu, I have been sticking my neck out on this for some time, and Maria is aware of it. I have been saying it for some time that it will be a 3-0 clean sweep for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Now, there are two factors which are very evident. One is the pro-incumbency sentiment on the ground for Prime Minister Modi and for Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji. But on the other hand, you know, what is equally important is the anger and the animosity people today have for the Congress party because of its duplicity on a range of issues. Number one, the way it presided over and facilitated the attacks, the orchestrated attacks against the Sanatan Dharma. Number two, the way it has unleashed financial anarchy in Himachal Pradesh and in Karnataka through its fake guarantees. And number three, through its all-out corruption, through its duplicity on the issue on important issues like caste census and its divisive nature. So I think this paves the way for a very big win for the BJP in 2024. And look at it, even allies of the Congress party or supposed allies of the Congress party, Akhilesh Yadav has been calling out Congress's hypocrisy.
Yes.
Today
Congress
people of the country.
Worry, Tuhin, I agree with you post these results because in a direct contest between regional satrap, they'll say that in context of Telangana, yes, we have done well. But Veera, you wanted to come in.
No, Maria, I was just going to go back to the point that you made about leadership and the Prime Minister being the star campaigner. And we were juxtaposing it with Karnataka. The lesson I think the BJP has learnt from Karnataka is that even if you want to move forward, don't give a public image of sidelining the leader. What happened with Yediyurappa is very different from what you saw in Madhya Pradesh, where Shivraj Singh Chauhan...
And what happened with Vasundhara Raje,
yes,
in the last moment
you did not send the message that you have alienated them. Yes. You kept the regional satrap as well as you went out, and I think that's part of the strategy. But I think the bigger lesson as far as the Congress is concerned is what Vishnu was also pointing out, that there is definitely clearly seeming to be a north-south divide, at least from the way I see it down south, because several Congress leaders, Vishnu, who we met in Hyderabad, were supremely confident about Chhattisgarh. They were slightly nervous about Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan, they weren't willing to talk too much, but Madhya Pradesh, they were nervous, and I remember them saying 125. So I think that would be a hit, and Chhattisgarh, I think a lot of Congress leaders were extremely confident that they were going to get through.
I've just got a message from those close to Jyotiraditya Scindia coming in, and then I'll go across to Deshratan Nigam on how the Scindia factor, they say, has actually won. It's based on their analysis of the situation in the state in the counting. On almost all seats where Jyotiraditya Scindia's loyalists were contesting or where he campaigned heavily, which would be in the Guna, Shivpuri, Gwalior area, it's 15-1. According to Scindia loyalists on the BJP versus the Congress, they say it is an impressive lead for the BJP in these areas. Now, this is interesting because Deshratan Nigam, there were those who questioned what would actually take place with Jyotiraditya Scindia. Was he actually making the mark for the BJP in the state? If this is true, and I'm telling you off the top, this is coming from his supporters, but if it is true, then, it just goes to show that he remains very strong in the state.
I'll just take that question forward with one more thing, that in this belt of Chambal and Gwalior, the point was that the workers of the BJP had done anti-Maharaja politics. That was the sense. But here is the Maharaja who jumps the ship, becomes part of the BJP, and still the workers were okay with ensuring that the party wins. So I think that is the interesting shift that is winning.
26-7 last time in Chambal.
But Deshratan ji just answered that question. Please. I mean, the Scindia factor.
See, absolutely right. See, Scindia has been able to establish himself in BJP now. And especially the kinds of trends that are showing. And there he's completely, assimilated himself in the BJP. He's also transformed. It is not that the BJP is the only person who's adjusted with Scindia. Scindia is also very well adjusted, and he's a young dynamic leader, no doubt about it. He has a hold in that particular region, and combining it with BJP's workers, the strength of the workers which the BJP has, and the Prime Minister's charisma, I think all the three factors in that particular region has done wonders to BJP.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. So far as North-South divide is concerned, let me tell you, even in the last elections, the BJP had lost the Karnataka elections. But there was a sweep in the Lok Sabha elections. So you cannot have that North-South divide in the Lok Sabha elections. Please remember that.
It could be the other way around as well. Who knows?
Yes.
No, but last time in 2018, just a quick point, sir. 2018, BJP was the single largest party in Karnataka.
Yeah.
In 2019, they swept the parliamentary election. This time, of course, you have an alliance with
Okay, I
JDS,
know.
but Karnataka
I
is
know
not the
everybody
story
wants to come in. I'm just going to have to wait for a moment. Again, the sponsors, Veera Raghav, important. We need to keep the business running.
Laddus.
We need to take a short break at this stage.
what
We'll
about
come
some
back with the
laddus
very
for us?
latest. And Aarti has a couple of key points to make. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Get comfy this Christmas with Pillow Pad Fold Away from JML. The multi-angle viewing stand that makes any device easy to see, comfortable and hands-free. The plush microfiber ledge holds any device securely at the perfect viewing angle. And it comes with a handy storage compartment. It's a great gift for sofa surfers. Whether you're sitting, lounging or lying down, get the perfect view with Pillow Pad Fold Away. Only $19.99 from Asda, Argos, Boots, Tesco and JMLDirect.com.
More broadband switchers? Choose us. And this Black Friday, EE Broadband is free.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created?
Always look epic. And it's on the UK's best network for 10 years. So shop our unreal Samsung deals in the EE Black Friday sale. But only until the 7th of December. Because, more Samsung owners choose EE.
So you want the confidence to hit that high note. Here's how. Get the Harry's trial set.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral
to call Madhya Pradesh in favor of the BJP with a 157 to 70. We are well into the counting at this stage, and the Congress down 44 at this stage. The BJP well above the majority mark of 116. If you take a look at Rajasthan, again, some had suggested it would be close, but this isn't close at all. The BJP well ahead of the Congress. It appears that the internal differences of the Congress party, what they tried to do in terms of SOPs has not worked out as well, and that some of what the BJP was trying to talk about in terms of corruption certainly being one of the key things against the Gehlot government, the problems within the Congress, the lack of cohesiveness over there has worked in favor of the BJP. One of the most remarkable elections this time around, and we are getting to a stage when we should be able to call Telangana as well, is the Congress's remarkable performance in the state of Telangana, where at 71 and up 52, they are directly have gained at the cost of the BRS. The BJP, which was just last time around, is up to 8 seats if these trends become results. But the Congress will come to power, it appears at this stage, at Telangana. Mizoram results will be declared tomorrow. Question, is this a clear north-south divide we are seeing? Remember, a couple of months back, Karnataka, the Congress had done well.
That's coming
in Telangana, the Congress doing well as well. But other states, BJP all the way.
Yeah. Those visuals that are coming in now, Narendra Tomar, Agriculture Minister, Civil Aviation Minister in Jyotiraditya Scindia, and the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Well, it's very clear that Shivraj Singh Chauhan could, very well be the man that the central leadership could choose and rule that out at the moment. But yes, those visuals are interesting because the party wanted to send that message that 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a general secretary in Kailash Vijayvargiya, all of them have to be on ground. All of them must contest. In fact, Jyotiraditya Scindia may have also contested, but he had in fact ensured that all his loyalists jumped the ship and joined the BJP. They were fielded this time around. But what a fascinating picture that's coming in, Sanjay Singh.
Collective leadership on display.
Collective leadership.
Yeah.
It is a show of strength without a doubt. It's early days, but they're clear. And I think it is interesting. It does appear that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, there's no real reason why the BJP would necessarily replace him at this stage as Chief Minister. But the top leaders of the BJP out there, talking amongst themselves, extremely calm. Maria, you wanted to go across and take a look at the regions in Madhya Pradesh,
yes,
which I think would be really interesting as we analyze this performance and also some of the key leads. Go ahead.
Yes, so Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the man of the moment in many ways. You may say that this election was about brand Narendra Modi, but if there are women of the state and women of Madhya Pradesh, they may have emerged for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And the fact that he said that he will be only adding to the schemes, not announcing fresh guarantees. So what he did was to ensure and send that message that yes, when it is about a chief minister of 18 years, it is also about showing a report card. It's not about making promises alone. Let's look at the region-wise, because I think it becomes important to look at various regions of Madhya Pradesh and how they voted last time around and how the picture has completely shifted this time around. We are starting with Bundelkhand. Look at this. Bundelkhand right now, BJP up 7, Congress down 5. What had happened in Bundelkhand in 2018 becomes important because there was a 5% gap between the BJP and the Congress. The BJP even then had done very well. It had won 10 more seats than the Congress in Bundelkhand. So it's only bettering its performance. It's becoming better than what it had last time around. Let's look at another region now in Madhya Pradesh, and this is the very important Chambal belt. The vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress was good 7% last time around, with the Congress having a 7% advantage at 41%, the BJP at 34%. The seat conversion was that the BJP had just 7 and the Congress had won twice that number, almost 24. Just look at what is the picture right now. The Congress is going down. The BJP has really come up in this Chambal belt. This is where the Scindia factor is at play. Now looking at Mahakaushal, 42.8% is what the Congress had won. They had won 28 seats in 2018. The BJP had won 40% vote share. It had won 18 seats. If we look at these numbers, the BJP going up by 5, the Congress down by 6. This is where the BSP factor, though very minuscule, comes at play. But Mahakaushal should be a matter of concern here. Ma'am, and please weigh in on this. This is where Chhindwara is.
Right. So, and I think Kamal Nath is also losing his seat, or he's trailing behind what I heard. So that is real cause of concern. Even though I would say that Kamal Nath played it very safe when the anti-Sanatan rant was happening. He never commented. Rather, he was also seen with Bageshwar Dham and other people, you know, other sadhus.
And he said that he built the biggest Hanuman temple in Chhindwara.
Yeah, but I think the OBC factor is going to play a very important role in all these elections. And when even the women's bill was passed, the Congress tried to show off that, you know, that the OBCs are not in favor of this bill because the women are not getting representation. But I think that OBC politics is very clearly shown here, that they stand with the BJP in all the 3 states.
And particularly it becomes important because this is the belt which is closer to Maharashtra.
Yes.
And a victory for the BJP would also mean consolidation in Maharashtra as well. So it's only good news as far as this belt is concerned, and certainly very, very worrying for the Congress party if they were to lose this important belt of Mahakaushal. Shifting focus now to Malwa. As they say, Malwa is bellwether for the state of Madhya Pradesh. In Malwa, the BJP had won 40 seats, the Congress had won 45. Just look at the numbers here. BJP up 25 seats at 65. These numbers are only going up. The Congress down 23. And Malwa Nimar is where, come in on this, Rajat, was in 2018, you had that entire farmers' unrest.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that farmer unrest is a history. If you were not able to do well in 2018, then you would not do well even this time around.
No, I agree. I mean, look at right from the Neemuch belt all the way till Indore belt. The entire base was the clear Hindutva belt for the BJP. We have seen that repeatedly. This has been the bastion of the BJP. Even within Madhya Pradesh, this is something which is stuck behind BJP. And this has showered its blessings yet again on the BJP. Clearly, it was here where Rahul Gandhi went in and started, you know, calling out names to the Prime Minister. That did not work. Any kind of personal attacks that Congress kept doing, none of that worked, and we saw huge
BJP
consolidation.
in charge of these elections there, Ashwini Vaishnav on our television screens, where he is present at the war room there. But interesting development there. Would you say, Sanjay Singh, a quick word on Ashwini Vaishnav, an IS officer who we met also at the BJP office recently, and he said, we are winning Madhya Pradesh, we are winning all the states.
That again is very interesting story. Somebody who was not a politician,
yes,
an IS officer, then turned
from the state of Odisha.
Turned technocrat, coming back into politics, becoming an minister, and he interested with charge of some state as important as Madhya Pradesh. Of course, there were other leaders, but he was one key player. So therefore, you make a strategy, you involve all kinds of players, people who are good with strategy, people who are good with technology, people who can foresee something else which others cannot see. So therefore, it was a great combination. Prime Minister Modi's charisma coming into the play. And one important point which was mentioned just now, when you do gali to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, just the reverse happens. And these elections in these 3 states have proved that.
So basically, any attack, a direct attack or personal attack against the Prime Minister doesn't work. Election after election, it has come in. Here is Ashwini Vaishnav giving laddus now, distributing laddus. They have reasons to cheer. A technocrat, as we have been saying, we are leaving you with these visuals. We are coming back. It's a day of celebrations for the BJP. 2 states having won convincingly. They are heading for
saffron, this thing also. So double celebration for BJP and their sympathizers.
Okay, bye bye everyone.
मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। तो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है। डबल इंजन की सरकार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को सबको बधाई।
सर, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी लीड मिल रही है, सो उसको लेकर
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop?
Well, the only bit of good news today for the Congress is coming from South India in Telangana, where the party, as you see on your screen, leading in 70 seats. The BRS, a mighty blow for the mighty K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Until 6 months ago, Maria, I don't think anyone even thought that BRS and KCR were in shaky ground. And until 2 weeks ago, the BRS did not believe that they were in shaky ground, but anti-incumbency, 10 years of anti-incumbency, family rule, doing in that regional satrap.
And just look at Chhattisgarh now, Veera.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes break that we took, BJP is 51. They have crossed the 50-itch. Congress at 37. So if these numbers hold and the momentum building for the BJP in Chhattisgarh, then it appears certainly that they'll have much to celebrate in the next 1.5 hours, because nobody got Chhattisgarh right.
That's right.
Professor Sandeep Shastri, a quick word on Chhattisgarh, and also Sanjay Kumar. Just look at that Chhattisgarh number.
Chhattisgarh was always seen as a tough fight, and given the Congress history of the last 10 years of not being able to hold on to a seat that they were in power in, I think Chhattisgarh only reconfirms that trend. And I think it also is indicative of the fact that a large chunk of the tribal vote in Chhattisgarh has actually moved to the BJP.
Yes.
If this trend were to hold, I think these factors will be important to keep in mind.
So Birsa Munda celebrations that happened in Jharkhand, timed with
they
the
always
messaging
have that
going
impact in a neighboring state.
Maria, because Chhattisgarh Bastar election took place before the Birsa Munda.
Yes, so but the substantive chunk, because that was 20 seats before that.
That was
and
all
the 70
those were the tribal areas
yes.
largely. I think the Birsa Munda function may have had an impact in Madhya Pradesh, amongst the tribals.
Okay,
yes.
Sanjay sir?
No, it is a surprise for, I think, most of the analysts, including me. But I thought it is important for us to let the viewers know that in most of these constituency, they would be counting for 19 and 20 round. And except for one constituency where it has been completed for 6 and 7 round, counting is in progress only in the second and the third round. So there is a lot to come. I'm not saying this lot is going to change the fortunes of party in Chhattisgarh, but I think we need to wait. Out of 18, 19, 20 rounds, only 3 or 4 rounds have been completed. So not even 1/10 of the counting has been completed. Let's not jump to the conclusion that BJP is heading for a very big victory in Chhattisgarh. Maybe things will go in favor of BJP, but I think it is going to be it is going to be much closer compared to what it looks like at this moment.
Okay, let's look at Chhattisgarh numbers more region-wise, and I will ask the PCR director and producer to put those images on these television screens. Those are visuals coming in of celebrations from all the BJP headquarters, from Jaipur to Bhopal to now Raipur as well. Raman Singh, the former chief minister, has spoken just few minutes back, but just look at these numbers. We are starting with central Chhattisgarh. This is where the Congress had won 29 seats last time around with a vote share of 43%. They are, and the vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress was good 10%, the BJP at 33. Just look at the shift which is visible now. BJP up 14, Congress down 10. Moving to North Chhattisgarh now. And North becomes important because, you know, we say that perhaps this is the belt which had the impact, correct me, Professor Shastri, of what is, you know, the pitch of Birsa Munda in Jharkhand. Okay, so we are looking at North. You have seen the picture of North. Okay, so we are going straight to Diya Kumari because Vedant is in conversation with her.
And poised to win your Vidyadhar Nagar seat. क्या आपको आश्वस्त है पूरी तरीके से कि बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत से वापस आएगी?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार राजस्थान में बन रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ में बन रही है और मध्य प्रदेश में बन रही है. इतना एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, लेकिन एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा बड़ी जीत होने वाली है. बहुत खुशी है, सब में कार्यकर्ताओं में खुशी की लहर है और जनता में भी है. जनता अपने उखाड़ फेंक दी है इस कांग्रेस की भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ऐसी अच्छी सरकार, स्थिर सरकार तो जनता के लिए काम करे, जनता के हित के लिए काम करे, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा दे, युवाओं को रोजगार दे, किसानों को न्याय दिलाए. ऐसी सरकार के लिए जनता ने वोट किया है, राजस्थान की जनता ने.
क्या फैक्टर रहा, सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर क्या रहा? अभी परिणाम पूरी तरीके से नहीं आए, लेकिन बीजेपी के ये जो नतीजे सामने दिख रहे हैं, क्या सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर रहा? महिलाओं की तादाद बहुत बड़ी है यहाँ पर, आपके तमाम समर्थक यहाँ पर आए. आपके हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर क्या रहा? क्या ये मोदी फैक्टर है, वसुंधरा फैक्टर है, दिया कुमारी फैक्टर है, महिला फैक्टर है, क्या फैक्टर है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत है और पूरी तरह से मोदी सरकार पर विश्वास है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे विश्वास जताया है जनता ने, राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की. बहुत ही खुशी की लहर है पूरे राजस्थान में, पूरे भारत में, और इसमें लोकसभा में तो पता नहीं कितनी सीटें आएंगी इस बार, तो बहुत ही खुशी की बात है.
और एक बार ये बताइए, यहाँ पर आपके तमाम समर्थक ये कह रहे हैं कि आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए. क्या आप राजस्थान की अगली मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगी?
ऐसा ये तो बहुत ही सवाल का कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि देखिए पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड डिसाइड करेगा जो भी मुख्यमंत्री.
तो आपने ये डिसीजन आला कमान पे छोड़ा हुआ है?
मैंने क्या सबने छोड़ रखा है, इसमें हमें तो रिस्पॉन्ड करने का भी कोई मतलब नहीं.
Alright, so that was Diya Kumari speaking exclusively to NDTV, saying that she has left the decision to the High Command.
Maria, what's going to happen now? Let's look forward. We will look at Telangana a little later in terms of who's going to become chief minister. In Rajasthan, is it a done deal? What do you think is going to play out?
But interesting that Diya Kumari is the first leader who has spoken out to journalists in Rajasthan, and interesting again because she is in Jaipur. But let me bring in Harsha, who's joining us as well. Diya Kumari, Princess of Jaipur, royal family. Harsha, and someone who stepped into Rajasthan's political arena only 10 years ago, but played an important and interesting role in the last 10 years, and particularly in these elections. Is she the new woman factor in the state?
Well, I think definitely, you know, she's definitely been promoted by the central leadership, and it's definitely to offset royal versus royal, woman versus woman. So if they were looking for someone who had Vasundhara Raje's charisma and perhaps would not be as, you know, uncomfortably strong, then they may have just found it in Diya Kumari. Just look at the fact that she got Vidyadhar Nagar. It was an absolutely safe seat. There was talk in the BJP circles that lots of people were trying for Vidyadhar Nagar, but apparently it had been, you know, sort of kept for her. So safe seat from Rajsamand, Vidyadhar Nagar, definitely a rising star on the political horizon of the BJP. And here, of course, the BJP moved very, very upbeat here. You can see behind me, those garlands are being put up here at the BJP office. So they're getting ready now because the results are more or less in. And let me also tell you that there's an important meeting that's going on here. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and other senior BJP leaders are here at the BJP office, you know, in a meeting, while of course the Karyakartas and the workers are celebrating outside.
Yes, so Dol Nagada at the BJP office in Jaipur, and you had heard from Jaipur ki beti, that's what Diya Kumari is often called, and she is among the 7 MPs that the BJP had fielded this time around. And as Harsha was saying, that Vidyadhar Nagar is a safe constituency, but you know, the larger message is she the one? We really do not know
who the one is.
Who is the one now, because the story of Jaipur and particularly of Rajasthan will move ahead.
I believe we can go across to Arvind as well, who's there at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. Arvind, what are you picking up? Any word on who is going to take the top job there in Rajasthan that you can hint us with?
Veera, when it comes to BJP, no one can speculate or no one can report the name unless until it's officially announced by the BJP leadership. So let's not take the risk of second guessing when it comes to a party like BJP. So let's leave it for the party to officially announce the name. So keeping that aside, so preparations are underway for grand celebrations here at BJP headquarters in the national capital. So post 6 p.m. we can expect all the senior leaders of BJP arriving at the party headquarters from BJP National President JP Nadda, followed by Home Minister, and somewhere close to 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister also to arrive here at BJP headquarters, where the party will celebrate the victory in all the 3 states. Party is very hopeful that they'll be winning all the 3 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and also Telangana. So close to 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister to be here, and then Prime Minister will be addressing the gathering also. That will be somewhere around 8 p.m. So as usual, though Congress started the day with crackers and with celebrations, as the tradition or as how things were has always been in the last 7-8 years. Again, at the end of the day, it will be BJP which will be celebrating in a grand manner, bagging almost 3 out of 4 seats or 4 states, something that's a huge victory for BJP. So we can expect the celebrations to kickstart here post 6 p.m. But as expected, that BJP was confident throughout that they will be winning all the 3 states, with Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh making it clear that the party will be winning handsome. But when it comes to Chhattisgarh, things are quite, we did go through the Election Commission data, almost 15 to 16 seats, where the margin is somewhere around 1,000 between.
Yes, Arvind. So Arvind there was saying that around 15 to 20 seats is where the margin between the BJP and the Congress is less than 1,000. But just look at the numbers of Chhattisgarh, because, you know, nobody gave BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh. And if we were to look at the gap, it's only consolidating for the BJP going ahead. Aarti is joining us from our election war room. Aarti, let's look at the Chhattisgarh big numbers. What are the big data center of NDTV? Give us a sense of how many seats between the BJP and the Congress are in the gap of less than 500. And how many rounds are over in Chhattisgarh? How many more rounds to go?
Absolutely. Now, this is the data center that NDTV has set up, where, of course, the numbers are now stabilizing. And Parmedu will be able to tell us exactly how these numbers have worked in Chhattisgarh. A big turnaround for BJP in Chhattisgarh, sir. Could you explain to us how that's happened over the course of time and in the following rounds of counting, what we are yet to see?
Yes, in Chhattisgarh, everybody was expecting that the Bhupesh Baghel will form another government. He will repeat as a CM, but the things got changed. And if you look the tally into the region-wise, it is the Congress who got set back in the southern region, which includes the Bastar and Sarguja region. So Congress did very well in last time. Almost they clean sweep. So this time, out of 16 seats, Congress is getting only 6 seats. So loss of 9 seats in the southern region. Congress is doing well, means in comparison to 3 of the region, they are doing well in the central region. Out of 42, Congress is getting 19, even though they have loss of 10 seats in comparison to 2018. But in north and south, they are doing really poor. BJP is leading on 21 seats out of 32 seats, which comes in northern Chhattisgarh. So, and the Congress CM Bhupesh Baghel, he himself is trailing in the Patan seats. And the BJP, they gave ticket to their 4 MPs, and the 4 of them now leading. Even the Mr. Baghel's nephew, Vijay Baghel, who is a sitting MP in Durg, he is leading in that seat of the Patan. So things got changed, and the last time BJP means the BJP's main face was Prime Minister Modi. This time they decided that they should not go with any state face. They went to the campaign in the collective face. Means the face was PM Modi, and on the Mahadev scam, they targeted Congress. They raised the issue of corruption. I think that worked well in that region. And the tribal seats where Congress did very well in those areas, this time they focused on.
Okay, we are going straight to Anurag Dwari, who is where Shivraj Singh Chauhan is. Many would say he's the man of the moment, but we really do not know whether he'll have another chance. Over to you, Anurag. How many laddus did you have?
Yes, Maria. And while we cover Shivraj, I'll tell you the story of a young rapper who composed "Apna Mama Aayega" और "Apna Mama Aa Gaya." आप चलते अपना नाम बता दीजिए और गाना सुना दीजिए.
My name is औशनिक दुबे और मैंने एक गाना लिखा था जो कि मुझे बुला के परफॉर्म करवाया. गाना कुछ ऐसा जाता है, अपना मामा आएगा जो करता सबकी बात है और रखता सबका साथ है, विकास को करवाने की कामयाबी अब उठाएगा, आएगा अपना मामा आएगा, इनके जैसा काम ये विपक्ष ना कर पाएगा, ये स्वच्छता का आना सारी थैलियां हटाएगा, जितना उनने लूटा है तू उतना ही अब पाएगा, ऐसा इनका ख्वाब है जो दल को बिगाड़ाएगा, जिंदा इनका ख्वाब अब आगे बढ़ते जाएगा.
आपके मामा वहां आ गए हैं और अपने मैं कैमरे सहयोगी से कहूंगा कि वो आपको सीधी तस्वीरें दिखाएं मुख्यमंत्री निवास में. We are just inside the CM's official residence here in Bhopal, and you can see Chief Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. If my camera person can just show you those visuals where he's wearing a pagdi, and hundreds of BJP workers here in Bhopal, and just they're trying to get a glimpse of Chief Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. As CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said that the BJP will bounce back with a huge majority, and also many of the exit polls, they predicted the same. And now we can see, Congress workers, I beg your pardon, BJP workers trying to get, take a picture or interview with Shivraj Singh Chauhan and his, saying, we will try and talk to the Chief Minister.
I just want to, as Anurag tries to get us those pictures, and as we wait for potentially words from Shivraj Singh Chauhan there, I want to put this across. There you see the NDTV mic right next to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. It's competing with the laddus and the garlands, getting to Shivraj.
To ignore him.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you guys, sorry, I wanted to ask you, Maria, as well as the panel in general, this question.
After a few minutes, and he has gone inside the official of Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Bhopal, but he promised us that he will give the interview, and I can see
those are fascinating visuals. Reminds me
of
what we have seen inside one Anne Marg in Patna. Because as a Bihari journalist, I keep talking about it every now and then, Professor Shastri. You have here a Chief Minister, you cannot ignore him. Because the Ladli Behna could very well have been the deciding factor here.
Though in earlier debates today we have been saying that if BJP has a sweep in Madhya Pradesh like what it seems to be, maybe the central leadership of the BJP would have an opportunity to take a call. But I'm not too sure now, given the increasing.
The first interaction that he had with media, the first thing he mentioned was about the Bhopal gas tragedy. He went on for good 5 minutes talking about that tragedy. Today is the day in the early morning hours when there were so many people who were found dead. He kept addressing to the people that emotional bond that he has supersedes all politics, and this is why he on one side stands one of the top. He's the greatest of all times.
So we may need to
longest-serving Chief Minister of India.
So you need to understand. Was a time I this remember is not because of politics, freebies. All of that is secondary. It's the emotional connect. He knows how to read people's hearts and minds like no other.
We will just have to go across to Renuka Chaudhary of the Congress as well as Shazia Ilmi of the BJP who are joining us. Renuka Chaudhary, first to you. You're from Khammam. It has been your constituency. What a win it's been for the Congress as far as Telangana is concerned. But now the only question that remains, who's going to become Chief Minister in Telangana? Is there going to be a tug of war there, or do you see this settled very amicably?
It will be settled very amicably, let me tell you, because all our observers are here and MLAs will give their opinion, and I'm very, very sure that it's going to be a unanimous choice. It's been pretty much like that.
Would you bet and say today at the moment that Revanth Reddy stands the most important choice of becoming Chief Minister? And also, who would you credit this victory to? The state leadership or the central leadership of the Congress?
Look, we have to be realistic. It was Sonia Gandhi ji who had decided, and single-handedly she battled in Parliament and bestowed the statehood for Telangana. The youth face of Priyanka and Rahul and the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a flashpoint which had the ripple effect which came into the states. And then subsequently in the state leadership got their act together. You can't afford to ignore Revanth Reddy. The fact of the matter is that he was the visible face. He is the visible face who put up a huge fight against the KCR and the BRS. And single-handedly, he even went and contested against the Chief Minister, against the sitting Chief Minister.
And Reddy is actually
leading there.
I do believe that you can't afford to ignore him. And of course, we are lucky that we have so much talent in the Congress party. We have many aspirants for this post.
But the talent is restricted to the south, ma'am, and the north. In Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, there seems to be trouble.
Rajasthan, even Chhattisgarh, seen as a popular Chief Minister. I mean, as far as the popularity quotient is concerned, you did not have an unpopular Chief Minister in Bhupesh Baghel.
Yes. That came as a nasty surprise. Let me tell you, because Bhupesh Baghel has been very steady and he has delivered on many fronts, and so that has come as a very rude shock if indeed, I don't know how many rounds are left because I've been on TV all the while, but that is a nasty surprise, and we'll have to quickly introspect and get back on the ground.
20 seats gap between the BJP and the Congress in the state of Chhattisgarh, Shazia, and now the Congress below 70 in Madhya Pradesh. You may say, I told you so. If these numbers hold, then BJP has much to cheer. Nobody was giving Chhattisgarh to you. It is not a cliffhanger. It's a convincing victory if these numbers hold. As we are saying, it's 12-20 now. Trend is clear. Madhya Pradesh is a sweep bigger than any victory that the party has seen. Rajasthan, again, it's a huge, huge success.
Absolutely, Maria. I'll come to that very soon because I know I want to talk about, and I know you're interested in talking about women leaders and women voters. But before that, I would like to comment on what Renuka ji just said. It is so unfortunate. And while I want to congratulate her and her party on the victory in Telangana, it is very sad for me to hear that again the credit is being given to not the leaders, not the state leadership, not to the carters, not to the workers, but same old family. So Sonia ji, Rahul ji and Priyanka ji. Now this spells a difference. This is the difference between BJP and Congress. Thankfully, Renuka ji spelt it out for all of us to see. It is there for the writing is on the wall.
Who would you
Look
credit the victories in MP and Rajasthan possibly?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Maria, look at this. Now one more thing. Rajasthan, I mean, forget about Nari Samman, there was Nari Apman. And the law and order situation. I will not even go into paper leak. I will not even go into red diary. I want to singularly talk about that. In Madhya Pradesh, and I have seen it with my own eyes, women have not just voted happily in huge numbers. They have blessed Shivraj ji. It's like हम वोट दे रहे हैं, दुआ के साथ वोट दे रहे हैं. आप हमारे अपने हो. आपका अपना कौन है? What is that अपनापन? What is that sense of relatability and belonging? And that is the credibility I'm talking about. And this is exactly what happened in Chhattisgarh too. Yes, we can talk about the Cowdung scam, Mahadev scam, and all the sattebazi that went on, and also the rice scam. But essentially, it is the women voters who have in huge throngs supported and believed in and trusted the leadership of our Prime Minister and all who are part of that vision and that mission to make India great, to do
everybody
better,
thought,
to have
Shazia, just
poverty
adding to the
alleviation.
point that you're making,
very fact,
everybody thought that when a special session of the parliament was called to ensure the passage of the women's reservation bill, that this is an issue which will resonate in urban pockets, Veera. But just look at it.
This is
I mean, whatever said and done,
it has,
let's be clear, all the factors are at play for the BJP here. If these numbers hold, they have got a comprehensive picture. It's a full plate thali, which has the meetha and the dal and the chawal and everything.
It's a fascinating story as far as Madhya Pradesh, as far as Rajasthan, and as far as Telangana is concerned for the Congress. I want to just get Mr. Pullarao involved in this. Are we seeing now a distinctive north-south divide? Here you swept Karnataka, which was a direct head-on battle with the BJP. You've decimated, the Congress has been able to run such a concerted campaign, decimate possibly the most powerful regional satrap in the south along with Jagan Reddy and MK Stalin. But for the last 10 years, an undisputed challenger. Whereas when it comes to the north, you see them struggling to fight in MP and Rajasthan. Is that an indication to come for times ahead?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all, because it so happened this vast anti-incumbency against KCR. It was expected. And to be very fair, 2014, 2018, the Gandhis canvassed and said, we gave you Telangana, we gave you. But Revanth Reddy deserves the credit as a catalyst, as an energizer, and he used his 20 years of political skills in different parties. He deserves the skill. He mobilized it. If he was not there, I don't imagine the same result will be there.
What's your prognosis for K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the BRS?
Chandrasekhar Rao, if he has a vote percentage, he has to fight now. He is sandwiched between two national parties, and that's a very uncomfortable place for a regional party.
Quickly, do you see Telangana becoming a BJP versus Congress battle? A bipolar state, like we are observing that in Karnataka. JDS has formed an alliance with the BJP. There is a large sense that the Kumaraswamy will have to merge or enter the BJP at some point of time. It's becoming a bipolar battle there. Do you see Telangana also becoming a bipolar battle? Is that the takeaway this time?
The decline will take quite some time. The decline will not be precipitous in the sense that KCR vanishes from the scene. It will be there. He will be there.
Can I say one small comment? See, I think one thing is very clear that's coming out of these trends so far is that Narendra Modi has established his dominance in North India. I think that is really, really clear. And we may go on speculating, will Shivraj Singh Chauhan be the Prime Minister, will be the next Chief Minister or not? The decision will be taken in Delhi by Narendra Modi because he ran the campaign. He was the face of the campaign. He led it. He has never done as many rallies as, in any state election as he did in Madhya Pradesh, But that may not be true of South India, and this is where your point about the North-South divide, because he was a face in Karnataka, but he was not able to.
No, absolutely right. What Aarti is saying that, even if Shivraj Singh Chauhan is met the Chief Minister, but The campaign was led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the studies which we have been doing, the post-poll study, we get a sense that out of every 1/4 of the BJP's vote is coming only and only because of Narendra Modi. So he is a catalyst for BJP voters. People have voted, a sizable number of people have voted for BJP
because I believe the Karnataka Congress Vokkaliga strongman DK Shivkumar, who is in charge of Hyderabad, they had kept him there, hoping that, you know, if it's around 60-62, they needed his support to hold the MLAs. He's speaking there.
They should have sent him to some other state. Maybe.
People of Telangana have answered them.
So, Rajya BJP Naikuru.
So I'll tell you this, Maria. You know, across the Telangana campaign, and I think I must just point this out, there was a sense of this Karnataka factor that was playing out. If we can go across
including putting out the advertisements.
No,
more than that, it became the ATM for Telangana. I mean, this is the talks in Karnataka is that Telangana will just swipe out all the money from all contractors in Karnataka and funnel it into Telangana and do the campaign. No, this is the narrative because so much was bled. All the work, all contract work in Karnataka came to a standstill.
Be that as it may, I think there is a larger factor.
BRS pulled out a lot of money also.
I believe we can go across to an exclusive conversation with Ashwini Vaishnav.
This is not the only reason, but without
जीत का मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास है।
एक ही राज्य नहीं, कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास है।
सर, आपने एमपी को बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही जो इतने सीट लेकर आ रही है बीजेपी?
मैंने आपको कहा, देश में मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का भरोसा है।
देखिए, अश्विनी वैष्णव हमारे साथ मौजूद थे और उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो है गारंटी की बात की है। गारंटी पर मोदी की भरोसा है एमपी को, और यही उन्होंने जो है दावा किया है। जिस तरीके का माहौल आप देख रहे हैं पीछे बीजेपी कार्यालय में, जाहिर सी बात है अश्विनी वैष्णव ने पहले ही दावा कर दिया था कि 150 के ऊपर लेकर आएंगे, तो शायद जो रुझान है वो भी वही दिखाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
Ashwini Vaishnav there, who was in charge of the state of Madhya Pradesh. Interesting journey of the politician who came as a surprise factor as the rail mantri in 2000, midway during the reshuffle, and given an important portfolio also as the IT minister, then given a political role in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So this is what the new BJP is. They believe in having all hands on deck. Party leaders, MPs, ministers, chief ministers of various states, all of them are brought in to ensure that they play their role. You had a Himanta Biswa Sarma campaigning extensively in these poll-bound states. Many would say, what role does an Assam chief minister have to play? What role will an Assam chief minister play in these elections? Deshratan Nigam. So, you know, this is also called micro picture that we keep
not even
about.
that. They caught Shinde also.
Shinde?
From Maharashtra. He's from a different party. He was coming in campaigning for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So that's how they kept the
increasingly when I hear your conversations, I feel like there is the South-North divide becomes even more, because exactly the same thing happened for the Congress in the South. You had DK Shivkumar, you had Siddaramaiah. You know, the day Revanth Reddy went to file his nomination, Siddaramaiah went along with him. They wanted to send out an image of the OBC push, you know, in that sense. So it's quite fascinating how it's coming out. But I just wanted to bring focus, since you were mentioning Madhya Pradesh, Maria, and to you, sir, is, you know, how much has the Scindia factor really affected? Because Chambal was a region where the Congress swept last time, 26. This is Jyotiraditya Scindia's region of influence. How much, Maria, has that mattered? Is that a factor, A? And B, in Rajasthan, when you come down to Rajasthan, what has been the one that tipped the sides?
Yes, I will take that question particularly of the Chambal region. If I'll ask the producer to put that on our television screens, that's there.
That's on it.
So Congress in 2018 had 141.3% vote, and it had translated into 24 seats. The BJP had just 7. Look at the numbers now. The Congress is up to 16, which means they have gained 9 seats. It was being talked about as to what is the factor of Jyotiraditya Scindia. He sounded visibly confident. He says that, you know, he has played a role. How should that be read?
I think a lot would depend upon which are the 9 seats that the BJP has gained. Has it been seats which came to them when Scindia moved over to the party? That I think would decide. But I think in larger Madhya Pradesh, if I could put it in 3 words, there are 3 M's which have decided this verdict. Modi, Mamaji and Mahila. It is these 3 factors across the state which has won them the verdict in Madhya Pradesh.
I think you'll have to add T also, tribals.
Tribals as well. MMP, MMMT.
Triple MT.
And when we talk about the Mahila voter, and I would ask, ma'am, please pitch in on this, because the Mahila voter is actually coming out with fascinating trend. They are going with an incumbent here, but they are not going with an incumbent in Rajasthan. I think the BJP as a trust factor has a bigger trust issue. The women voters, they trust BJP more than they trust the Congress. So, ek taraf to guarantee thi that you're making some promises. Here it was Mamaji talking about the report card. This is what I've done. This is more I will do. And the fact was that the Ladli Lakshmi, the last disbursal happened 3 days before the polling.
So, see, if you look at the 9 years which Modi ji has delivered, I think the focus has been completely on women. And look at the number of gas connections, look at the number of toilets that he has built. If you look at the number of other facilities, women's safety and other things, I think they have done tremendous work in keeping the women in focus. And that is what has, benefited them. And like you said, that Shivraj ji is called as Mama ji, and Mama ji is supposed to take care of the girl child basically. So that sentiment has been, that emotional connect has been built, and I think that has added a lot to this particular thing. One more thing I would like to say in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, what has happened is there has been lack of employment opportunities, and the male members of Rajasthan have been missing from Rajasthan. So if you look at the age group from 16 to 70, they have left Rajasthan and gone to other states.
That's a good
point. Because of that, the women have been left alone and they have to fetch on their own. So I think they have not got the benefits.
Factors that work out in an election. We'll go across to Shama Mohammed of the Congress as well. Shama comes from my part of the country, which is the south of India. Are you smiling or are you sad, Shama? You got Telangana, that's the only reason to smile. The other 3 have gone kaput for the Congress.
No, I'm happy, very happy with Telangana. I had predicted 70 and I think we will be there. So I'm very happy. But of course, as a congresswoman, I'm upset about the 3 North Indian states, that is Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. More so with Rajasthan, as we all know, it's 5 years, like Himachal Pradesh. But I think Chhattisgarh is which I must say I'm shocked. Because that was a winning state. Exit polls also said that we are winning Chhattisgarh. So real introspection needs to know what happened there. Maybe, I believe, overconfidence. But unlike the other states, I can just talk for Telangana, where I was there was micromanagement of the elections. I can tell you that about Telangana. Every aspect was looked in. Media was done very well. Everything, we took it up. Whether it's an EC, we had to complain to the EC, or any issues, we did zone-wise press conferences by candidates in every assembly, and also the observers, everything. We saw to it that the 6 guarantees reached every home.
Agreed, it was an extremely concerted campaign, but I'm just going to look forward. I asked a question to Renuka Chaudhary a short while back. Do you believe Revant Reddy will be now the Chief Minister of Telangana? I know there is a process, let's not be diplomatic, but ultimately, do you believe that he is the most important factor as far as Telangana was concerned? A young energy, a campaign, image of Revant Anna, all that at the grassroots, something to solidify the anti-incumbency and the family rule allegations against KCR. Do you believe he's going to become CM?
Yeah, your audio is breaking, but I could understand whether you asked me a question on Revant Reddy.
I asked you whether Revant Reddy is going to become Chief Minister of Telangana.
Okay, so I can't say that. We all have a process in our party. It's a very democratic party. The MLAs will get together. There'll be a CLP meeting. They will decide on the candidate who will be the Chief Minister. It comes to Delhi and the decision will be made. But I can tell you that being there, Revant Reddy ran a fantastic campaign. I saw his rallies myself.
lot of people, lot of vibrance. It was very good.
Right.
I must say that he led the campaign from the front, and no denying it. A lot of life and
Revant Reddy, just
he
to
did a
add to
good
what
job.
Shama
No
was
denying
saying,
it. There were other
He has
leaders
beaten
also.
K.
There was-
Chandrasekhar Rao in Kama Reddy constituency, where the third candidate is Venkatramana Reddy. I believe our colleague Uma
and he's
Sudhir.
also leading in Kodangal.
You know, Kodangal is his traditional seat. The fact that he went to Kama Reddy, where Shabir Ali, who was the candidate, was asked to shift to Nizamabad, and Kama Reddy, Revant Reddy contested to take on KCR, to send out an image of optics of challenger to KCR. I believe we can go across to Uma Sudhir as well. Uma, what are you picking up in terms of what we expect in the next few hours in Telangana? Do we expect all the legislatures? Obviously, they'll have to collect their certificates, the winning legislatures. Do we know when a CLP meeting will be held? Revant Reddy had said that December 9th, wasn't it, that the swearing-in will be there?
What is so special about December 9th?
His swearing-in, he said.
He didn't say his swearing-in. He said swearing-in will be there, whoever.
What I understand from other contenders is that they are, like you mentioned, many of them are going to be going to their constituencies to get their certificates. I've spoken to a couple of them who are being mentioned as the chief ministerial candidates, and one of them wanted to put his, put his candidature forward by arguing that he is going to be the person who is winning with the largest margin. In fact, he's spoken about the fact that in Nalgonda, Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy is one of the most senior-most leaders of the Congress, and he is also talking about the fact that he is someone who is going to be winning with a margin of almost 60,000, he says. And besides, he's also pointing out that he is someone who has delivered all the assembly constituencies in his district. Nalgonda district itself, 12, and he believes that he is the one responsible for being able to deliver. And as a comparison, if we were to look at Revant Reddy, he's talking about Malkajgiri Lok Sabha constituency, from where Revant Reddy is the MP, Komat Reddy is the MP from Bongir, and he's saying that Revant Reddy has not been able to deliver the same number of seats from his constituency.
So, you've already started seeing that. Maria just asked me a question, Uma, on why 9th of December? 9th of December, because that's Mrs. Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi's birthday. So, he said the swearing-in will be...
Also, when contesting in Kodangal, he asked the question in the rally. Just as Rajshekar Reddy's constituency became famous when he became chief minister, just as Chandrababu Naidu's constituency became famous when he became chief minister, don't you want your constituency to be famous? He asked this question in the rally at Kodangal.
Oh, the games will begin. I think the games will begin in the BJP for Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh seems very clear, if I may dare say so.
No, I think...
Chhattisgarh is still game out open.
No, I think if you look at the numbers, Chhattisgarh, if it is at 54 at 1240, I think it's more or less consolidated.
It's done and dusted. I think it's also time we need to start calling an election. But let's just listen to DK Shivkumar, Maria. I believe we have a soundbite from DK Shivkumar. We'll play that out for you and then we'll carry on this conversation.
For Telangana as well, do you call this a personal win for yourself? Please keep the mics down, please.
I don't want to tell this is a personal win. This is a win of the people of Telangana. People of Telangana has paid their gratitude to Sonia Gandhi for giving them the Telangana. They have seen the last 10 years rule. They are fed up with the rule. They have decided that there should be a change, and change for a progress, change for a development, change for a gratitude. This is what I could say. I thank the voters of Telangana for having shown the confidence on us. We will restore the confidence.
But you think that Mr. Revant Reddy should be credited for the big...
I think the one question everyone's asking is, will Revant Reddy be the chief minister?
There are contenders. There are very, very serious contenders in Telangana. Sitting in Delhi, we don't come to know. But anybody who's been looking at Telangana would be betting equally on Bhatti as well.
I followed Telangana very closely.
No, not you. I'm just talking about general perception.
No, but I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this, the difference between a Siddaramaiah versus a DK Shivkumar or a Bhatti versus a Revant Reddy is that Revant Reddy is not the old world congressman who's come here. I think it will be very difficult for the Congress to deny somebody like that.
If I could just make a small point. Given the nature of the Congress High Command power today, I think it will be very difficult for the Congress High Command to negate the chances of Revant Reddy to
No,
become
this
the
I
chief
agree.
minister.
Had
And
they
given
won,
his,
had they
given
won
his
any more
approach
heartland state,
in the campaign,
heartland state,
I think
No, I don't.
there is
I
a
think
little
Joyce,
choice away than
leeway.
Irrespective of where it is, what the heartland states are, there are caste dynamics. I think there will be deputy chief ministers. It will not be a categorical thing. But at 70, you see the difference in Karnataka and Telangana
but
here,
then,
right?
you know, then this falls under directly into the trap of Congress's
now
own
the
thing,
BJP,
own
let's
doing.
not forget,
See,
I mean,
they
in
kept
Telangana
saying that
also now they are in double digit.
And that's a fascinating story to discuss.
That's a fascinating story.
I believe Shivraj Singh Chauhan is
Yes, at the cost of the MI.
I believe Shivraj Singh Chauhan is speaking to the
again.
press. Let's shift focus to
अमित
Madhya
भाई ने जो
Pradesh.
रणनीति बनाई ये उसका परिणाम है। नड्डा जी का हमें मार्गदर्शन मिला। मैं केंद्र को प्रणाम करता हूं। फिर हमने पूरे चुनाव को पूरी ताकत से सामूहिक नेतृत्व में लड़ा। हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और संगठन के बाकी सारे कार्यकर्ता भी काम में लगे। और सबसे बड़ी एक बात और है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद सदैव मध्य प्रदेश को मिला, तो केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं का भी आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हमने मध्य प्रदेश में किया। और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इतने वर्षों में चाहे सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सिंचाई हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिसमें बेहतर काम ना किया हो। ये एक दिन में परिणाम नहीं आता, लगातार बेहतर काम करने के कारण परिणाम आता है। और महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए लाडली बहना योजना एक कड़ी थी, अगली कड़ी लाडली लक्ष्मी, कन्या विवाह, रिजर्वेशन महिलाओं को, बहनों को, ऐसी श्रृंखला थी। उसकी एक अगली कड़ी थी लाडली बहना, और अब होगी लखपति बहना। तो उनका भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिला, लेकिन समाज के हर वर्ग का आशीर्वाद मिला। मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूं कि जनता का स्नेह, प्रेम और विश्वास हम सबको भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला।
We know travel can be confusing. That's why I use travelup.com. Once booked, you can change, cancel.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case at 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost?
Madhya Pradesh, the big focus now, the BJP above 161. This is a bigger number than any pollster had given the Congress below 66. Does it actually mean that it will be their worst performance ever? Deshratan Nigam, weigh in on this. Madhya Pradesh numbers, BJP doing surprisingly well.
Yes, certainly the united stand that was given, and with the addition of Scindia, I think, and the tribal votes in favor of the BJP out there is something which is in fact going in BJP's favor, and this tremendous result which is there is an outcome of that. Obviously, when the Prime Minister goes and gives the kind of fillip and the boost to the campaign, which I have not seen with any of the leaders in the given times.
Okay, sorry sir, I believe we can go back to Telangana with some celebration shots coming out of Revant Reddy's residence. I presume this is from Hyderabad. Those shots coming in there. Full on, obviously you can see a lot of mics there trying to reach Revant Reddy. As somebody said, Hyderabadi biryani, Bagara Bangan and Gandhi Pet Ka Pani. We'll make sure that nobody leaves Hyderabad when you come in there. So we will, those shots of course coming in there. Obviously you were talking, I believe we can go across to Shehzad Poonawala as well. Shehzad.
What a day for the BJP, Shehzad. The Prime Minister expected to arrive at 6:30 for the big celebrations. Nobody, you know, while Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan was deeply contested, nobody gave you Chhattisgarh. Look at the numbers that are coming in from Chhattisgarh now. BJP consolidating at 53, above 50 definitely.
Maria, thank you very much for having me on your panel. Veera Raghav, after a very long time, it's good to see you back into the drill. We were always confident of these three states, Maria, and the reason behind this is that today is an endorsement of Modi's magic of delivery and performance. Modi's guarantee people's lives becoming better, whether it's on the economic front, whether it's on the social welfare front, whether it's on the women empowerment front, and therefore, even after 18 years, today we have a new terminology in political vocabulary, pro-incumbency. Maria, when was the last time you heard governments will be voted back in power in such succession, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, because of something called pro-incumbency? This is the Modi magic. And whereas the Congress in Rajasthan and Congress in Chhattisgarh perform so badly, they make fake guarantees and fake promises that the anti-incumbency catches up with them. And therefore, there are two contrasting models. One is a model where the BJP promises vision and mission for the country. On the other hand, the Congress tried to play the division card. They tried to divide us on the caste lines. On the one hand, you have the performance and delivery of the BJP-led governments under Prime Minister Modi.
Shehzad, will also be that all the Congress contenders and the chief ministers of Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan were making the pitch. In fact, let's listen in to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the man of the moment in Madhya Pradesh. He's in conversation with Anurag Dwari.
पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल आज बहुत व्यस्त है कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में जो भी काम हमारी पार्टी तय करती है वो काम हम लोग करते हैं।
विपक्ष ने आपको एक्टर कहा, अभिनेता कहा, क्या उसको ये जवाब है? आप ये कहते हैं
ये जनता ने जवाब दे दिया, इसलिए मैं क्यों जवाब दूं?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व और लाडली बहनाओं की जीत है। भोपाल से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी राजू बाथम के साथ अनुराग द्वारी, NDTV इंडिया।
That's an interesting statement coming in from Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Professor Shastri.
He talks of the people giving a mandate, and I think that's a very interesting interpretation as to who, in his opinion, should be the next chief minister.
He stands tall. I mean, among all the leadership in Madhya Pradesh, it is at least one state where he stands way above everybody else. So I think even if the centre tries to, reach out to the elected MLAs, it will be very hard to come out with any other choice which can match that stature.
About him, his leadership.
There was a time when people used to say Mr. Modi was 3-time Chief Minister of Gujarat.
Here is a 4-time Chief Minister.
Draw a parallel to Shivraj Singh Chauhan saying we have another 3-time Chief Minister, at those times I'm talking about. So obviously someone who's been from the old guard and still hold strong in terms of his...
Yes, let me add one thing.
In the entire process which was being followed by the party during the ticket distribution, there was something very endearing about Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He was not seen as taking on the leadership head-on. Neither was he asserting that my people in my coterie should be given tickets. He was essentially looking at, there was something very right in the way he maneuvered his pace at a time that a chief minister of 4 terms was not being projected as the chief minister. Still, he was someone who kept on saying that this is about Modi and all of us. In the posters, he was behind Prime Minister Modi. But he accepted it.
The fact is, he's a people's man, as rightly pointed out, And once you're a people's man, you read the pulse of the people. And then you take one step backward, one step forward, and that is what a good politician is supposed to be. And that he knows. And the difference between Mr. Modi being a 3-time chief minister there and him being there, that Mr. Modi has been helping him out here in becoming the chief minister and
just
adding the votes.
Jyotiraditya Scindia is now speaking to my colleague Anurag Dwari.
सुनाया था अब मैं क्या कहूं कि अगर मेरी इतनी बेसुरी आवाज हो तो मैं क्या करूं
तो सर आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी
अनुराग मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए देश के विकास के लिए गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी उनका मार्गदर्शन हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बीडी शर्मा जी
और मेरे जैसे सेफोलॉजिस्ट का भी आपने शुक्रिया
बिल्कुल आपको भी मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं
लेकिन आपको बहुत गालियां दी गई प्रियंका गांधी जी ने मंच से कहा कुछ और कांग्रेस के और नेताओं ने कहा क्या आपको लगता है ये जवाब ग्वालियर चंबल की जनता के साथ पूरे प्रदेश ने दिया है
मुझे 3 साल जो गालियां दी गई बददुआ दी गई मैंने सबको अपने छाती पे लिया मैंने एक शब्द जवाब में नहीं दिया
नहीं तो मेरी छाती में
मैं आपको अपना भाई समझता हूँ अच्छा तो मेरे भाई होने के नाते आपकी छाती तो ठोकी मैंने और मैंने एक जवाब नहीं दिया क्योंकि मैंने कहा कि 2020 के उपचुनाव में जनता ने जवाब दे दिया मैं कोई बात नहीं करूंगा 2023 के चुनाव में जनता जवाब देगी और खास करके एक नेता जिन्होंने मेरे कद की बात की उनको अपना कद ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग ने और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिखा दिया है
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया आप तो वहां भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है राजस्थान हो छत्तीसगढ़ हो मध्य प्रदेश हो एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी
आज बहादुरा के लड्डू चलेंगे आसपास ग्वालियर से
मैंने तो सोचा कि आप मुझे खिलाएंगे आज
बस एक आखिरी सवाल मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूँ
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तो साफ तौर पर केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया अपनी जीत से पार्टी की जीत से उत्साहित हैं और कह रहे हैं वो पार्टी के सिर्फ कार्यकर्ता थे मुख्यमंत्री की रेस में नहीं हैं भोपाल से अपने कैमरे सहयोगी राजू बाथम के साथ अनुराग द्वारी NDTV इंडिया
Okay, time for all the chest thumping there in Madhya Pradesh. Maria, I believe Shehzad still with us. We will in a short while play that exclusive interview of Anurag's with Shivraj Singh Chauhan as well, bringing us the first newsmakers here as soon as, I gather that all of them are there together. Shehzad, is there clarity within the party about who is going to be chief minister in Rajasthan because the numbers suggest clear win? And in Madhya Pradesh as well, do we now safely assume that it will be another term for Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan?
Veera, we were very clear this time that in all the 5 states, we have gone with the collective leadership principle, and therefore this decision will be ultimately taken by the elected members of the Legislative Assembly. They will get together, there's a party process, the party will initiate that process, and the elected legislators will be entirely free to decide whom they want should lead their respective state governments. So I think that's a decision. I do not want to intervene into their discretionary power in that regard. But having said that, Veera, we must focus on also the kind of narrative that the Congress was trying to dish out in this country, whether it is the divisive cards that they played, whether it is trying to create a culture of saying that our guarantees will work. But the people have rejected both these cards of the Congress party, and they have comprehensively rejected it. In Telangana, perhaps they have not tried out the Congress, and therefore they have given them an opportunity in place of BRS. But even there, the BJP has now, I can see, as per your figures, we are in double digits. We've doubled our vote share. But we must analyze.
Sorry, Shehzad, sorry to interrupt you. Quickly, I just want to know, what works in the north which doesn't work in the south?
No, I don't think there is anything that is not working in the south. Of course, you know, the BJP is in its expansion mode. So there are new areas that we are now charting course with. We were only 1 seat 5 years ago. We were 6.5% vote 5 years ago. We have doubled that. So I don't think that kind of growth we've seen in any other place in the north. So we are growing at a faster rate in the south. But having said that, the common factor is that when Modi ji says that he is going to do something, he does it. Whether it's infrastructure growth, whether it's economy, whether it's taking the middle class forward, whether it's removing 13 crore people from poverty, whether it's building houses for the poor, giving them tap water connections. Modi means fulfilling promises, and whether it's south or north, east or west, Hindu or Muslim, whatever caste, people believe that guarantee of Modi. That has been comprehensively
I would
established.
second that, you know, it's about that factor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And, you know, Professor Shastri and Wayne on this, all the panelists here, when we look at these numbers, it's not without a reason that the BJP went in collective leadership, realizing fully well that in this part of the world, there is that Labharti element, there is that Modi voter, which believes in brand Narendra Modi. There is a huge trust factor which is associated.
In fact, Maria, if you look at the last 2 Lok Sabha elections, our studies show that last time nearly 1/3 of the BJP vote came thanks to the Prime Minister. People said it's because of the Prime Minister that we voted for the party.
Just check.
So in a Lok Sabha election, the role that the Prime Minister plays in getting the party to win is very strong. In state assemblies, it's a mixed picture. In some states, it's been a very effective factor in getting them to power. In some, it has not. And where it has not, it has always been because the rival to the BJP has a very powerful state-based leader and the party does not. And there is a challenge that the party faces.
There's an important point that I want to add to what Shastriji has been mentioning is, India Alliance meeting has been announced now on the December 6th. But look at the pretext and go 5 years back in 2018. You will see that, you know, whenever Congress grew confident, it tries to trample upon all its allies. You know, look at what Kamal Nath said. Kamal Nath said, Akhilesh kaun hota hai? I mean, he's a, you know, powerful leader.
But at the same time, I think the Congress...
See, this is the overconfidence. This is the overconfidence on which Congress steps into any election and then takes 2 steps back and tries to readjust his allies. The only good takeaway from the India Alliance point of view is that Congress would be a diminished force and it would allow more accommodation or elbow room for the other allies partners to come in and say that, boss, you are not the only, you know, karta dharta of this alliance. We also will have space and say, and that is going to become resoundingly clear.
Yes, there may be considerations on whether that Samajwadi Party alliance should have been worked out in Madhya Pradesh, how
it's
they
more
need
about
to go, but we'll have to wait and see.
How the respect that you carry. Forget about numbers. Everybody has their own regional basis, but the respect you expect from Kamal Nath to a former Chief Minister of UP.
We'll take a very short break. When we come back, what we'll do is we'll go state by state, Maria, because we need to put all the states in perspective. Let's go state by state, go to our analysts and as well as get the newspapers, but a short break right now.
Health isn't someday in the future, it's now. Without GP referrals, cancer testing, scans.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump?
गहलोत का जादू।
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
Conversation with Anurag Dwari.
मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। सर, बहुत मुबारकबाद। पहले तो आप इस ऐतिहासिक जीत पर क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, धन्यवाद। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में है। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला। अमित जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम, हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम किया, उसी का ये परिणाम।
लेकिन इतनी बम्पर जीत की उम्मीद थी लाडली बहनों?
मुझे तो शुरू से थी। मैं हमेशा कहता था कि हम शानदार सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे, क्योंकि जनता में स्पष्ट दिखाई देता था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी, यहाँ प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। कुछ लोगों ने हुआ खड़ा करने की कोशिश की थी कांग्रेस के, लेकिन सच तो यह है कि ये सरकार के पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज आप बहुत व्यस्त हैं कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में